Our story opens with a man standing atop a literal mountain of corpses. He demanded of Luo Wei, "Why was this done to me?" He recalled their bond like brothers who'd fought side by side through life and death. Luo Wei reminded him of the calamity's genesis. Monsters spilling from bizarre spatial rifts, wreaking havoc across the land. These rifts were eventually dubbed dungeons, and those who encountered them gained mysterious powers known as classes. Because of this, the class corps formed to conquer these dungeons, advancing in a blaze of triumph. Luo Wei's gaze sharpened on the protagonist, revealing this was precisely why he had to be eliminated. The man had grown uncontrollable, immensely powerful. Class users could easily unravel the Empire's order, and he, having surpassed even Triple S rank, was the most perilous enemy of all. Supreme power had to remain firmly in the hands of the royal family, as only then could the Empire maintain stability. With eyes blazing with fury, the protagonist snarled, "Is this your excuse? To butcher my family and comrades?" Malice glinting in his gaze. Luo Wei chillingly clarified he was doing this for the stability of the Empire. Before the protagonist could even draw another breath, Luo Wei detonated a powerful explosion, revealing he'd tampered with his armor long ago. The blast would also inject a potent compound, poison directly into his wounds. Luo Wei knew that after an SSS rank battle, the protagonist would lack the strength to resist. To ensure this, Luo Wei had an entire army waiting, deeming it his final show of respect. Just before succumbing, the protagonist's mind flooded with memories of his time with Luo Wei. In that instant, his hidden skill, Mirror World, met its activation conditions. Mirror World, an SSS rank hidden skill, was the ultimate ability designed to revert everything. He lost his life, his soul sinking into a deep lake. Decades later, a pair of bullies tormented another boy, tying him to a tree and submerging him in that very lake. One of them landed a solid punch to his gut and ordered his buddy to dunk him underwater once more. As they tormented him, they couldn't resist taunting him mercilessly, deciding to hold him under the surface even longer, to teach him a lesson if he kept up his little act. His struggling expression struck them as absolutely hilarious. They planned to eventually pull him out, only to deliver a few more brutal blows. The boy, however, could no longer hold his breath. He couldn't understand why. He always had to be the one enduring this pain. But in that very moment, the protagonist's soul began to stir. A boy with glasses nervously approached the bullies, telling them to stop. The other boy was going to die. One of the bullies slowly turned and, with an utterly arrogant gaze, he retorted that if he was about to die, he should just heal himself already. That's what a shanter was for, after all, though he knew it wouldn't be much use. He then sneered, reminding the boy with glasses that he was the real hypocrite, as he had led them straight to their victim. So if the boy died, it would be his fault. The boy with glasses panicked, desperately explaining he only did it because they had forced him to. This infuriated the bully, who raised a fist to strike him. But then, something truly strange occurred. A powerful, blinding light began to erupt from the lake. The bullies instantly started fleeing the scene, screaming in terror about a dungeon appearing. They had to escape. A new dungeon was far beyond their current capabilities. Meanwhile, the boy with glasses' attention was solely fixed on the boy they had been torturing. Seeing he was still submerged in the water, he started sprinting toward the rope. He had to save him. At that exact moment, the lake completely dried up, and terrifying monsters began to emerge. The boy with glasses frantically started untying the knots, and while he was distracted, one of the monsters suddenly lunged. But just then, the boy who had been tied up grabbed him by his clothes, yanking him out of the attack's path. Then he extended his hand and unleashed a skill called Glacial Impact. The system then informed him he had just cast Basic Heal on a minor demon, but the spell utterly failed. The target's HP was already completely full. The boy with glasses immediately panicked, baffled as to why he was healing the monster. When the monster tried to strike again, he swiftly summoned a shield, blocking the attack, just in the absolute nick of time. As the protagonist opened his info window, He saw his name was Yunche, and his class was Chanter. He quickly realized he'd just used a healing spell, and that this wasn't his original body. Normally, when someone touched a dungeon, they would bind to the system and obtain a random starting class, which was supposedly unchangeable. After that, they would grow and become stronger within the dungeon, gaining skills tied to their specific class. However, he had once been a warrior who reached the absolute pinnacle. Back then, he'd used a skill called Mirror World. He was then trapped within it, until he heard the dying cry of that very boy. He finally realized he'd been revived. In that boy's body, not exactly a happy thought, but he still inwardly thanked the boy for giving him a chance at revenge. The boy with glasses informed Yunche that the monsters were surrounding them, pleading for immediate help, as he could only handle 3 at most. Yunche knew his current body was too weak. Even these small enemies were beyond his current capabilities. At their speed, he couldn't even run away. Opening his skill window, he realized they were all utterly useless. Basic heal restored 1 to 4 HP to a target, and entangling vines summoned vines to immobilize a single enemy. With a miserably low success rate, Chanter was too specialized. Its strengths were purely in support, but was outclassed in every single role. No wonder this class was always so looked down upon. For now, relying on his old combat instincts, he could only resist briefly. Yunche dodged the monster's attack, knowing he needed a quick way out, as he'd surely die if his stamina ran out. Now, the hidden skill Mirror World became his only hope. Our protagonist swiftly dodged an attack, without truly understanding how the skill worked, and then made contact with the monster. But the skill failed, as its conditions weren't met. He couldn't tell if his level was too low, or if it truly needed a real mirror. When he tried using the skill on the monster again, it failed once more, his level still insufficient. Noticing this, he deduced that Mirror World needed a reflective surface to activate. The level issue couldn't be resolved immediately, so he decided to try a different target. When our protagonist used the skill on the monster's weapon, it failed again due to his insufficient level. He tried the skill on a tattered loincloth, but it also failed for the same reason. The boy with glasses panicked and told him to stop wasting time on his useless skills, as he couldn't hold on much longer. A burst of energy descended from the sky, and a monster, a malformed Overlord level 10, appeared. The boy with glasses knew they were dead. An elite monster like this required at least level 10 to be defeated. Several more bursts of energy began to descend from the sky, and his eyes widened in fear, causing him to fall to the ground. Hundreds of fierce monsters appeared before them. While the protagonist was busy using his skill, the monsters began to charge toward them. Yunche couldn't even use his skill on rocks, wondering if the level gap was too large. Then, the protagonist decided to use his skill on Chao Ji's makeshift barrier, but the system informed him that it had failed, as the skills of others could not be reversed. Upon realizing he couldn't reverse other skills, a smile spread across his face, as this meant he could reverse his own. Once the protagonist used the skill on his own ability, it revealed that Mirror World had successfully reversed his entangling vine skill. Yun Xia used chaotic thorns, causing thousands of thorns to erupt from the ground. When one of the monsters tried to attack, another monster surrounded by a red aura struck it. After saving Chao Ji, the poor guy looked utterly confused. He had no idea what was happening. But our protagonist quickly realized something crucial. The skill's effect had been completely flipped. Instead of immobilizing, it now inflicted confusion. The entangling vine skill, for instance, normally entangled a single enemy, with a low chance of immobilization. However, its reversed upgrade, chaotic thorns, now caused thorns to lash out at target, with a low chance of inflicting confusion. Suddenly, the monsters began attacking each other. This was all thanks to the confusion status effect, which forced afflicted units to attack random targets. Our protagonist couldn't help but crack a smile as he realized this seemingly useless skill had become incredibly powerful after being reversed. This revelation made him seriously ponder. What exactly would happen if he reversed the rest of his skills? Mirror World truly lived up to its reputation as an SSS rank hidden skill. It not only reversed the effects of skills, but also applied an overall enhancement. If he had used the non-reverted version of this skill, the success rate would have been miserably low. The restraint would have lasted only a second, at most, nowhere near its current potency. Our boy then grabbed a sword stuck in the ground, and couldn't help but wonder aloud, what if I reversed my remaining skills? His attention was then drawn to the skill Empowered Strike. It cost 20 mana points, lasted 30 seconds, and granted a 5% attack boost to one unit, with the effect ending when a unit consumed mana points. When Yun Che reverted this skill, it transformed into Trick Blade. It now cost 40 mana points, lasted 60 seconds, and granted a 10% attack boost for each consumption of mana points. He activated Trick Blade, and his sword began to emanate a powerful aura. He realized that each time he used a skill, it granted a 10% boost in attack power. Trick Blade was active with 60 seconds remaining on its duration. Just by activating this, any skill usage would trigger massive attack power increases. The potential was absolutely incredible. Yin Xiao just leveled up, officially hitting level 6. He noticed a significant number of monsters had fallen, casualties of their own chaotic infighting. That's when he realized these particular monsters yielded a surprisingly decent amount of experience, simply upon their demise. Just as one monster attempted a sneaky surprise attack, our hero reacted in the nick of time, blocking it. Yun She's gaze then flickered to his own HP bar, showing 480 HP and a solid 120 mana points. He quickly grasped that leveling up, completely refilled his mana reserves. And with the monsters still locked in their chaotic brawl, he decided it was the perfect time to test out his Trick Blade. Yunke activated Chaotic Turns, intentionally draining his mana points. This, in turn, triggered the potent effect of the Trick Blade, causing his mana to plummet rapidly, while his attack power repeatedly surged, gaining a 10% boost with every consumption. He was now left with only 12 mana points, but his Trick Blade had unleashed a whopping 120% attack increase, and with 44 seconds still left on his duration, a fierce gleam entered his eyes as his attention locked onto one of the monsters, charging directly towards him. He grasped that this skill shattered all conventions, letting him easily reach 2.2 times his base attack power. So easily, when the monster finally attacked, our protagonist deftly deflected the blow, swiftly moved behind it, then dealt a brutal gash to its back, followed by its stomach. Chuji watched, utterly aghast. He couldn't believe this was the Yun Che he knew. Observing his fluid movements, he genuinely wondered, how could a level 5 chanter possess such incredible capability? And since when did chanters have skills like these? Our hero pressed on, battling the monsters relentlessly, cutting them down one by one. With his level 6 stats, 120 mana points, and 1 mana point regeneration per second, he calculated he could theoretically achieve 2.3 times his attack power. In an instant, he obliterated a level 11 monster, and couldn't help but crack a triumphant smile. He acknowledged his current strength, realizing it could barely handle these level 11 elites. Just then, a chilling hand clawed its way out of the ground. Yin She's attention was instantly fixated on it. A monstrous level 21 battle fiend, Chimera, burst from the ground, letting out a terrifying roar. With a swift turn, it massacred the smaller monsters in a single move. Fear gripped Chao Ji's eyes. While on the other hand, our hero was quite surprised to discover a hidden level 21 boss lurking in this dungeon. The boss then charged directly at our hero. As he attempted to use Chaotic Thorns, the skill utterly failed. The monster was immune to chaos. Just before the monster could land its devastating blow, Chao Ji leaped in front, summoning his shield. Yin Cha felt a jolt of surprise. And then, he recognized someone familiar. A blonde-haired boy snapped, calling him an idiot. reminding him he'd told him not to charge ahead. Our hero's eyes widened as the boss struck with brutal force, shattering the shield Chao Ji had desperately summoned, sending his body slamming hard into the ground. Yun Cho rushed to his fallen friend. He extended his hand, readying his skills. First, he cast Basic Heal on Chao Ji, restoring a measly 1 HP. This drained his mana, leaving him with just 54 points. Next, Trick Blade activated, granting him a 10% damage boost. Immediately after, Basic Heal fired again on Chao Ji, this time scoring a critical hit, restoring 5 HP. Our hero's mana points had dwindled to 1. He thought to himself that Enchanter's healing skills were utterly pathetic. He then asked Chao Ji if he had any HP potions. Chao Ji replied, "I have an emergency one," and our hero told him to drink it now. His Trick Blade skill had 85 seconds remaining. The boss started eliminating the remaining monsters. Yin Che knew he wasn't yet a match for this formidable boss, but the lesser monsters were almost all gone. He had a plan in mind. Brandishing his blade, he asked Chao Ji to hold on just a minute longer, as he was about to finish off these monsters, leaving Chao Ji utterly surprised. Our hero moved with lightning speed, slicing the monsters to bits. The Trick Blade's duration then hit 0. Yin Sha instantly leveled up, restoring his HP to 80 and mana points to 120. He activated Trick Blade by using Chaotic Thorns repeatedly, each consumption of mana points. His Trick Blade's effect kicked in, boosting its attack by an additional 10%. With every single activation, he knew he'd need at least a 400% attack boost to even dream of beating this boss. So he started slaughtering more monsters, leveling up again, which restored his mana points to 110. He activated Chaotic Thorns once more, granting him another 10% attack damage boost, but dropping his mana points to 101. He repeated the Chaotic Thorns activation, snagging yet another 10% attack boost, as his mana points plummeted to 92. He realized he needed to cast Chaotic Thorns 40 times, in just 50 seconds, meaning he had to reach level 10. Chao Ji was utterly speechless, unable to believe his very own eyes. Yin She had leveled up not just once, but multiple times. The boss prepared its next devastating attack, but our boy suddenly began to glow brightly. He was now level 12. His Trick Blade boasted a whopping 510% boost, and with a duration of 95 seconds, more than enough to absolutely obliterate this boss. Yin She moved like a flash of lightning, instantly severing its arm, then vanished, reappearing behind it to unleash a chain of brutal slashes, causing the monster unimaginable pain. Before it even had a chance to react, our boy sliced its entire body to pieces, all in the blink of an eye. He had single-handedly defeated a level 21 boss with over 10,000 HP. After slaying the boss, our boy gained 3 whole levels, now standing at an impressive level 15. Chao Ji was still reeling in shock, wondering if he was dreaming. He pondered, could a level 5 Shanter have just solo cleared an entirely new dungeon? With the dungeon lord now vanquished, the dungeon was officially cleared. He approached Yin Che, asking if this was truly him. The fallen monsters had dropped numerous items, and the system prompted our boy to collect them immediately. Chao Ji desperately wanted to know how our boy had suddenly become so incredibly powerful. Our boy began to recall fragments of his past, and upon seeing Chao Ji's bewildered face, he suddenly asked, "What's your relationship with Chao Ben? Chao Ji was absolutely floored, having no idea how. Yin Che knew his great-grandfather's secret nickname. Yin Che, however, was quite surprised to learn that Chao Ji was actually the great-grandson of none other than Chao Ben himself. He then began to truly remember Chao Ben. His eyes welled up with profound sorrow. All those he knew had been mercilessly slain by Luo Wei. But before he could press further about Chao Ben, Chao Ji suddenly looked away, mumbling, "There's no need to discuss him right now. If Yin Che doesn't wish to answer my question, he doesn't have to say a word. There's no need to suffer such humiliation." Yin however, was utterly baffled, completely unaware of what had just transpired. Xiao Ju chimed in, admitting he had no idea why. Yin had been concealing his true power all this time. Still, he urged them to head back to school. Since the very next day, the school was organizing a field trip to the Modern History Memorial Hall. Skipping classes would definitely draw unwanted attention. Yun Xia couldn't help but clench his fists, seething, absolutely furious. He grudgingly decided to listen, but deep down, he knew he absolutely couldn't reveal his true identity yet. If Chao Ji investigated too deeply, he could easily become suspicious. Yin pondered the Modern History Memorial Hall. It surely held records of what happened after his death. The next day, they boarded the subway en route to school. The students were buzzing with excitement. Times had certainly changed drastically. After being dead for so many years, the world had mutated beyond recognition. He still couldn't believe. They now used dungeon-derived products to power their carriages. So many things had appeared that he'd never seen. However, he had encountered some of these within dungeons in the past. He opened his system inventory. He wondered if only items dropped by monsters could actually be taken out of a dungeon. He then equipped the Chimera Bone Ring. It was a level 14 ring, forged from the rib of the Dungeon Lord. The flesh and bone battlefield chimera. It allowed the wearer to attach a chimera limb to their own body. Next, he retrieved the robust physique skill book from his inventory. It was of excellent quality, a passive skill type, and its learnable class, it was universal. He noticed that gear like this, and even skill books, could be pulled right from his inventory. What's more, they could be bought and sold outside dungeons. His resilient physique skill was active. It was a passive, permanent skill that permanently reduced incoming physical damage. Things that couldn't be stored in an inventory after defeating the Lord should have vanished, along with the entire dungeon. Confusion gleamed in his eyes. He had no idea what happened after his death. Not long after this, he arrived at the Modern History Memorial Hall, and the first thing he saw was a statue of Luo Wei, the kingdom's supreme ruler, the emperor who ended the dungeon disasters. The teacher began guiding the students through the Modern History Memorial Hall. He explained that many students knew that this very spot, over 50 years ago, had been the battlefield of that famous rebellion. The teacher explained that back then, they were deeply afflicted by the dungeons. He added that, especially after the most terrifying S rank dungeon appeared, everyone lived in fear. King Luo Wei personally led the professional army on an expedition. Despite suffering heavy casualties, he finally conquered this terrifying dungeon. But just at that moment, he encountered a long-planned rebellion. Its mastermind, as everyone knew, was Yunche. Yunche was the very man deeply trusted by the king, but who ultimately became an ungrateful traitor. Yunche couldn't help but feel furious, seeing what history had become. They were the ones who cleared the S rank dungeon and the ones who were ambushed. The teacher clenched his fist, mentioning that they couldn't imagine the pain of such betrayal under such circumstances. But their king overcame this sorrow and fought with blood and courage. Finally, with the help of hero Ding Kun, he successfully suppressed the rebellion. Yun Cha's eyes lit up with curiosity upon hearing the name Ding Kun. He truly wondered if such a person existed. The bullies who'd been tormenting Yunche in the lake suddenly appeared, and they seemed utterly bewildered. To realize they were somehow still alive. How could this be possible, they wondered, since he and Xiao Ji had been dragged into the newly formed dungeon. One of the bullies then blurted out that the dungeon had been cleared. He mused that, for a new dungeon to be cleared so quickly, a true master must have been nearby. According to him, they were incredibly lucky to have stumbled upon that master. Our boy's attention snapped to them, realizing these were the very bastards who'd tortured the original owner of his body. Everyone began to crowd around Ding Shu, eager to know what he was talking about. They reacted with utter disbelief, wondering if he had really encountered a new dungeon, and even more shockingly, if he had survived a disaster within it. Ding Shu put his arm around Chao Ju's shoulder and casually mentioned he was quite lucky to have made it out alive. He began to whisper, revealing that they had almost dragged them into that dungeon that very day and demanded to know how they planned to settle this debt. Chao Yi instantly panicked, making it crystal clear that it was all Ding Shu's fault. He even threatened to report him, accusing him of almost causing his and Yun Che's deaths. Ding Shu grabbed Chao Ju by the head, questioning what exactly was going through his mind, and realizing that he didn't seem to have any idea of the situation at all. Ding Shu, about to inquire, asked Chao Ji to look at the statue in front of them and carefully observe his ancestor being utterly trampled by the hero. He then revealed that was the traitor Chao In, and Chao Ji was his direct descendant. Finally, he scoffed. Did he really think anyone would take his side? Ding Shu exploded, yelling that Chao Ju could insult him all he wanted, but insulting his ancestor, that was off limits. This left poor Chao Ju utterly shell-shocked. Everyone quickly started to gather around, knowing Ding Shu's grandfather was the legendary hero. Upon hearing this, Ding Shu's eyes began to gleam with pure, unadulterated rage. The students soon realized the person standing right next to them was none other than Chao Ji, descendant of Chao En. To them, the descendant of a traitor, insulting a hero like this was a clear sign of a world turned completely upside down. They remembered how his ancestor, Chao En, had brutally slaughtered countless people, and if the hero hadn't intervened, who knows how many more would have perished. Ding Shu then began to feign, making it crystal clear that he didn't care what was said about him behind his back, but he absolutely couldn't allow him to insult his ancestor directly. The teacher then approached Chao Ju, placed a firm hand on his shoulder, and told him to apologize. He explained that as his teacher, he had always been fair to everyone. He reminded him that the hero had even forgiven his family in the past. He concluded that, even if he felt no gratitude for this, he had no right whatsoever to defame him. After delivering this powerful message, the teacher left. Ding Shu placed a hand on his own head and smugly declared that if he beat Chao Ju publicly, people would only cheer him on. No one was going to help a vicious dog that was getting beaten, and besides, Chao Ji was a particularly despised dog. He then grabbed Chao Ju by the hair and snarled, asking if he really believed that he, the descendant of a hero, could ever be wrong. He raised his hand, preparing to strike Chao Ju, but at that exact moment, someone kicked him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chao Ji's eyes widened in utter surprise. It was Yun Che, his eyes glowing with an intense fury. He questioned if the hero's family did have time to discipline their own brats. The students immediately started recording, wondering if it was actually Yun Che. They gasped, commenting that he seemed like a completely different person. They couldn't believe he dared to strike Ding Shu. According to them, he was absolutely insane. Some even remembered he was only level 5, the weakest in their entire class. So, they wondered what could have possibly happened to him to make him hit Ding Shu. He had no parents and was always too gloomy to have friends. They were sure he'd completely lost his mind. Ding Shu wiped his cheek, making it clear that Yun Che was just a punching bag who should be grateful that he wasn't coming after him. He couldn't believe Yun Che had still dared to attack him while he wasn't paying attention. He and his friends started charging towards our boy. Yun Che moved like lightning, dodging their attacks and striking them down before they could even react. Ding Shu fell to his knees on the ground and started spitting blood. The students began to murmur among themselves. Ding Shu was in shock, as he couldn't believe how fast Yun Che was. The students were somewhat confused, as they didn't know what had happened. They questioned how he had been taken down again so easily, and if Ding Shu was, in fact, a weakling. Ding Shu exploded with rage, unable to believe how a trash tier level 5 support could suddenly be stronger than him. Immediately, he used the skill Hell, which increased his attack power by 25%. He equipped the Fire-Forged Hammer, which granted him 314 points of attack power. He thought Yin Che had just gotten lucky, and without wasting another second, he lunged at him. Our boy moved quickly and, taking advantage of the opening, punched him straight in the jaw. He was using the skill Blade of Trickery, which increased his attack power by 80%. Ding Shu was in shock. Our boy kicked him, sending him crashing hard to the ground. The guard arrived, and seeing Yun Che stepping on Ding Shu, asked if there was a healer. The students were in shock, seeing how fast Yun Che was. They suddenly remembered he was only a level 5. Even the blonde girl and her friend were absolutely stunned. The guard quickly made it clear that fighting was strictly forbidden inside the hall due to the risk of damaging anything precious. He then demanded to know from the teacher why he couldn't control his own students. The teacher began striding directly towards Yun Che. He had not only insulted a hero, but now dared to physically assault his descendant. In his eyes, Yun Che was utterly shameless. The teacher dramatically unsheathed his sword, and Yun Che's gaze immediately fixed on him. Our boy swiftly activated the ring, and when the teacher tried to strike, his mighty sword shattered into countless pieces, leaving absolutely everyone utterly dumbfounded. Yun Che coolly pointed out that they should momentarily set aside the discussion of who was truly shameless. He then highlighted to the teacher that, although he claimed to be completely fair, he seemed to have only bothered to listen to Ding Shu's side of the story, questioning him directly. Was he perhaps trying to curry favor with their family? The teacher snapped back, telling him to stop talking nonsense, and then his gaze suddenly fixed on our boy's ring. He wondered what kind of incredible equipment it was, since even though he hadn't used his full strength, it had managed to block his powerful attack. As a powerful aura began to emanate from his body, Yun Che clarified it was just a casual remark, adding that he didn't truly believe the teacher was that type of person. The students were completely awestruck, as they couldn't believe Yun Che had even managed to block the teacher's attack. The teacher promised he would thoroughly investigate the true cause of this conflict internally, and he quietly wondered where Yun Che had obtained that kind of formidable equipment, and if he, too, had some powerful backing. The ring Yun Che wore was the legendary Chimera Bone ring, whose durability was already reduced by a staggering 37%. Despite being of epic quality, it was still just a piece of equipment, obtained from a level 21 lord. So using it against the level 35 teacher was seriously pushing its limits too far. Yun Che then requested to be expelled from the hall as punishment. Along with Chao Ji, Cho Ju stood up. Their confused gazes fixed on our boy, they began to follow. The students simply couldn't believe it. That Yun Che, of all people, had managed to block the teacher's attack. Wondering if any student could truly pull that off, the teacher, meanwhile, instructed his students to cast a healing spell on Ding Shu. As that unfolded, our boy and Cho Ju slipped out of the hall. A wave of sadness washed over him. He couldn't believe that in the end, no one had survived, and Ben had been brutally killed long ago by that so-called hero. His gaze fixed on Cho Ju. He thought that if he asked him anything now, he'd answer without a second thought. He cleared his throat, admitting his knowledge of history wasn't exactly the best, so he asked Cho Ju to recount the legendary deeds of that hero, Dinkuan. Chuji grew visibly nervous, mentioning that, although he wasn't entirely sure if he remembered correctly, it seemed the hero, Dinkuan, had uncovered the great villain, Yun Che conspiraci beforehand. Cho Ju recounted how Dinkuan had prepared an ambush near the triple S-rank dungeon to provide crucial support, and that was how the entire rebellion crisis was swiftly resolved. Yun Che felt a jolt of surprise. He began to vividly remember his past life and exactly how they had been ambushed. Cho Ju then explained that the hero, Ding Kuan, had always aspired to solve the dungeon crisis since he was young, always training hard for it. After receiving his promotion from the king, he fought tirelessly across the country for years, saving countless places from various crises, like the legendary and very famous Great Cataclysm of Winterfell City. Yun Che lowered his gaze to the ground, lost in thought. The haunting image of his past self, standing on a mountain of corpses, came to his mind, and his expression turned sorrowful. Yunche then asked about the sword clutched by the hero's statue. Shuji explained it was the flowing cloud sword, adding that, as the story goes, it was the very sword the hero had used to execute the traitor, Yunche, and it was a truly top-tier piece of equipment. Yunche's eyes began to burn with a furious rage, as they had not only stolen his glory and achievements, but he had even seized his sword. He then resolved to take down Ding Kuan first, outside the heavily guarded Ding family compound. Several high-level warriors were patrolling vigilantly. Suddenly, one warrior's eyes began to glow brightly, his attention snagged by something nearby. He spotted Yunche and Chao Ji slipping into an alley. He opted not to pay them much mind, assuming they were simply passing through. Noticing the man's intense alertness, Yunche wondered if he was a seasoned wanderer with a scout skill. Cao Ji then urged Yunke that they should just leave the area. He argued that there were simply too many guards, and even if they managed to sneak inside, the moment Ding Shu returned, they would be completely doomed. Though he yearned to directly eliminate that hero, Ding Kuan, he knew it wasn't possible. According to Chao Ji, Ding Kuan spent all his time in a high-level dungeon. Unlike in his past life, people couldn't freely enter and exit dungeons now. The high-level ones were all heavily guarded by the military, and a special pass was needed to enter. However, he was certain that Ding Kuan's family must have such a pass in their home. Our boy then asked if it was truly necessary for their family to maintain so many guards, considering they were just one of dozens of branches descended from Ding Kuan. Chao Ji revealed that, after all, they were descendants of a powerful hero, and they even had a dungeon within their property. And our boy's eyes widened in disbelief, shocked to learn they had a dungeon right at home. Chao Ji mentioned that low-level dungeons had long been bought and sold privately, but this wasn't something people without power and influence could even dream of achieving. Ding Shu had guards with him all the time, so he could tirelessly farm monsters and level up whenever he desired. In contrast, ordinary students like them could only do so during the school's dungeon practicals, where they even had a squabble over the monsters. Yunche realized that this era had changed dramatically and questioned if this didn't effectively mean that the richer and more powerful one was, the higher their level would reach. Chaoji nodded, revealing that an ordinary person, for instance, usually graduates from school between level 15 and 20, and since many no longer have access to dungeons, they remain stuck at that level afterward. If someone got a job related to dungeons, like a miner or a ranger in a national dungeon, they might reach close to level 30 by middle age. In contrast, guards like those at Ding Shu's house could take advantage of their family's private dungeon, allowing them to be around level 30. To reach a truly higher level, you generally had to be recruited by the army or enter an official organization, such as a guild or a military academy, through school assessments. Only then could one access higher-level dungeons and reach truly impressive levels. Our boy knew that if he wanted to become stronger, that pass was absolutely essential. Chaoji suggested they just leave, arguing that the level gap was simply too large, and that no matter how skilled he was, he would be no match for those guards. Yin Shou was keenly aware that his current strength was far from enough to kill that hero, let alone the supreme King Luo Wei, who was under layers of protection. However, he knew the scouting skills one could learn. Around level 30 were generally small area skills, like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Cat Spirit Summoning. These were not enough to cover the entire mansion compound 24 hours a day. Besides, this wasn't a life-or-death dungeon, and most of the guards were very complacent. He concluded that it was more than enough for him to get in. Chaoji panicked. Yinxia, however, took a leap and got onto the wall, thinking that compared to the almost flawless scouting in the high-level dungeons of his past life, this was much more relaxed. Chaoji made it clear that, even if they managed to get in, inside a private dungeon like this, they could be killed without a second thought. Our boy then grabbed Cho Ji by the collar and asked if he didn't want to change his life. Cho Ji admitted that he did, but he planned to do it after joining a guild. Yun Kid then questioned if he truly believed that a guild could change things for him. Cho Ji, the great-grandson of the traitor Cho En. Cho Ji's eyes filled with sadness. Our boy pulled him up onto the wall and made it clear that a person's destiny can only be changed in the present, not by betting on a what-if that even he himself wasn't sure of. Yun Che wasn't going to pass up the dungeon. Right in front of them, he decided to let Cho Ji decide for himself if he wanted to follow. If Cho Ji began to sweat, and our boy pondered, wondering if the descendant would make the same choice as his ancestor. Cho Ji stood up, as he simply couldn't let Yin Che go to his death. Yin Che told Cho Ji not to make a sound, explaining that there were no traces of a summoning type scouting skill in this area. Therefore, as long as they kept their voices down, avoided their line of sight, and seized the right moment, they could easily get in. Yin Che grabbed Cho Ji, and following his plan, they managed to enter the Ding family compound. Cho Ji's attention was fixed on a dungeon that unfolded underground. They entered the dungeon and saw two monsters, one level 6 and the other level 8. Our boy noted that the level was slightly higher than in the previous dungeon, but the number of monsters wasn't as high, probably because Ding Shu's family killed them regularly. Our boy mentioned that there were only 2 small mobs and asked Cho Ji to go and give it a try. Cho Ji couldn't help but feel scared and refused, stating that there was no way he could beat them. Our boy forced him to fight. The monsters attacked, and he summoned his shield to defend himself, still unable to believe that Yin Che trusted him to win. Cho Ji grew nervous. He wished he hadn't come. All he wanted now was to go home. Yin Che urged him to try fighting back, but Cho Ji questioned how he was supposed to find an opening to fight. Yin Che reassured him he was watching, and nothing bad would happen. Cho Ji decided to trust him, and using his shield, he attacked. But then, the other monster lunged from behind. Yet, he reacted instantly, dodging the strike. It was exactly as Yin Che had predicted. Cho Ji's talent was actually quite formidable. The problem was his constant timidity and easy panic, causing him to only defend. Nonetheless, his subconscious judgment of spatial positioning was incredibly accurate. Because of this, he always seemed to be in a perilous situation, yet he rarely took significant damage. Cho Ji charged at the monster, but his shield shattered into fragments. Yin Che moved like a lightning bolt, annihilating the monsters. Cho Ji was taken aback. He had leveled up. He was now level 7. Our boy explained that experience points were distributed based on contribution, and that if he hadn't unsettled the monsters, he wouldn't have gained much EXP. Even with Yin Che delivering the final blow, Yin Che brandished the Crescentful Bone Blade, a blade forged from the condensed resentment within a leg bone, boosting his attack power by 62 and his spiritual attack by 11. Yun che noticed cao GS remarkably agile movements, and asked how he allocated his attribute points. Cho Ji revealed that, excluding spirit, he usually distributed them evenly. Our boy recalled that shield bearers typically didn't put points into agility. Cho Ji explained that if he didn't, he'd struggle to find a party at school. He clarified that no one wanted to wait for a sluggish shield bearer, as by the time he arrived, the others would have already claimed all the monsters. Yun Che let out a sigh and explained that he needed to adopt a long-term perspective. He clarified that advanced class promotions, beyond level 60, there were strict attribute requirements. He brought up the Bastion Fortress class as an example, which demanded a whopping 60 stamina and 90 defense points. He realized he couldn't just dump points willy-nilly anymore. Chaga pointed out that the highest level an ordinary person could ever hope to reach was around level 40, give or take a few. So how could he even dream of level 60? That was S-rank territory, after all. Our hero clapped a hand on his shoulder, a grin spreading, and told him, from this moment forward, you can start thinking about S-rank, or even things far, far beyond S-rank. With that revelation, he also needed to start seriously planning his own class. Advancement. He mused that his support class had only been revived thanks to the rare hidden skill, Mirror World, and if nothing unexpected occurred, he'd likely have to switch to an entirely different class. Then, a stunning realization hit him like a truck. His Mirror World skill could actually be leveled up. Deep within the Ding family's private dungeon, Yin Che clashed with monsters at astonishing speed. His Trick Blade skill amplified his attacks, but it expired just as he struck a level 17 zombie. Greed Demon. The monster was still standing, showcasing Trick Blade's raw power, yet also its limitations in prolonged battles. Yin Che's mana and stamina were alarmingly low. Finally, the monster fell, confirming his body couldn't endure extended battles. This grueling fight yielded incredible rewards. Yin Che gained 2 whole levels, soaring to level 17. His health, mana, and attribute points skyrocketed. He also nabbed 2 shadow creature souls from elite zombies, which granted his SSS rank. Mirror World skill a whopping 2,000 experience points. This officially confirmed he could level it up. After the intense battle, Yin Che swiftly collected his spoils, thrilled with the new levels and Mirror World experience. Suddenly, sensing impending danger, he ascended higher. From there, he spotted Ding family guards patrolling more frequently below. Chao Ji, now level 8 and sporting new gear, nervously suggested they should really stop. He noted the dwindling monster count and heightened guard alert, making it far too risky, wondering if they'd been discovered. Yin Che agreed. Fighting now would be incredibly difficult, demanding constant vigilance for guards. An extremely careful Trick Blade usage. Given his current power and the heightened security, the risk was simply too high. Yin Cho had a new skill book, a brick spell that conjured mono bricks. Yet, when reversed by Mirror World, it morphed into a void technique, rendering small objects intangible. He understood not all reverse skills were purely for combat. Some offered subtle, non-combat uses. Yincho checked his Mirror World skills progress. It still required 30% more experience to level up. Perched on the cliff, he contemplated the astonishing power its reversal bestowed. Even at its foundational level, he felt renewed determination, imagining just how much stronger he'd become. Once it leveled up, his eyes glowing, Yincho devised a new plan. This dungeon offered unique Mirror World experience from its monstrous inhabitants. He theorized defeating the boss could elevate his skill to level 2, a reward far too good to simply pass by. Despite the guard risk, they slipped quietly through the cave, ducking behind rocks and shadows, as the guards increasingly utilized detection skills, rendering their current position precarious. Yunxia cautiously peered ahead, spotting their target, a massive, shadowed figure seated on a throne, restrained by thick, glowing purple chains. Atop the stairs, numerous guards protected it fiercely. This was undeniably the dungeon boss. From their concealed vantage point, Chao Ji was stunned to witness a dungeon boss controlled in such a manner. Yin Che seemed less surprised, noting their own school's boss was also heavily guarded, suggesting it's common practice for powerful factions. Yin Che meticulously scanned the scene, noticing surprisingly relaxed guards on the stairs. His gaze sharpened on the glowing purple chains that bound the boss. Realizing they were incredibly powerful restraints, he quietly but thoroughly analyzed the situation. Given the sheer number of guards, a direct assault on the boss would be suicidal and unwinnable, drawing everyone's immediate attention. Yin Che knew he couldn't take down the boss with all the guards present, but he spotted an opportunity. One guard wandered off, isolated. He decided to pick them off, one by one. Covering his face, he activated Trick Blade's 150% attack boost and ambushed the unsuspecting guard. The ambush was flawless. The guard instantly crumbled, completely crippled, all while Chao Ji watched on. Yin Che loomed over him, radiating a dark presence. He demanded answers, pushing for information. Terrified, the guard pleaded for his life. He offered any information, openly admitting the Ding family hadn't paid him enough to die for them. Seeing this as his perfect chance to ask about his main objective, infiltrating the compound. When Yin Che inquired about the Hero Dungeon Pass, the guard was visibly stunned. He quickly blurted out that the old master kept many in his study, claiming they weren't rare at all, clearly misunderstanding. The guard thought Yun Che was just some hero grandpa fanatic, frightened by Yun Che's chilling silence. The guard swore he was telling the absolute truth, saying he'd often seen the old master taking passes. He warned that these passes were merely temporary samples, and without an insider, they'd surely be caught. Yun Che remained unfazed. He roughly grabbed the guard's collar, telling him not to worry with a chillingly cold look. He then ordered the guard to empty his entire inventory, revealing his clear plan to steal from him, and likely even take his identity. Back within the Ding family compound, Yun Che continued to interrogate the guard, still gripping him by his shirt. Yun Che was utterly disappointed by a single, utterly mediocre skill book. The terrified guard swore it was absolutely all he possessed, explaining that the Ding family kept all valuable dungeon drops within their inner residence, leaving outer guards with mere scraps. Yun Che learned Sanlat Baptism, a passive skill granting temporary defense buffs after healing. He then used Mirror World to expertly reverse it into Moonlight Blessing, a powerful offensive skill that granted temporary attack boosts after healing. He noted this skill, much like the dungeon passes, was found deep within the inner residence. The guard pointed towards the lavish Ding inner residence, explaining that outer guards like himself couldn't enter without a direct summons. He emphasized that security was absolutely extreme, except for Ding Shu. Everyone inside was over level 50 and sported top-tier gear, making outer guards completely unneeded. Yun Che pulled the guard even closer. He pressed. Was the pass kept inside the manor? The terrified guard stammered out a yes. He then added that the powerful family head, a level 42 powerhouse, was also there, a formidable foe Yun Che couldn't possibly defeat. He then laid out the family's full power roster. The current and second family heads, both level 42, the third family head at level 52, and the fearsome old master, level 57. He warned that if the two strongest family members returned, it would be an impossible task. After getting all the intel, Yun Che swiftly knocked the guard out cold. He had Chao drew on the guard's armor as a disguise, waiting patiently for his signal. With the powerful family head securely inside, Yun Che plotted to bait him out, rather than face him head-on. Back in the dungeon, Yun Che carefully observed the boss. He realized the Ding family used high-level chains to keep the boss alive, creating a permanent private farming spot. He quickly realized this system security, relying on easily guarded chains, could be easily exploited. This was a massive flaw. The guards believed their method was foolproof because no one knew how to unlock the chains. But they clearly didn't know Yun Che, who, from his past life, knew exactly how to unlock them. He quietly approached a guard and effortlessly undid the lock. The chains clattered down, and the enraged boss broke free, going absolutely wild. Guards panicked as the huge monster rampaged. This chaos was precisely what Yun Che had orchestrated, to lure the family head out of the inner residence, using the perfect, explosive method to do so. The plan worked perfectly. Alarms blared as the level 42 family head himself rushed from the now unguarded inner residence, ordering immediate dungeon reinforcement as he and his elite guards charged to handle the crisis. Yun Che seized the distraction to grab the powerful level 60 combat chains that bound the boss. Holding the pulsing, high-level gear, Yun Che knew his brilliant plan had succeeded. With the family head and elite guards preoccupied, he and Chao Drew could now easily infiltrate the inner residence. Just as Yun Che's plan opened the way, new arrivals appeared. At the main entrance of the Ding family home, servants rushed to greet the returning second master, Ding Hao, a level 42 powerhouse, and his son, Ding Shu, who pulled up in a flashy car. Ding Hao casually dismissed Ding Shu's recent loss to Yun Che as a minor blunder, but Ding Shu shot back, claiming that greeting. His father wasn't the reason he was there. Ding Hao then opened the car door for Miss Yin Sha. Two young women emerged. One had long blonde hair, her dark-haired friend beside her, likely Yin Sha, the mustached family head, fresh from the dungeon chaos, waited at the top of the stairs, smiling. Suddenly, his smile vanished. replaced by confusion, then outright fury. He roughly kicked a bowing servant out his path, telling him fiercely not to block him. As the servant lay on the ground, the enraged family head strode quickly towards Ding Hao, Ding Shu, and their two female guests, clearly agitated after his time in the woods. Chao Ju, disguised as a guard, watched the unfolding scene at the house. Yun Che suddenly materialized behind him, startling the boy. Chao Ju said he was worried, noting that with the Ding family's return, it wasn't a good time to infiltrate the estate. Yun Che calmly asked why he seemed so worried, and a surprised Chao Ju asked how he'd arrived so quickly. Yun Che explained that the creature he'd unleashed was none other than a dungeon lord. Even a level 31 was incredibly difficult to capture alive, meaning it would keep the Ding family's main fighters occupied for an extended period. He said they wouldn't defeat the boss anytime soon, making this the perfect chance for them. With that settled, he asked Chao Ju what he had seen. Chao Ju looked back at the house, a shadow of sadness in his eyes. He revealed the servant the family head had kicked was his youngest uncle, Chao Li, a level 17 man, Yun Ke Listend. As Chao Ju recounted a dark chapter of their shared past, he explained that when the old Yun Che had rebelled, his family had already been slaughtered. Chao Ju added that, in a twisted way, this had saved them from the years of shame and relentless pain that followed. For the children of traitors, like his own family, hearing about the profound pain Yun Che's old friend's family had suffered because of the lies surrounding their past, Yun Che's face showed grim sadness and unyielding resolve. Hidden within the trees, they continued to observe. Chao Ju then continued to unravel his family's heartbreaking tale. He explained that after being falsely branded as traitors, the Chao family endured relentless persecution from the empire. Their homes were razed to the ground and their lives utterly shattered. But the nightmare only spiraled further into despair. Under the insidious, secret orders of the so-called hero, Ding Kuan, he ensured the surviving Chao members were constantly targeted, harassed, broken, and relentlessly worn down, left with no other choice for survival. The remaining Chao family members were agonizingly forced to serve for the very architects of their downfall, the Ding family. Now, they lead a life of miserable servitude, forever watching their masters' every whim, bowing and scraping just for meager scraps. Chao Ju confessed with a deep sense of shame that they are sometimes paraded around as twisted proof of the Ding family's power and supposed benevolence for forgiving the descendants of a traitor. He recounted how his father's generation had attempted to fight back, to defy their cruel fate, valiantly speaking out against the blatant injustice. But their brave efforts ended in bitter tragedy. The immense pressure utterly broke his father, driving him into a spiral of madness. Meanwhile, his uncle, Chao Li, became completely submissive, reduced to nothing more than the Ding family's obedient dog. Overwhelmed by this heavy, hopeless history, Chao Ju began to question his own convictions, wondering if it was truly right to follow Yun Che into such a perilous and uncertain venture. His moment of doubt was abruptly shattered when Yun Che turned to him and stated unequivocally that he absolutely needed to enter the inner residence. A panicked Chao Ju frantically tried to dissuade him, quickly reminding him that Ding Shu's formidable father, a fully equipped level 42 powerhouse, was inside. He gravely warned Yun Che that discovery would mean certain death. Yet, Yun Che remained completely undeterred by the danger. He explained his conviction that in this oppressive era, where the powerful control everything, who wields power and accesses dungeons, one cannot possibly hope to change their destiny without taking significant chances. He then looked at Chao Ju, adding that some things will simply never come to fruition if one is consumed by endless worry and hesitation. Finally, Yun Che laid out a clear choice for him. He told Chao Ju he could help him seize control of his fate, but Chao Ju himself had to make the decisive choice to act first. Yun Che then made his own determined plans abundantly clear. He was ready to fight back, but he wouldn't force Chao Ji to follow him. Even with Yun Chai's powerful will, Cal Drew was still consumed by fear and doubt. He argued that the Ding family wielded immense power, a force that dominated the world, asking, how the two of them could possibly take on such a colossal force. Yin Shou turned away from him, his gaze fixed on the distant inner residence. As he began to walk forward, he revealed to a dumbfounded Chao Ju that his true goal eclipsed merely defeating a single family. The true adversary he intended to fight, he declared, was the entire empire itself. Meanwhile, deep within the quiet inner residence, Ding Hao lounged on a couch, a maid attending to him. He pondered how the dungeon lord had escaped its powerful chains. Spotting him, the blonde girl with Ding Shu politely inquired if it was a bad time for him, suggesting she could visit another day, given the emergency. Ding Hao swiftly dismissed her worries, declaring his older brother, the family head, had it completely under control. He assured her that a mere dungeon problem paled in comparison to her visit. He continued, still smiling, explaining that his formidable father, the old master, and his third brother had heard of her arrival. They were already on their way back home to meet her as well. He added they had already contacted Hero Grandpa, who was absolutely thrilled to meet her, making it perfectly clear that the situation would be easily managed. From his concealed position on a balcony, Yunkyo overheard everything. His attention sharpened at the mention of Hero Grandpa. Realizing they meant the notorious hero, Ding Kuan, his mind raced, connecting this new information to what he gleaned from the capture guard. To access the hero's dungeon, a pass and an escort were both required. He observed the guests, noting the deference shown to Yun Shao, and understood her status was undeniably elevated. Then, a crucial detail dawned on him. Her name was Yun Shao, sharing the very same last name as his current self. He pondered if this was merely a coincidence. For now, he pushed that thought aside. He sharpened his focus, determined to concentrate on his immediate goal, obtaining the dungeon pass. As he observed, Yun Sha stood silently, her expression unreadable, a figure of profound mystery and importance. With the Ding family's main fighters preoccupied, Yun Sha seized the chance to infiltrate the inner residence. He glided silently through the lavish hallways, slipping past two chattering maids, and expertly utilizing the shadows. He navigated the opulently decorated halls, moving deeper into the mansion towards his objective. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the problem was resolved. The family head, Ding E, level 42, and his forces stood before the now defeated dungeon lord. Ding E surveyed the situation, concluding the creature had been deliberately unleashed. He was troubled, though, because they couldn't uncover the culprit. He deduced that taking such a massive risk couldn't have been just for one piece of valuable equipment. Like the chains, determined to protect his home, he ordered his guards to surround the inner residence. His primary concern was his important guest. He couldn't let anything alarm the young lady. Inside the study, Yun Chai began his search. He approached the desk the guard had told him about, but was at first annoyed to find the drawers empty. Remembering his new, non-combat skill, he used phasing, the reverse of the brick spell. This allowed his hand to pass through the desk's solid wood, revealing a hidden compartment inside. He found a drawer brimming with books and journals. He pulled out the items, his eyes first landing on what looked like a diary. Pushing it aside, he found a real prize. A collection of high-quality, impressive skill books. One was for a powerful support skill, which could slow all enemies in a wide area. He had found the family's secret stash. The entrance to the Ding family's inner residence was now swarming with guards, hiding in the nearby woods. Cho-ju watched in terror, wondering why all the guards had come, and fearing they had been found. His panic grew as more guards arrived, and he realized the situation was too risky. He worried that if Yun Che didn't get out right away, he would be caught. The fear of being caught brought back painful memories of his father going mad and his family's constant suffering. His first thought was to run, to sneak away and save himself. As another guard came near his hiding spot, he was frozen by not knowing what to do. But at that key moment, Yun Che's words came to his mind. He could be helped to change, but he had to make the choice himself first. Having made up his mind, Chao Ji let out a loud shout, purposely getting the guard's attention. He then burst from his hiding spot and started running, leading them away from the mansion. He had made his choice. He would act as a distraction to make sure Yun Che wasn't found. From inside the mansion, Yun Che saw Chao Ji's brave act. With the guards distracted, he broke a window and jumped out. He felt proud, realizing that his friend had finally overcome his fear and chosen to fight against his fate. To help Chaudhry escape, Yun Sha created an even bigger distraction. He landed among the guards, taunting them by saying he had stolen the chains and skill books, daring them to come and get them angry. The guards immediately left their positions and chased him as he ran. Yin Cho used the slowing aura skill he had just stolen. However, thanks to Mirror World, the skill was reversed, becoming accelerating aura, which sped up himself and any friends nearby. The family head Ding Yi saw them running, but noticed something strange. Instead of running away from the house, they were heading back towards the dungeon. Realizing the danger, he ordered 2 of his squads to stop chasing and go back to protect the dungeon. Lord Xiao Ji, now running beside Yin Qi, was totally confused. He asked, why? Yin Qi was leading everyone in the wrong direction, heading straight back into danger. Yun Che laid out his grand plan. He knew that, with so many guards pulled away to chase them, the remaining forces must have already overwhelmed the wild dungeon lord to seize control of the powerful boss. They would have fought a massive battle, meaning the lord's health was now at its absolute lowest point, leaving it vulnerable. Yun Che quickly checked the status of his ultimate skill, Mirror World, seeing how close it was to leveling up. With his eyes glowing purple, he knew exactly what he had to do. Taking down the weakened dungeon lord now would give him that final push he needed to fully power up his most devastating ability. A tense quiet settled into the Ding family's lavish sitting room. The blonde girl, sipping her tea, politely told Ding how her host he could attend to the outdoor commotion. Smiling confidently, Ding Hao, the second patriarch, dismissed it as merely a small thief, assuring his guest his brother, Ding, would handle it easily. But it was far from easy. In the dungeon, Grand Patriarch Ding Yi furiously tried to regain control. He yelled at a guard for being too slow and ordered him to go directly after the rampaging overlord. Seeing Yun Che zip past, Ding Yi then commanded his fastest units, rogues and archers, to abandon the boss and pursue the intruder at all costs. Their efforts, however, utterly failed. Yun Che moved with incredible speed, leaving them behind. He knew his advantage. He'd poured half his attribute points into agility, combined with his reversed acceleration skills. He was so fast that only specialized level 30 rogues or archers stood any chance of keeping up. He easily reached the main chamber, where the skeletal overlord was surrounded. The beast was heavily wounded and crippled, with guards struggling to cast a sealing spell. Yin Che saw his plan had worked perfectly. The boss was now at its weakest. With a surge of purple energy, he prepared to deliver one decisive blow to finish off the weakened dungeon lord. As Yun Che closed in, the overlord's guards spotted him. Shouting in alarm, they scrambled to block his path before they could even react. Yun Che unleashed his chaotic thorns. Violent purple thorns erupted from the ground, lashing out at them, leaving the guards bewildered. They'd never seen a skill like this. The thorns aimed to inflict a status ailment. Normally, humans can resist such effects, but Yin Che's skill was unnaturally potent, and several guards failed to resist. The horrifying result, the afflicted guards fell into confusion. Suddenly, one mage blasted a fellow guard with a powerful spell, throwing their ranks into complete chaos. The other guards watched in utter shock, stunned by the skill's impossibly high success rate. With enemies now fighting each other, Yin Che seized his golden chance. He blurred past the disorganized guards. His path was clear to his prize, the low HP overlord, ripe for the taking. The guards' defenses crumbled as Yin Che slipped through. They panicked, yelling why. Their shields and crowd control failed, accidentally hitting their own allies. Yun Che noted their utter lack of coordination, recognizing them as nothing more than a motley crew, with absolutely no real team battle experience. He mused that long peace had made them soft, leading directly to their downfall. A guard captain tried to rally his panicked men, insisting that if they could just pin down the intruder, he'd be dead. Just then, suddenly, First Patriarch Ding Yi arrived, commanding his men to hold Yun Che back. The level 42 warrior, clad in fiery gear, declared he'd deal with the intruder personally. With his blazing weapon, he leaped, preparing a devastating attack aimed right at Yun Che. Yun Che calmly watched the Patriarch's approach. Readying himself, he let out a dismissive sound. He decided to face the attack head-on. He pulled out the level 60 combat chains he'd stolen, though too low level for him to fully equip. He knew their immense durability was still intact. As Ding Yi's blazing attack descended, Yun Che used the chains as a makeshift shield, successfully blocking the powerful blast's full force. Yun Che cleverly. He brilliantly turned Ding Yi's powerful attack to his advantage. Instead of just blocking the fiery blast, he used its immense impact to propel himself backwards, like a cannonball shattering the magical seal the guards had struggled to maintain around their boss. He landed perfectly before the gravely wounded dungeon lord. With a final audacious taunt, he cheekily thanked the enraged patriarch for the ride. Before the guards could even react, Yun Che declared he'd snatched the overlord's experience. He unleashed a powerful finishing blow, striking the weakened beast and ending its life. The payoff was immediate and immense. Yun Che gained a staggering 3 levels, instantly jumping to level 20 and receiving 9 new attribute points. But most importantly, the Dungeon Lord's massive experience maxed out. His hidden skill, Mirror World, a system notification confirmed the skill's upgrade, finally reaching the coveted level 2. Seething with rage after his kill was stolen. First Patriarch Ding Yi screamed in fury and charged Yun Che with his fiery axe. Following his lead, the remaining guards rushed forward, determined to capture the audacious intruder, who stood calmly before the massive Dungeon Lord corpse. But Yun Che was unafraid. He focused on his spoils, the new power, his ultimate skill gained at level 2. As Ding Yi's powerful attack was about to connect, it passed harmlessly through a shimmering image of Yun Che, who then vanished. The guard stopped, confused by his sudden disappearance. Suddenly, Yun Che found himself in a completely new place. The world had transformed into a silent, crystal blue-green version of the dungeon. He activated a new ability of his hidden skill, Mirror World. In this strange dimension, he saw ghostly clear versions of Ding Yi and other guards, unaware of his presence. A timer showed his mirror walk would last almost 30 minutes. He realized with excitement that he could now enter the very world. Inside the mirror, inside the strange blue-green world, Yun Che started to use his new power. He saw that everything was a perfect mirror image of the real world. Flipped left to right at first. He brushed off the guards' ghostly forms, assuming they were mere illusions, his hand passing straight through one. But the moment his hand met the glowing crystal ground, he found it surprisingly solid. This realm was no mere illusion, he realized, and his exploration soon led to an incredible discovery. He retrieved a solid crystal fragment from the ground. When a message informed him he possessed a mirror shard, and crucially, could be brought from this dimension into his own reality. This was a monumental discovery for Yun Che. He realized that with his mirror world skill, now at level 2, he could transport real objects from this other world directly into his own. Pondering what other transformations the skill upgrade brought, he promptly checked his system screen. He found a completely different skill list, showcasing numerous powerful reversed abilities, like invisibility and force field cage. But most were confusingly marked not activated. This puzzled him until a message quickly explained that these were reversed forms of base skills he hadn't learned yet. He finally understood the full power of his new ability. The skill list displayed the reversed forms of any skill he could potentially learn. He now understood that to utilize any of these potent abilities, he first had to find and learn their normal versions. In his own reality, the skill reversal at level 1 was merely a simple, basic aspect of his ability's true power. As he scrolled through the exhilarating list of future powers, he realized this changed everything. He could now strategically select powerful skill pairs and meticulously plan his entire class path in advance, knowing precisely what formidable reverse forms he would unlock. Why Yunke pondered his new skill's full potential. He suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. He spun around, spotting a faint blue-green, humanoid shape drifting aimlessly through the crystal air. He mused, could that be his soul? Like his own disembodied state before his rebirth. Intrigued, he wondered aloud, are there other souls in this strange world? Without warning, the serene soul abruptly flared with green energy, morphing into a screaming, skeletal undead creature that lunged directly at him. Surprised, Yin-Che pulled out his glowing blade and got ready to fight. He met the creature's attack, and with one swing easily smashed the undead being, noting it didn't seem very strong. Just as he finished the creature, a new message popped up, getting his attention. The system offered him an undead contract. He explained he could make a deal with the soul he had just beaten, letting it leave the mirror world and fight for him in the real world. The contract also said the soul's highest level would always be the same as his, and he could have 20 such contracts. This unexpected event made Yin-Che think about what this new power could do. Yin-Che thought about what his new power meant. He now understood that, after beating an undead creature in the mirror world, he could make a deal with its soul and bring it out into reality as a powerful fighter, holding the mirror shard he had made real. He knew his ability wasn't just for things like stones. Level 2 upgrade to mirror world was a real game changer, letting him bring not only items, but also an army of undead from the mirror world into the real one. Looking at the huge crystal landscape, full of possibilities, he found the idea interesting. Back in the real world, things were messy. With its lord defeated, the private dungeon had vanished, leaving a stunned and confused army of guards. They couldn't understand where the intruder had gone. One captain frantically asked how he just vanished, just wondering if it was a high-level rogue stealth skill. A rogue expert quickly said no, explaining their stealth had clear limits and couldn't make someone disappear so perfectly. The lack of answers made another captain angry, and he grabbed the rogue, demanding to know how the intruder could have escaped with so many of them there. The first patriarch Ding was even angrier. Having lost his valuable private dungeon, he took his anger out on one of his men, grabbing the man's face and yelling that if they couldn't find the person responsible, they would have to pay him back for the loss. Meanwhile, Yun Cha's time in the mirror world was ending. As his mirror walk timer ticked closer to 0, he wondered where he'd reappear this time. Would he return to his original location? Or did the mirror world have different rules for departure? He got his answer just moments later, when he materialized back in the real world, right in the exact spot where he'd originally vanished. The furious Ding spotted him instantly, and without a second thought, roared for his men to seize him. Facing this fresh assault from the Ding family's fighters, Junke remained perfectly unruffled. He raised a hand, a swirling green light shimmering within it, as he warned them not to be so hasty. He declared that after being ganged up on for so long, it was his turn to return the favor. With that, he unleashed the power he had just gained from the mirror world. A flood of eerie skeletal warriors burst forth, forming a truly terrifying, undead army that surged towards the stun guards. The guards reacted with sheer terror, their attacks faltering as they questioned what these ghost-like figures could possibly be. Were they actual specters? The first patriarch Ding tried to quell the surging fear. He bellowed at his men not to panic, claiming the creatures were merely undead monsters he'd encountered countless times before. One of the guards engaged a skeletal warrior, bracing himself for a brutal battle. However, he was utterly astonished to see a health bar appear. Above the creature, it was an undead skeleton warrior, and it was only level 20, the same as Yun Che. Despite this revelation, the fear remained potent. Ding Yi's face twisted with pure fury at his men's persistent hesitation to get them to fight. He promised a generous bonus to everyone if they attacked and captured the intruder. The promise of a reward seemed to reignite their courage. But just as the guards shifted their focus from the undead army back to Yunche, they discovered he was no longer there. Confused, they frantically looked around, utterly baffled as to where he could have possibly vanished. Having used his freshly summoned undead as a cunning distraction, Yunche observed the chaos from a safe distance. He assessed that his current army was still too weak to be truly effective. He knew that if he could find and strike deals with even stronger souls, the disorganized guards would be absolutely no match for him. However, he was limited by what he could actually find. He had already made deals with the 20 strongest souls available in the small area he had explored. Within the mirror world, he also found that his exploration of the mirror world wasn't endless. He had hit a wall that kept him within 200 meters of his entry point. This made him realize that to find better undead, he would need to enter the mirror world from different places in the future. His planning was cut short when he saw that his friend, Chao Ji, who had been acting as a distraction, had been found hiding in the woods. One of the guards sneered at the disguised boy, teasing him about the reward he would get for catching him. Without hesitation, Yun Che leaped from the shadows, quickly and precisely striking down the guards, threatening his friend. With their path clear, he grabbed the stunned Chao Ji and told him they were leaving. Looking at the mess he had created with his undead army, keeping the rest of the guards busy, Yun Che decided their job was done. It was time to go back, get away from the danger, and properly check all the new things he had gained from his bold raid. As Yun Che and Chao Ju escaped, the remaining Ding family guards fought the undead army. The guards fiercely attacked the skeletal warriors, breaking their bones. A guard leader noted the creatures weren't very strong, but their relief was short-lived. To their horror, a defeated skeleton would instantly reform unharmed. They kept fighting, only for skeletons to revive endlessly, just as the guards' spirits were breaking. Ding Yi, the strong level 52 third head of the Ding family, appeared calmly smoking. He realized the skeletons were summoned creatures, and that reviving them used their summoner's magic. With a confident smile, he concluded they just needed to kill them until their master ran out of energy. Sometime after the chaotic attack, the old master himself, the formidable patriarch with a flowing white beard, returned and immediately demanded if their important guest, Miss Yin Sha, had already departed. Inside, his son, Ding Hao, bowed respectfully, apologizing for his failure to keep her there. He explained the intruder was unbelievably audacious, causing a huge commotion by shouting and even shattering a window, which utterly terrified their guest away. The old master, the formidable level 57 Ding Dan, son of hero Ding Kuan, was absolutely furious. He roared at his son for the catastrophic security failure, enraged that an intruder had gotten in and then escaped without being identified. Ding Hao hung his head in shame, taking full blame. However, Ding Hao offered some good news despite the chaos. Miss Yin Sha still agreed to go to the hero's dungeon, meaning his grandfather. Hero Ding Kuan's important matter was not ruined. This didn't calm the enraged patriarch one bit. Ding Dan swore they'd kill the culprits without a shred of mercy. He then impatiently ordered his son to quickly check what else was stolen, safely away from the chaos. Yin Che reviewed his impressive gains. He looked at the temporary dungeon access permit he stole, which conveniently bore Chao Ji's name. He had the pass, his main objective, but he still needed an escort for the hero's dungeon. He decided not to rush this particular problem. He assessed his other gains. From the audacious Ding family house raid, it was incredibly profitable, raising his level to 20. His powerful Chimera Bone Ring was almost destroyed from blocking an attack, but he'd stolen over 10 valuable skill books. He saw one book had chant skills, all support types. He learned Battle Song Chant, which boosted critical hit rate and damage, but lowered defense. He immediately considered its reversed form, Shield Song Chant, which would do the exact opposite. He excitedly realized that by learning and reversing these support skills, he could greatly boost his stats. With these phenomenal boosts, and a new passive skill that increased his strength, he knew he could absolutely crush any same-level opponent. And with raw stats alone, not even counting skill books, the Dungeon Lord dropped a rare level 30 item. It was Corrupted Knight's armor, which would definitely come in handy later. But most importantly, above all the levels, skills, and fancy equipment, he had finally leveled up his hidden skill, Mirror World, to level 2. Reflecting on his new abilities, Yun-Che admitted his necromantic summons greatly boosted his combat power, but he knew deep down it still wasn't enough. Recalling the hero Ding Kuen's terrifying statue, he judged his enemy was at least an S-rank berserker. To have even a ghost of a chance at killing him, Yun-Che figured he'd need to reach level 50 or higher, and even more crucially, find and contract an S-rank necromantic spirit. Later, finally safe from the Ding compound, a still shaken Chao Ji nervously asked Yun-Che if they wouldn't be followed. Yun-Che calmly replied they'd lost their pursuers and were safe since their faces hadn't been seen. Still, Chao Ji remained uneasy, and Yun-Che noted how traumatizing the experience must have been for him. Seeing his current undead army was too weak, Yun-Che decided his next move. He asked Chao Ji if there were any nearby dungeons where a powerful individual had perished. When Chao Ji looked utterly confused, Yun-Che explained he needed a higher level dungeon to level up faster, adding that the powerful person was for something Chao Ji would find out later. After a moment, Chao Ji confirmed such a place existed. However, he hesitated, worried as he revealed it was the school's private dungeon, and they couldn't simply sneak in. This information made Yun-Che pause, thinking about a controlled, heavily guarded dungeon. But he didn't waver. He simply decided if normal entry was impossible, he'd just use special methods to get what he wanted. As part of his special methods, to enter the school's private dungeon, Yun-Che met with his class teacher. He gave the teacher a valuable, rare, purple-quality skill book for his Wanderer class, stolen directly from the Ding family. The bribe worked. The teacher, believing Yun-Che had some serious connections, he became much more cooperative. He admitted dungeon access was usually strictly controlled, and he couldn't just easily change things. However, he then revealed a loophole. The dungeon opened specifically for graduating students. While Yun-Che wasn't typically qualified, a teacher could recommend an outstanding student. Convinced of Yun-Che's incredible potential, he promised to secure him a spot. The plan worked. Yun-Che joined the other students, entering the school's notorious Valiant dungeon. Other students were either determined or overly flattering. One grimly remarked, "This might be my last chance to level up," while another loudly thanked the hero. As Yun-Che walked past the glowing portal, he felt a strange sense of unease. Sensing something was terribly off with this dungeon, the teacher enthusiastically explained. It was where the hero once battled, and traces of his power might still linger inside. Nearby, Chao Ju listened grimly. He horrifyingly realized the Valiant dungeon was where, according to the Empire's fake history, hero Ding Kuen valiantly slew his great-grandfather, Frater Chaoen. Knowing the dark truth, Xiao Yu hesitated, struggling internally. Should he tell Yun-Che what he knew about the dungeon's true history? As students gathered at the dungeon entrance, the teacher gave a final, stern warning. It was a high-level dungeon, and they had to be careful to stay within their limits. He then singled out a red-haired student in armor, Little Z, telling him to look after Yun-Che and Chao Ju. Little Z was clearly annoyed, complaining he couldn't focus on leveling up. If he had to babysit, another student pushed him forward, telling him to stop complaining since the dungeon was open. Grumbling about why younger students were even allowed, Little Z entered the dungeon with the others. He condescendingly ordered Yun-Che and Chao Ju to stay back and not cause trouble, threatening to abandon them if they became a burden. As the group ventured into the vast, purple-lit interior, Yun-Che silently assessed his surroundings. He noted it was supposed to be a level 20 to 40 dungeon. However, his instincts from his past life screamed that something was very, very wrong. A profound unease swept through him, chilling him to the core. He sensed an overwhelming danger, a lurking menace, that utterly defied this dungeon's stated difficulty level. As the students ventured deeper into the radiant, purple-hued, Valiant dungeon, Yoon spotted an unexpected sight. Yin and her blonde companion, Yin Sha, were inside. He immediately wondered how they, mere junior students, could possibly be permitted here. Meanwhile, little Z, tasked with keeping an eye on Yin Che, also noticed the two girls. He quickly pointed them out to a fellow armored student. This student immediately began fantasizing about escorting the lovely ladies. His daydream was abruptly shattered by a much taller, more serious student in a full helmet, who smacked him hard and told him to snap out of it. The helmeted student then revealed that Yun and Yun Sha were far more formidable than they appeared. Both were over level 30. He scoffed, suggesting they should be asking the girls for help, not the other way around. The daydreamer wasn't even good enough. Embarrassed, the student mumbled that he was just talking. As the older students bickered, the daydreaming boy continued to watch Yun Sha and Yun. To his and his friends' utter astonishment, the two powerful junior students completely ignored them, instead heading straight for Yun Xia and Xiao Ju. Yun Xia watched their approach, bewildered. He recognized his own status as the honored guest from the Ding family's residence. Her direct advance immediately sparked his suspicion. Did she know the original owner of his body? Or was she here to confront him on behalf of Ding Shu, the person he'd publicly humiliated? Yin Sha, however, approached directly and with a friendly smile, radiating confidence. She told Yun Che she'd seen him at the memorial hall, complimenting his impressive fighting skills, and then added that his voice was unique. Yun Che wasn't sure what she was after, figuring she was simply engaging in polite conversation. But then, Yun Sha's eyes glinted gold as she leaned in close, revealing she recognized his voice specifically from the sound of shattering glass. During his audacious escape from the Ding family estate, Yun Che was utterly stunned. He instantly realized, with alarm, that this powerful girl had identified him as the intruder, and all from just 2 sentences. He shouted, "Yin Sha," having perfectly made her point. Yin Sha's clothes transformed into pristine white, mage-like combat gear. Yin did the same, donning a dark green, energetic outfit. Yun Chao then informed his still-stunned Yun Che that they'd explore the dungeon first, before walking off with her friend. As they departed, Yun Che carefully processed the encounter. He realized she recognized him as the intruder, but chose not to publicly expose him, subtly delivering her message. This made him wonder if it was a warning. He considered the dangerous possibility that Ding Shui might also recognize his voice from their earlier fight. However, Yin Che decided not to worry for now. He was confident that, as long as the Ding family didn't act immediately, his rapid leveling speed would soon make him strong enough for any threat they posed. Seeing her act so friendly, he decided to offer a warning in return. He called out, advising them to be careful. As his instincts told him, the dungeon felt strangely dangerous. Yin Sha stopped, seeming to agree. Telling her friend the place felt odd. She reflected that, given her high level, the dungeon shouldn't feel so unsettling. With a final knowing smile at Yin Che, she thanked him for the warning. Before she and Yun continued, the brief, friendly talk between Yun Che and the high-level girls didn't go unnoticed. The other older students watched in disbelief, gossiping about why the usually cold Yin Sha was so familiar with him. Driven by jealousy, they surrounded Yin Che, asking about his relationship with her, and demanding an introduction. Not interested, Yin Che cut off the questions, announcing he and Xiao Ju were leaving the group to explore alone. The older students were shocked by his overconfidence, warning him that as younger students, the level 20 monsters would surely kill them. To their surprise, their supervisor, little Z, told them to let the two go. He reasoned that for Yun Che to be friends with someone as mighty as Yun, his own power level had to be incredibly high. but when the others protested, reminding him of their teacher's strict orders, little Zai's true motive was laid bare in his thoughts. He aggressively reminded his friends of their true objective, to find those precious crystals. He didn't want to share any of the potential loot, so letting them wander off like this was absolutely perfect. He finalized his decision callously, telling the group to ignore Yunche and Xiao Ji, reasoning they had distress signal guns if they truly needed help. As Yunche and Xiao Ji confidently walked away, he watched them, seething with anger and bitter jealousy. He just couldn't understand why such a plain kid got so much of Yun Xiao's attention. His simmering envy quickly festered into dark malice. He concluded that if Yun Xiao was so utterly overconfident, he deserved to die for it. Sometime after Yun Xia and her companions had ventured into the dungeon, an enraged Ding Shu stormed up to the entrance. A male staff member and a woman from the facility asked him sharply what he thought he was doing. Filled with incandescent rage, Ding Shu lunged and grabbed the man's shirt, demanding to know if a team had just gone inside. The staff member, in turn, demanded to know what he intended to do. This furious confrontation came hot on the heels of a frustrating meeting Ding Shu had just endured with his family elders, when he desperately tried to convince them that Yunche and Xiao Ji were the very intruders who had raided their family home. His own father, Ding Hao, coldly dismissed his claims. He coldly retorted, telling Ding Shu not to blame them for his public humiliation, stating he had no time for such trivial matters. Ding Shu, however, strongly insisted that he recognized their voices from the brutal raid. However, Ding Gai remained highly doubtful, pointing out that the intruders were far too skilled to be mere students, easily evading their many guards. Dingus said that unless Ding Shu could prove their power was unequivocally greater than the guards, he couldn't possibly support his outrageous claim. The esteemed family head, Ding Dang, then coldly told him to leave them to their more important family matters. Utterly dismissed by his own family, Ding Shu had no choice but to act alone himself. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon entrance, he confronted the staff member once more, declaring with a fierce determination that since Yunche and Xiao Ji were already inside, he had to follow them into the dungeon. Meanwhile, Yunche was battling a formidable level 20 greed demon crystal giant. The creature, crafted from sharp blue crystals, attacked relentlessly as Yunche skillfully dodged its blows. Then, an even mightier foe materialized. A level 30 greed demon crystal eye. It fired a devastating beam of purple energy directly at him. Witnessing the new monster's immense power, Yunche braced himself for the impending impact. From a distance, a terrified Xiao Ji cried out Yunche's name and activated a crucial support skill, a set of golden shields, adorned with angel wings manifested around Yunche, shielding him from the fierce assault. This skill, known as Surrounding Shield, granted Yunche a barrier with 500 durability and 700 defense for a full 3 minutes. But Xiao Ji wasn't done yet. He unleashed a motivational shout, which enveloped Yunche in an aura that amplified his strength. This bestowed upon Yunche the Inspire status, boosting his attack power and speed by 5%. It was clear Xiao Ji was rapidly evolving into an incredibly effective support player, strengthened by Xiao Ji's crucial assistance. Yunche unleashed a series of potent attacks upon the colossal crystal monster, with his trick blade skill active, granting him a whopping 70% attack boost. He absolutely shattered the formidable level 30 Eye of the Mountain with one powerful final blow. Victory brought immediate rewards. Yunche leveled up to an impressive level 21 and gained 3 fresh attribute points. Xiao Ji was equally elated, shouting in surprise, as he, too, leveled up to 11 and received 3 attribute points of his own. Yunche explained to his friend that the Surrounding Shield and motivational shout skills had originated from the very books they had swiped from the Ding family. He remarked that these were incredibly useful skills that Xiao Ji was perfectly capable of learning. As he gazed at the defeated monster's shimmering remains, Yunke Muzedon, how significantly their teamwork had improved. He knew the monsters in this dungeon were definitely high level, but Xiao Ji's new support skills made the battles significantly easier to handle. As they delved deeper into the dungeon's crystal caves, Yunshe suddenly recalled something his teacher had mentioned. His teacher had spoken of a rare monster in this dungeon known as the Obsidian Beast. He'd mentioned that slaying it offered a chance to obtain a rare support skill. Book for gravitational pull. This was a massive opportunity for Yunshe because he had already glimpsed the skill's reversed form, Force Field Zone, on his Mirror World skill list, and knew it was a crucial skill for his future plans. But hunting this beast wasn't his sole objective. He gazed out at the vast, eerie landscape, knowing that this dungeon was also rumored to be where many powerful adventurers had met their demise. He believed their souls might still linger where they fell, offering him a chance to find and contract powerful, undead spirits for his army. He hoped to find some of these souls in the area. Suddenly, he sensed danger, and his eyes widened in alarm. In the canyon below, a colossal creature made of dark, glowing purple rock materialized. But it wasn't alone. A whole horde of these elite-level obsidian beasts was on the move, marching in unison through the Crystal Pillar Canyon from a high cliff. Yunshe and Xiao Ju observed the strange sight. Yunshe noted that the elite beasts were moving in a massive group and had already traveled at least a kilometer farther than they normally would venture. This highly unusual, organized behavior led him to a grave conclusion. As he mumbled the words, "Wanderer type," he recognized the telltale signs of a much bigger and smarter threat. The obsidian beast behavior reminded Yunshe of something specific, and he explained what a wanderer-type monster is. These are rare creatures that lack a fixed spawn location and roam freely all over a dungeon map. They are significantly stronger than normal monsters of the same level and could easily overwhelm any unprepared adventurer. Back in the early days, before humans grew strong and learned to control the dungeons themselves, running into a wanderer-type monster often meant a brutal fight for survival. These creatures were especially dangerous because they weren't confined to the dungeon. They could wander outside, threatening human towns and unleashing a wave of disaster and death. However, Yunke also knew that this immense risk came with an equally immense reward. The experience and items dropped by wanderer-type monsters were far superior to those from ordinary creatures, making them a high-risk, high-reward target for any adventurer brave enough to face them. Knowing the immense threat posed by the group of obsidian beasts, Yunshe knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He knew the monsters were simply too powerful for a direct assault and decided he needed to test their abilities first to pinpoint any weaknesses. His initial assessment revealed a formidable defense. The level 30 obsidian crystal beasts possessed a powerful, always active healing skill, making them incredibly difficult to wear down. Before he could strategize a new plan, the beasts retaliated fiercely, unleashing a coordinated blast of powerful energy beams. Called Monorise, Yunke used his incredible speed to weave through the thick, relentless web of attacks, aided by the winged shields Xiao Ji had summoned for him. But the monster's attacks were too numerous and too frequent. One of the beams eventually struck him, drawing blood and sending a searing shock of pain through his back. He realized that even his immense speed wasn't enough to evade all of them. A quick glance at his health bar revealed the perilous situation he was in. His health had plummeted significantly. He knew he was vulnerable. His current body's HP and defense stats were simply too low. He understood that if it weren't for Xiao Ji's surrounding shield, he would have been severely wounded by that single hit. Knowing he was too weak, Yunshe quickly devised a different plan. He called forth his skeletal undead army. A terrifying horde of skeletons, wreathed in eerie green flames, appeared. Their mission, to hold back the relentless obsidian beasts. but the power gap between them was absolutely massive. The elite monsters effortlessly tore through his summoned forces. He watched as the health bars of his skeletons began to plummet. Realizing with growing frustration, he knew that even his mighty undead army couldn't hold the line against such overwhelmingly powerful enemies. He executed a strategic retreat, noting one silver lining. The powerful monsters were surprisingly slow-moving, which bought him a precious window of time. He knew his own abysmal health and defense stats were critical weaknesses that couldn't be remedied quickly. He decided that the only true path to conquering these formidable creatures was to fully rely on Xiao Ji's impenetrable defensive skills. To make that a reality, however, his friend desperately needed to level up and fast. Yin Che turned to Xiao Ji, outlining their brand new strategy. They would first tackle regular, weaker monsters to quickly bolster their strength. They swiftly relocated to an area teeming with weaker monsters, where Yin Che immediately pointed out a specific group of enemies he'd spotted before, declaring them perfect for powering up Xiao Ji's level. In intense group battles, the shield bearer acts as the main defense. Other classes utterly rely on them to absorb incoming damage, allowing them to launch safe, ranged attacks from afar. Following Yin Che's earlier advice to strive for S-rank glory, Xiao Ji had diligently been meticulously allocating all his new stat points directly into his defense stat. This specialized build, coupled with the stolen armor from the formidable Ding family guards, was now proving its incredible worth. Xiao Ji had successfully constructed the impenetrable main defenses of a true shield bearer. He can now effortlessly block and deflect attacks from menacing level 20 monsters, taking only negligible damage in return. Under Yun Che's experienced and focused guidance, Xiao Yi diligently began rigorous training to completely master his role as a shield bearer. From a strategic distance, Yunke shouted precise, critical instructions, teaching his friend the absolute fundamentals of a perfect defensive stance, detailing how to shift his weight, brace his body, steady his body, and precisely angle his shield to effectively block any incoming attack. Putting these vital lessons immediately into practice, Xiao Ji successfully blocked a powerful blow from a fearsome crystal monster. He was thrilled to see his improved skills pay off. A message popped up showing his shield's durability dropping, much slower than before. Still, he was inexperienced, as Yin Che warned him to brace for follow-up attacks. The monster struck again, catching Xiao Ji completely off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground before the creature could land a decisive final blow. Yunke leapt into action, blocking the attack and saving his friend. He sees the moment as another valuable lesson, explaining why it's crucial to always anticipate the enemy's next move. He advised Xiao Ji to avoid big, sweeping movements with a shield, which would leave him vulnerable, and instead focus on smaller, more efficient blocks that allowed for counterattacks. Patting his friend on the shoulder, he offered one last piece of advice: stay alert, but keep his body relaxed, only tensing at the exact moment of impact, to conserve energy and react faster. The relentless training continued without a pause. With a final encouraging pat on Xiao Ji's armor, Yin Che told him to keep up the excellent work. He stood behind his friend, always offering support and teaching him. Another key lesson for any shield bearer: always keep an eye on your teammates behind you. Hearing this, a look of quiet determination settled on Xiao Ji's face. They immediately put their training to use, fighting side by side against the dungeon's monsters. Yin Che reminded his friend of a crucial rule of combat. When stats are close, it's superior skill that ultimately decides the victor. Their teamwork paid off after defeating another monster. Yin Che leveled up once more. Reaching level 22, he was incredibly happy with their progress. Now that Xiao Ji could face enemies with confidence, it meant they could fight far more efficiently, allowing Yin Che to gain experience at a much faster rate. The biggest growth, however, was for Xiao Ji, who excitedly announced that he had finally reached the important milestone of level 15. Reaching this level was a key moment. Xiao Ji could now learn a new, powerful skill, a powerful skill from one of their stolen books. He hoisted the glowing, rare skill book, Shield Armor, a skill that would encase his shield in an outer layer of impenetrable armor. This granted it immense durability and a defense rating that scaled with his own stats, transforming him into an even more formidable tank. With his level now high enough, Chuji mastered the Shield Armor skill. It was the final skill book he could utilize from the Ding family's stolen collection. The new ability manifested as a shimmering layer of glowing green armor across his summoned shield, drastically boosting its defensive might. Yunche also observed that the skill's defensive enhancement would be an enormous asset when they inevitably faced the obsidian beasts once more. Meanwhile, in a different sector of the Crystal Pillar Canyon, a trio of men from the school's teaching staff were surveilling the exact same group of elite obsidian beasts that Yunche and Xiao Ji had encountered earlier. The teachers were baffled by the sheer number of elite-level wanderer-type monsters gathered in a single spot. They concluded that these monsters were far too perilous for any student. They needed to be eliminated immediately. However, they understood the immense challenge ahead. While confident they could manage regular level 30 monsters, these elite-level wanderer types were a completely different beast, far more powerful and dangerously unpredictable. Their discussion was abruptly cut short when a student's distress signal suddenly flared up into the sky. Forced to alter their strategy, the teachers opted to halt their hunt and prioritize rescuing the students as they prepared to depart. However, they couldn't hide their deep concern regarding the Wanderer group. They knew these monsters posed a significant threat and that any student who blundered into them, unaware, would face grave peril. As the teaching team geared up for the rescue, one of them, Pang Jiang, agreed it was far too dangerous and volunteered to stay behind just in case. The team leader, Lei Lei, was about to give his assent when Yunche and Xiao Ju suddenly burst onto the scene. Yunche, appearing concerned, immediately voiced his own worries, suggesting that he and Xiao Ju could monitor the group of wanderers instead. He explained that if the rescue party encountered another pack of powerful monsters, 2 teachers alone might not be enough to manage the situation. He approached the surprised teachers and calmly laid out his idea. He assured them the wanderers weren't particularly fast, and more importantly, hadn't detected their presence yet. He promised them that, as long as he and Xiao Ju maintained a safe distance and simply observed, they would be perfectly fine, and urged the teachers to press on without worry. After a moment of hesitation, the teachers reluctantly agreed to the plan. However, before they departed, Lady gave Yun Kiadita warning. He stressed that the monsters were incredibly dangerous, and that Yunche and Xiao Ju must absolutely never act on their own or attempt to fight them. He reiterated that they must stay hidden, because if the powerful creatures spotted them, they would have no chance of escape. As the teachers hurried away, one of them yelled a final, desperate warning for Yunche to conceal himself well, telling him he'd have no way to escape if the monsters found him. But Yunche had absolutely no plans to hide. As soon as the teachers were out of sight, he launched his own assault on the group of obsidian beasts, confidently declaring that it was the monsters who wouldn't be able to escape from him. He immediately put his new plan into action. He summoned his undead army to serve as a front line, absorbing the first wave of mana ray attacks from the powerful beasts. This time, however, the skeletons were not alone. Xiao Ju, now a formidable tank, used both his surround shield and his new shield armor skills. This created a super strong defensive wall, protecting the skeletons from the powerful energy beams, which had previously been a major threat. Now, he slammed into their mighty shields, yet couldn't land a single hit, barely even scratching the undead warriors they were fiercely protecting. With the monsters' attention fixed on his unbreakable front line, Yunche deftly moved through the chaos and launched his own fierce attack. He landed a series of devastating blows, shattering the crystal bodies of the elite monsters. with just his bare fists. He focused his attacks on one radiant crystal monster, watching its health bar rapidly shrink with each hit. With a final, sharp blow, he shattered the creature's core, and the formidable level 30 beast crumbled, defeated. It dropped a brilliant beam of light, a sure sign of valuable loot. After successfully vanquishing one of the powerful, wanderer-type monsters, Yin Che felt a surge of satisfaction. He noticed he was growing increasingly adept at wielding his new support class, skillfully blending his own attacks with Chao Ji's stout defenses and his undead army. However, he knew his current power level was still far weaker than what he commanded in his past life, while his reverse skills allowed him to significantly boost his attack power. He was still held back by the naturally low base attack of support class. He yearned for a way to amplify his basic damage even further. He then pondered his other gains from the intense battle, such as the prestigious titles he'd earned for defeating powerful monsters. The victory had also granted him another level up, and he was thrilled to see just how much experience the rare elite monsters bestowed. As he approached the monster's fallen body to retrieve the dropped items, a message confirmed he had successfully secured the valuable rewards. As Yun Che examined the loot from the defeated monster, his eyes widened in utter surprise. He had obtained a potent weapon with high attack, a massive, glowing, pink crystal longsword that granted him a phenomenal plus 552 bonus to his attack power. A slow smile spread across his face as he suddenly realized this was the perfect answer to his dilemma. This single weapon would be more than enough to compensate for his class's naturally low base attack power. He equipped the sword, and it transformed in his hands, becoming a much larger, more menacing blade that crackled with dark, purple energy. With this new power, he was certain future battles would be far easier. However, his luck wasn't quite perfect. He then looked at the other dropped item, a skill book, but was disappointed it wasn't the specific gravitational pull skill he had desperately hoped for. He figured the chance of that particular skill dropping must not be very high. As he stood on the cliff edge, wishing for better luck and a chance to hunt more of those high-reward wander monsters, his thoughts were abruptly cut short. A bright red, firework-like explosion suddenly lit up the sky in the distance, and it immediately seized his attention. Yin Xia immediately recognized the flare in the sky. It wasn't just any distress signal. It was the special kind of flare that only the school's teacher teams possessed, which meant they were in serious trouble. The teachers, who had gone to what they thought was a student's distress call, found themselves in an extremely dire situation. They had stumbled upon a massive group of elite, wanderer-type monsters, all gathered around a single cave entrance. They couldn't comprehend why so many of these powerful creatures were all there. Soon after, Yin Che, Chao Ju, Yin Sha, and Yin Yin also arrived. They were just as bewildered by the sheer number of monsters gathered in one place. One of the teachers explained that they had just arrived after seeing the signal and didn't know what was happening yet. He pointed towards a cave, explaining that the signal was coming from inside and that the students they had come to rescue must be trapped in there. Another teacher elaborated on their grim situation. They were trying to organize a rescue, but the group of monsters was simply too immense. Even with all the teachers united, they couldn't muster enough strength to break through. Just then, the mighty Yun Sha and Yun Yin arrived, and a teacher immediately sought their aid. They explained it would be a massive help if the two could assist in the rescue mission. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Sha accepted the teacher's plea, stating that saving fellow students was their shared duty. She swiftly seized control of the chaotic battle, summoning a glowing, star-shaped magical artifact. Then, she unleashed a powerful, area-wide buffing spell called Starlight Mystic Art. The spell washed over the teachers and students, enveloping them in a radiant golden light that drastically boosted their morale and attack power. The sheer potency of this buff left everyone stunned, immediately recognizing it as an epic-level skill. With her allies now significantly strengthened, Yunsha then focused her gaze on the monster horde, unleashing a devastating attack spell, Gravitational Pressure. This crushed a massive area of the Wanderer beasts. Simultaneously, Yun plunged into the fray, employing her own destructive attack, Hidden Thorn, which instantly annihilated a level 30. Radiant Crystal Spike, showcasing her own immense power. The combined might of their assaults was absolutely breathtaking. The other students and teachers could only watch in utter awe, as the previously unyielding monster group was utterly decimated. One student exclaimed that, with such immense power on their side, they should easily be able to rescue the trapped individuals now. He then lauded the astonishing strength of Yun and Yunsha, witnessing this incredible display of power from both Yunsha and Yun. Yunshe was profoundly impressed. He observed that not only was their equipment top tier, but their skills were equally exceptional. He concluded that with their assistance, the rescue would undoubtedly succeed without a hitch, even without his personal involvement. With the immediate threat now dealt with, Yunshe's attention shifted to a larger mystery. As the rescue team advanced towards the cave, he pondered, what could have possibly drawn so many powerful Wanderer-type monsters to converge on this particular spot? Deciding to investigate solo, he instructed Xiao Ji to remain with the main group, while he forged ahead to scout. Yunshe then unleashed his newly upgraded ability, Mirror Walk, phasing clean out of reality and into the parallel mirror dimension. He gazed upon the strange, purple-hued landscape, realizing the dungeon's crystal structure gave him an abundance of reflective surfaces, allowing him to enter the mirror world at any time. However, he also understood there were limits to this power. He hadn't yet figured out how to exit the dimension whenever he pleased, remembering how he'd been thrown out when the timer ran out during his raid on the Ding family's house, and he couldn't get back in. As he navigated the mirror version of the cave, passing by the ghostly, untouchable phantoms of the other adventurers, he observed something strange. The people had phantoms, but the monsters did not. Looking closer, he saw that the bodies of the monsters he had killed before existed physically in this dimension. This led him to a key understanding of his abilities, rules regarding others. It seemed that other living things did not have a physical form. In the mirror world, only their dead bodies did, moving silently and unseen through the mirror world. Yunke followed the ghostly phantoms of the other adventurers into the cave. He quickly recognized them as the group of senior students, including the one called Little Z. He deduced that they must have been the ones who attracted the huge horde of wander monsters and, finding themselves overwhelmed, had fired the distress signal. From his vantage point, he could see they were using the narrow confines of the cave to hold their ground, which should keep them safe for a short time. However, the main mystery still remained. What could possibly be inside the cave that would attract so many of these powerful creatures? He pressed on, moving deeper into the mirror version of the cave to investigate the perplexing crystal landscape. Made it hard to find his way. With the endless reflections, this made it hard to get a clear read on things. Suddenly, he froze solid. His eyes went wide with pure shock and disbelief. He'd stumbled upon something utterly unexpected, something that absolutely shouldn't exist in a place like this. As he delved deeper into the mirror world's cave, Yunshe's eyes widened further. He discovered the dungeon's true treasure, a massive vein of special, glowing green crystal ore. Now he finally understood why Little Z and his group had risked everything to get here. Dungeons often contain special resources that simply don't exist in the real world, which are crucial for crafting powerful, unique equipment. These green ores were one such valuable resource, worth far more than mere gold. As he gazed at a green crystal, a message suddenly popped up. identifying it as a mirror image crystal Oregon. The message confirmed he could indeed loot it, and even take it out of the mirror world. But even more importantly, it prompted him to return to the real world from this very spot. This was an absolutely massive discovery. To test his theory, he touched a different, normal blue crystal and saw the exact same message. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face as he fully grasped what his ability could achieve. He now understood something critical. As long as he could find any mirrored surface, he could use it as his personal, private exit to return to the real world whenever he desired. Strolling among the glowing green crystals, Yinshe picked up a piece of the valuable ore. He pondered his newly upgraded skill, knowing there was still so much more to learn about its true, full power, and that he'd need to find a good opportunity to properly study it. For now, however, he decided to focus on exploring the massive crystal vein he'd stumbled upon. As he delved deeper, he was utterly shocked by the sheer amount of treasure. The sheer volume of ore was incredible. It was a truly massive deposit, enough to make any ordinary person who minded an instant billionaire. This astonishing sight finally solved the lingering mystery that had been troubling him. He now understood why so many powerful, wanderer-type monsters, they'd gathered right at the entrance to this cave. They were drawn to, and likely guarding, this incredibly valuable resource. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the rescue was on. Yunsha kept unleashing powerful spells, like gravitational pressure, to crush the monstrous wanderers, while Yunin followed up with her own deadly dual blade dance that tore through the remaining enemies. Not content with just helping her allies, Yunsha also showcased her own incredible attack power with Star Rain Art, a devastating spell hitting a wide area. The students and teachers watching were completely stunned, wondering if all their skills were epic level, as their power far surpassed that of the teachers. With a final, huge cross-shaped slash, the last of the wanderer beasts at the cave entrance was destroyed. The path was now clear for the rescue team to go in and get the trapped senior students, who were huddled together, tired but alive, as the rescue party led them out. One of the seniors, little Zai, said he was very relieved, saying he thought he was going to die in the cave. However, the always careful Yin Yin was quick to halt his relief, warning him not to relax. She pointed out that they still had to fight their way out of the dungeon, and that everyone was already tired from the last battle. Yinsha agreed, but added with a confident smile that, with their help, the escape should be much easier than their last struggle. As the rescued senior students were being led out of the cave, Yinsha's eyes suddenly widened, a look of surprise and worry on her face, as she sensed something was horribly wrong. Her bad feeling was right, as the students behind her let out terrified screams. The reason for their terror was a horrifying sight. The path ahead, which had been cleared just moments before, was once again full of an unbelievably large group of the elite wanderer-type monsters. It was as if every single wanderer in the whole dungeon had suddenly converged right here, completely cutting off their escape to safety. Meanwhile, the rescue team was getting swamped by the wanderer group's sudden return. Back in the real world, Yinshe continued his solo exploration of the other mirror world, navigating the confusing, maze-like paths of the crystal cave, his path illuminated by the strange green glow of unique or veins. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened in utter disbelief at the sight before him. He had stumbled upon an incredible sight, a massive tree-like crystal formation that soared to the cave's ceiling, and at its very peak, a brightly glowing, star-shaped crystal core pulsed with immense energy. He immediately recognized it for what it was, the dungeon's legendary secret treasure. As he drew closer to the core, he recalled the tales of such items. If the various crystal ores were the dungeon's unique products, then this crystal core was the ultimate prize, the dungeon's singular, true secret treasure. These treasures are the condensed form of all a dungeon's unique products, taking an incredibly long, unknown time to form. They are so rare that a normal person might never encounter one in their entire life. Most importantly, every secret treasure, without fail, boasts a unique and powerful effect. As Yunshe reached out to touch the glowing artifact, he knew then he had found the true heart of this valiant dungeon. With a triumphant smile, Yunshe reached out to the glowing green crystal core he had discovered. A system window immediately appeared, naming the item the Mirror Image Crystal Core. It was a unique quality secret treasure that, when used, would permanently grant a plus 100 boost to stamina, a plus 0.5 increase to mana recovery speed, and a 20% damage reduction from light and electric type attacks. The description also noted that it was a copy of the true secret treasure. Yunshe was absolutely thrilled with this discovery. He understood that the stamina increase would dramatically boost his maximum health, while its rapid mana recovery meant he could unleash his potent trick blade skill more often, skyrocketing his damage. With a clever grin, he focused on what he considered the most game-changing effect, the 20% damage reduction against light and electric types. He knew percentage-based damage reduction was an incredibly rare and priceless effect, even among the very best equipment. And, to top it off, as a consumable secret treasure, it wouldn't even take up one of his precious equipment slots. However, as he clutched the treasure, a strange thought struck him. He knew that, just as the crystal ores had attracted the wanderer monsters, a secret treasure this immense should logically be guarded by a monster whose strength vastly surpassed the wanderers he'd encountered. Deciding not to linger, he prepared to use the secret treasure and then get out. A system window gave him two choices: to either loot the item for later or use it right away. As he went to choose use, another message popped up, revealing a surprising rule. Using or taking the item would demand using up 10 minutes of his remaining mirror walk time, which completely caught him off guard. Back in the real world, just as the rescued students were starting to feel a sense of calm relief, a deep and powerful rumbling sound suddenly rattled the entire cave. The teachers and students looked up in sheer terror, and even the mighty Yunsha and Yunin were frozen, looks of shock and alarm on their faces. From behind the huge crystal formations, a new, massive threat emerged. It was a giant monster, a much larger and more menacing version of the wanderer beast they had just fought, crackling with dark purple energy and dwarfing everything else in the cave. The group immediately understood the horrifying truth of their situation. They had stumbled upon the lord of the wanderer species, a powerful, hidden boss of the dungeon. The teachers and students instantly knew how dire their situation was. They were up against a wandering lord, a rare, hidden boss. This wasn't even the dungeon's main boss. A creature of this caliber is vastly more powerful than a normal boss, and this one, with its massive army of elite followers, posed a threat they couldn't possibly hope to overcome. Panic began to ripple through the group. One of the students shrieked in terror, exclaiming he thought wandering lords only appeared in high-level dungeons. Fear was rapidly spreading, and the others quickly started losing hope, convinced they were all doomed to die. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, Yunsha's calm, powerful voice sliced through the chaos. She urged everyone to calm down, reminding them that the most important thing was to work together, to escape, taking control of the situation. She pointed towards a narrow canyon, declaring it was their sole escape route from the basin they were trapped in. She then laid out a clear plan. As long as they could break through the monster horde and get out of the basin, their superior speed would allow them to escape easily. With a final, encouraging shout, she unleashed her powerful starlight mystic art once more, buffing the entire group. She commanded everyone not to hold back, but to push forward with all their might towards the canyon exit. Inspired by Yunsha's decisive leadership, the teaching team leader, Lei Li, sprang into action, declaring they had to at least get the students out safely. He activated his light-refracting shield and announced that the teachers would take turns leading the charge, with him going first. He then charged headfirst into the monster horde to carve a path. The other teachers and students followed closely behind, their combined attacks creating a powerful surge forward. Support class members unleashed healing and defensive spells on the front line. Fighters, ensuring they could keep moving. Completely surrounded on all sides, the group formed a tight defensive circle, and slowly but surely, they pushed their way towards the canyon exit, as the teachers urged them to hold on. Just as it seemed they might break through, the huge wandering lord stepped in. It led out a mighty roar, a skill called Battle Cry Rally. In response, the regular crystal monsters from all over the dungeon, which had been inactive before, suddenly started moving and began marching towards the basin. They poured into the canyon, their huge numbers forming what seemed like an endless wave of new enemies that completely surrounded the trapped rescue party. The students and teachers could only watch in despair as their escape route was cut off by thousands of new monsters, wondering where they had all come from. The already bad situation for the students and teachers got even worse. The huge wandering lord used a new ability called Crystal Aura. A massive red aura surrounded all the nearby monsters, strengthening them, with a huge 20% increase to their health, attack power, and defense. The students on the front line were immediately beaten, crying out in shock at how much the monsters' attack power had suddenly increased. A stronger group quickly got its first victim. A teacher was pierced by several energy beams, screaming that the damage was too high to be healed, before he was completely beaten by the attacks, and killed. A nearby student shouted in horror, announcing that a teacher was dead, as panic threatened to break them apart. Yinsha took control once more. She ordered the shield guards to the front, to form a defensive line, and told the priests to focus their healing on the shield bearers, to keep them standing even with her strong commands. Yinsha knew their situation was very bad. She thought that everyone was already tired, and they were now just barely holding on. Most terrifying of all, she realized that the wandering lord itself had not yet really started to fight, and they were already being pushed to their limit by its strengthened followers alone. Even giving it their all, the combined might of students and teachers were utterly no match for the empowered, endless horde of monsters. One teacher, his face grim, declared their efforts utterly useless and that they simply couldn't possibly break through like this. Realizing group defense was futile, a cowardly teacher chose to ditch the others. He activated a stealth skill, proclaiming it was every man for himself now. He bolted, trying to slip past the monsters and make his solo escape. Teacher Lee shouted after him, warning him that his stealth skill wouldn't last long enough to escape. His warning proved tragically true. The fleeing teacher was immediately spotted by a smaller, turtle-like crystal monster that burst from the ground, blocking his path, leaving the teacher paralyzed with fear. The huge wandering lord, who had watched the battle unfold until now, finally made its devastating move. It fired a devastating beam of pure energy that slammed into the ground where the lone teacher stood. The teacher was instantly annihilated, blasted into nothing but ashes by the overwhelming power of the Lord's attack. The blast was incredibly powerful, that it not only obliterated the teacher, but also collapsed the entire canyon, completely sealing off their only escape route. With a massive rock slide, the remaining students and teachers could only stare in utter horror at this terrifying, unbelievable display of power. One of them, his face a mask of despair, stammered, "We can no longer escape." Having sealed off their only escape route, the huge wandering lord turned its attention to the trapped adventurers, its crystal eyes glowing as it charged. Another devastating energy beam. One of the students screamed in utter despair, believing it was all over, and that they were the Lord's next target. With no escape from the incoming attack, the group braced themselves for the inevitable. They knew blocking a blast of this magnitude was impossible, but at the absolute last second, one of the students conjured a massive, ornate shield right before their eyes. This shield, an epic quality, Level 70 piece of equipment, known as the Rock Mountain Shield, boasted an immense amount of defense and resistance. The Lord's devastating energy beam slammed into the giant shield with unbelievable force, pushing it backward and threatening to shatter it completely. The teachers and stronger students immediately rushed forward to reinforce the shield, knowing that if it fell, they would all be doomed. Yun Sha, her face contorted with exertion, quickly explained their desperate plan. The shield was level 70 equipment, so its durability was undoubtedly high. However, because its level requirement was so incredibly high, no one in their group was actually powerful enough to properly equip it and receive its full stat bonuses. This meant they had to physically hold the massive, unwieldy object in place with sheer physical strength alone. She knew this was only a temporary solution, a desperate gamble that could only buy them a precious few moments. As the students and teachers desperately clung to the line against the Wandering Lord's relentless attack, their spirits began to crumble. One of the rescued seniors questioned why a monster of such immense power was even lurking in the school's dungeon. Another student, his face a mask of terror and anger, lashed out at the teachers, blaming them for their predicament and demanding to know why they'd been brought here in the first place. One of the teachers, his face grim, wondered if their long struggle to save the trapped students had all been utterly for nothing. The teacher, Lei Li, looked on with a pained expression, his only comfort being that at least the two younger students, Yin Che and Xiao Ju, were safe and wouldn't stumble into this danger. His thought was immediately proven terribly wrong. To his utter shock, as Chao Ji suddenly materialized at his side, he shoves him clear of a sudden, incoming attack. Lei Li just couldn't grasp how this kid, who was supposed to be waiting in the valley, had arrived so incredibly fast. As yet another monster lunged forward, Lei Li screamed a warning, and Tiaoji reacted without a thought, shouting the name of his skill. Surround shield to protect their teacher. Yet the monster's strike was utterly overwhelming, shattering Tiaoji's defenses instantly. This tore open the group's perimeter. With their formation shattered and their main tank wounded, the entire group was left completely exposed. There was no one left who could possibly stop the Wanderer group's relentless advance. Their defensive line lay in ruins, leaving the group totally vulnerable. There was no one left to halt the charging Wanderer monsters. In a desperate burst of bravery, Chao Ji single-handedly charged the monsters. He successfully blocked several powerful attacks, protecting the injured teacher. Lei Li could only stare in utter amazement, wondering how this younger student, whom he had dismissed as useless, possessed such incredible strength. But Chao Ji's solo effort just wasn't enough. The other shield guards' defenses were completely shattered, and their entire defensive line was gone. Chao Ji himself was finally overwhelmed, his armor cracking and breaking, as a powerful blow sent him flying. He lay on the ground, bleeding and defeated, as the monsters prepared to deliver the final, crushing blow. Seeing their last line of defense fall, one of the teachers, face slick with sweat and terror, declared their situation was now truly hopeless. Just as the monsters were about to overrun the defenseless group, a blur of motion slashed through the chaos. To the teacher's utter amazement, Yunqi appeared. He stood atop the body of a defeated monster, holding his massive, glowing crystal longsword, his eyes burning with a cold, deadly calm. He looked down at his beaten and bleeding friend, Chao Ji, and praised him for his bravery. Then, he turned his attention to the monstrous horde. With his voice brimming with fierce confidence, he declared, "Leave the rest to me." Just a short while ago, back in the mirror world, Yin Che stood before the glistening crystal core. He realized that since he had found this replica, the original, real-world version must still exist. This meant that with his incredible mirror world ability, he could effectively double his harvest of any valuable resource. However, he knew there were limits. He had gathered 75 pieces of the valuable crystal ore, but bringing them all out would require 750 minutes of mirror walk time, far more than he currently had. He understood that like the crystal core, each piece of, or cost 10 minutes of his precious time to bring out. Faced with this critical limit, he made a strategic choice. He would loot the real-world crystal core later. But for now, he would use the replica he found in the mirror world to instantly get its powerful buffs. Right away, a system notification confirmed that he had used both the real and mirrored versions of the core, which doubled his stat increases and granted him a powerful 40% immunity to both light and electric type damage. After using the core, as he stood atop the massive crystal formation in the real world, he suddenly felt a powerful vibration shake the whole cave. His eyes widened in alarm as he sensed the new disturbance. Wondering what could have happened, he jumped into action, diving off the crystal formation to find the source of the tumultuous noise. As he leaped from the crystal formation, Yun-Che decided to test his new ability. To exit the mirror world whenever he wanted, he phased through the crystal walls, entering the parallel dimension once more, and noted that he still had almost 13 minutes of his mirror walk time left. With a confident smirk, he confirmed another key part of his incredible power. As long as he had time left on his mirror walk, he could enter and exit the dimension at any time. The ability would only go on cooldown. Once the entire time was used up, he immediately put this to the test. Phasing back through the shimmering crystal walls, he successfully snapped back to reality. However, upon his return, he was greeted by a horrifying sight. The number of monsters had exploded, far exceeding what the crystal or alone could account for. Towering over them all loomed the giant wandering lord, and Yun-Che finally understood that this creature was the true source of the ominous presence he had felt from the very beginning. Realizing the immense danger, his first thought immediately went to his friends. He knew Xiao Ji and the others were in grave danger. But with his newfound control over the mirror world, a daring new plan began to materialize in his mind. Knowing he could now freely enter and exit the dimension at any time, he saw a chance to turn the tables on the seemingly insurmountable foe. With his fresh mastery over his ultimate skill, Yun-Che quickly devised a clever new strategy. He began to phase in and out of the mirror world, using the other dimension to instantly teleport around, effortlessly evading the monster's attacks, before reappearing in the real world to deliver a swift blow. This hit-and-run tactic proved incredibly effective. After defeating several more elite monsters, he reached level 24. He paused a moment to assess his new power, calculating that with his increased mana and the doubled mana recovery from the crystal cores, he can now stack his blade of trickery skill to achieve a staggering 330% increase in his attack power. However, Yun-Che remained realistic. He knew that while his current power was astounding, it was still not enough to face the giant wandering lord, a creature far more formidable than a normal dungeon boss. He concluded he'd need to reach at least level 30 to have a true fighting chance of winning. And he knew he was still a considerable distance from his goal. The story then shifts back to the desperate moment, unfolding in the real world, with the students and teachers on the brink of annihilation. Just as all hope seemed lost, Yun-Che bursts from the mirror world one last time and appears right in the middle of the chaotic battlefield, standing triumphantly on the body of a defeated monster. He looks at his battered but brave friend, Xiao Ji, and commends him for his unwavering courage. With steely resolve, he told his friend to leave the rest to him, ready to face the massive horde of monsters alone. Exiting the mirror world for the final time, Yun-Che landed firmly on the ground. Ready for battle, he immediately took charge, telling those with support skills to buff him up while he took on the entire Wanderer horde. Yun-Che and Xiao Ji reacted without hesitation. The powerful, high-level student unleashed her Starlight Mystic Art, while Xiao Ji cast his defensive Surround Shield and Shield Armor, both skills buffing Yun-Che, with a massive boost to his spirit and attack power. Now supercharged, Yun-Che became a storm of destruction, his massive crystal longsword cutting through groups of elite monsters with terrifying ease. He knew that while the number of enemies was ridiculous, he was no longer in any real danger. After using the 2 crystal core secret treasures, his health was several times higher than before. His 40% damage reduction against the monster's light and electric attacks made him incredibly tough. His only frustration was that the monsters were immune to the confusion effect from his chaotic thorn skill, which would have made killing them much, much faster. The other students and teachers could only watch in stunned silence. Teacher Lei Li and the other seniors, who had previously looked down on him, were now in complete disbelief. They checked his status bar and confirmed he was a support class chanter, but they couldn't understand how his attack power was so absurdly high, or what strange skill let him seem to teleport around the battlefield by phasing through the mirror world. Lei Li, his arm bleeding from an earlier injury, looked on with a mix of shock and awe. He couldn't believe that the younger student he had been so worried about was actually this unbelievably strong. With his newfound power and toughness, Yun Che became an unstoppable force, tearing through the endless group of elite wanderer monsters. The sheer number of high-quality enemies gave an incredible amount of experience, and he found himself leveling up at an astonishing breakneck speed. Yin Sha, who'd previously identified him as the intruder at the Ding residence, could only watch in utter amazement. She'd initially thought he was just some audacious thief, but now she had to grudgingly admit that his strength was far beyond anything she could have ever imagined. Yun Yu was just as stunned, left utterly speechless by the boy's incredible display of power, especially since he shared her last name. Yun Che continued his relentless, non-stop assault, phasing in and out of the mirror world to move and strike, his movements a blur of pure purple energy. He gained level after level, one after another, rapidly soaring to level 28. The other students and teachers, who had been on the brink of death moments before, were utterly shocked. One of the teachers, Lei, wondered if Yun Che was some kind of high-level support from an outside force, but then remembered seeing him before and realized he was just a student. His companion, Little Z, was even more profoundly shocked, unable to believe that a mere student could wield such immense power. Despite Yun Che's incredible performance, the Wandering Lord remained a massive threat as the colossal beast prepared to unleash another of its devastating energy beams. The students and teachers cried out in alarm. Yun Che, his face serious, knew that even with all his recent power-ups, he wouldn't survive a direct hit from that attack. As the Wandering Lord began to lumber forward, its energy beam still blazing, the students and teachers, behind their makeshift shield wall, knew their time was rapidly running out. Once the giant beast got close, the 2 shields wouldn't be enough to protect them. Teacher Lei Li, seeing that Yin Che had greatly reduced the number of smaller monsters, shouted for everyone to break out and head for the other exit. He knew that, no matter how strong the mysterious student was, there was no way he could fight the Wandering Lord alone. However, his plan immediately hit a wall of opposition. Another student quickly pointed out a major issue. The 2 colossal shields were simply too cumbersome. If they just left them behind and fled, they'd be utterly vulnerable to the Lord's devastating attacks. Another student chimed in, adding that the shields were just too massive to be carried and could only be relocated by storing them in an inventory, which none of them could manage. Just as their debate grew more intense, a calm voice pierced through the chaos, telling them to just leave it to him. It was Yun Che, and he laid out a new, incredibly selfless plan. He would engage the Wandering Lord to grab its attention, giving the others a critical chance to retreat. Teacher Lei Li was shocked by his sacrifice, asking what would become of him if they all fled. Yun Che calmly explained his reasoning. He recalled from his past life that, if a Wandering Lord isn't stopped, it will eventually gather every monster in the dungeon and spill into the outside world, causing an unimaginable disaster. With a gaze of serious determination, he declared he would stay behind and slay the beast himself. He then activated his skill, Blade of Trickery, boosting his attack power by a staggering 350%. He noted he still had over 5 minutes left on his Mirror Walk ability, giving him the perfect advantage to tackle the giant enemy. As Yin-Che prepared to face the Wandering Lord alone, teacher Lady made the difficult choice, leading the others in a retreat. He urged them to escape quickly, believing that no matter Yin-Che's strength, he would eventually tire against such a colossal enemy. He reasoned that the sooner they escaped, the sooner Yin-Che could also make his escape. When a student questioned Yin-Che's audacious claim that he could slay the Lord, Lady replied, it was merely a brave act to reassure them, because he truly knew the power of a real Wandering Lord, as he was forced to flee with the group. Cha Drew felt utterly useless. He cast a mournful glance back. He hated that all he could do in this crucial moment was just run away, while his friend faced unimaginable peril. Silently, he prayed for Yin-Che's survival. Meanwhile, Yin-Che was anything but helpless. He continued to cut through the smaller monsters, powering up with every kill, and he leveled up again in no time, just as the huge Wandering Lord shot its devastating energy beam. Yin-Che used his Mirror Walk to phase out of existence. The beam sliced right through the space where he'd just been standing. He then materialized behind the colossal beast and struck it down with a mighty slash from his radiant sword. However, his attack revealed a harsh truth. The Wandering Lord, a level 42 stone golem, had such a formidable defense and a potent healing skill that the paltry damage he dealt was instantly healed. He instantly realized that at his current power level, it was futile. Its defenses were simply too overwhelming, as he expertly evaded the Wandering Lord's relentless attacks. Yin-Che's initial probing attacks confirmed his suspicions. A large crystal on the creature's head was, in fact, its core, meaning it was also its sole weak point. Only one problem remained: getting to it. Even with his numerous buffs, his attack power still wasn't enough to pierce through the Lord's ironclad defense and rapid healing. To make matters worse, his time was rapidly running out. A quick glance at his status showed that the powerful buffs he'd received from the others were beginning to fade. His own mana was also critically low, and he knew he wouldn't be able to unleash his powerful Blade of Trickery skill for much longer. He realized he had only one viable option left. He needed to get stronger. He needed to level up first, by taking down the weaker monsters. But just as he was about to resume attacking the smaller monsters again, a blinding beam of light erupted from a nearby crack in the cavern wall. Yin-Che's eyes widened in stunned surprise as he instantly recognized the light. At that exact moment, the huge Wandering Lord also caught sight of the light, and with a terrifying display of intellect, it fired its potent energy beam right at the crack. Yin-Che instantly phased into the mirror world to evade the blast, but as he reappeared, he was stunned to realize the beam was precisely aimed at the exact spot where he was about to materialize. He realized with a jolt that the cunning boss had already learned his pattern and was predicting his every move. Forced to reappear in the real world, directly into the Wandering Lord's massive energy beam, Yin-Che was caught in the devastating blast. The attack was a massive, continuous assault that rapidly depleted his health. Even with his formidable defenses, he knew he couldn't use his Mirror Walk to dodge, as he had less than 4 minutes of it remaining, and the continuous attack would drain it all in no time. His only choice was to deploy his undead army to absorb the damage. However, he knew this was a costly strategy. Reviving his summons would consume a lot of his already low mana, leaving him with nothing left to build up his attack power for a counterattack. He began to wonder if he should retreat and regroup first. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, another powerful blast slammed into the Lord's attack. To his surprise, he saw that Yin-Che, Yanin, and even Chao Ji had returned to the fray. Yin-Che explained with a playful smile that this little brother of hers, referring to Chao Ji, had begged and pleaded for them to come back and help him. Chao Ji, his back still turned, quickly retorted that he hadn't begged. He explained that, since the number of smaller monsters had decreased, the rest of the group now had enough members to escape on their own, which meant he was free to return and assist. Hearing his friend's courageous decision, a truly thankful smile appeared on Yunche's face, as he simply said, "Thanks." With their group now stronger, Yunsha took a commanding position. She told Yunche that the hidden boss was still too dangerous, and that she and the others would cover him, so he could make a slow retreat. However, Yunche completely refused her offer. He stated that, with their powerful assistance, there was absolutely no reason for him to hold back, and so he unleashed every ounce of his full power. With the unwavering support of his powerful allies, he diligently continued to farm the lesser monsters, and soon his mirror walk ability finally reached its limit, just as he attained the crucial level 30. Now, at his desired target level, he realized his attack power was finally formidable, enough to confidently take on the Lord. He immediately donned the rare and powerful level 30 Corrupted Knight's armor he had acquired from the Ding family's dungeon, which dramatically amplified his defensive capabilities. Yunsha watched him, questioning if he was truly considering attacking the Lord's critical weak point. On its head, she pointed out that at such an immense height, it would be utterly impossible to reach it. But Yunche was already several steps ahead. He revealed that he had already obtained the crucial tool he had always desired, the gravitational pull skill book, which he had expertly looted from a wandering monster. This incredible skill allowed its user to violently pull a target object towards them. Even more importantly, its reversed form, gravitational traction, performed the exact opposite, by forcefully pulling the user towards a target, with the pull growing even stronger, the lower the user's physical strength. With this groundbreaking new movement ability, the Lord's weak point was no longer an unattainable target. He then activated his blade of trickery, swiftly building up his formidable attack power, and with a knowing, confident smile, he assured the others present that everything was absolutely under control. With his meticulous plan set and his power fully charged, Yunche reached out a hand, crackling with potent purple energy, aiming directly for the massive wandering lord's head. He then unleashed his new skill, gravitational traction, and an immense force instantly grabbed him, pulling him forward with breathtaking, incredible speed. He shot through the air like a blazing rocket, tearing through the very rocky ground beneath him as he hurtled directly towards the colossal monster. In an astonishing display of both skill and raw power, he landed perfectly atop the wandering lord's head, positioning himself right next to its pulsating crystal core. His powerful sword crackled with intensified energy and poised to strike at the beast below. Yunsha and Yunin, who'd just declared impossible, could only gape upwards, utterly speechless. Their faces were frozen in absolute shock, in pure disbelief at the impossible feat he'd just accomplished. Now, at the Wandering Lord's crucial weak point, Yunche unleashed every ounce of his power. He plunged his massively buff sword deep into the glowing crystal core, causing a spiderweb of cracks to instantly spread across its surface. The huge beast, however, wouldn't go down without a brutal fight. As it died, it unleashed a final, massive explosion of pure energy from its core. A desperate, last-ditch effort to take its attacker down. Yunche was caught right in the center of the blast, his health rapidly plummeting. A flood of messages confirmed the massive, continuous damage he was taking. But his new defenses and increased health held strong. He gritted his teeth and narrowly survived the attack. And when the light finally faded, he was left standing, beaten but gloriously alive. Meanwhile, the Wandering Lord's massive, crystal body shattered into a million pieces. A flurry of messages confirmed his incredible victory. He had defeated the Wandering Lord. He earned a massive bonus of 5,000 experience points and a respected title of Wanderer Killer. But more importantly, the hidden boss had dropped 2 legendary quality skill books, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection, rewards of immense power and undeniable value. With a final, Powerful strike to the Wandering Lord's core. Yin Che unleashed all his built-up power. The giant beast shattered into a million pieces, and the explosion of energy and experience instantly granted him 3 more levels, catapulting him to level 33. The students and teachers watching were left in stunned, disbelieving silence. Chao Drew could only utter how incredibly strong his friend had become, while Yin Yun and Yin Sha simply couldn't believe he'd actually managed to take down such a terrifying monster, all by himself, standing amidst the falling debris. Yin Che then spotted 2 brilliant beams of golden light erupting from the monster's remains. He just scored 2 legendary quality items, but before he could even peek at his new loot, he had to leap to safety as the massive, headless body of the Wandering Lord began to topple. Yin Sha quickly shouted a warning, realizing Yin Che was still atop the collapsing giant. With incredible agility, he deftly moved through the monster's crumbling remains, leaping from one piece to the next, until he finally landed safely on the ground. As the dust settled, a huge new gaping opening was revealed in the side of the mountain, where the Lord had crashed. The mountain's interior was completely empty, revealing a vast, dark cavern, filled with the skeletal remains of both wanderer, monsters, and unfortunate humans. Gazing at this ancient battlefield, Yin Che came to a chilling realization. An even stronger, far more ancient Wandering Lord must have been born here long ago. He now understood why there were so many intense battle scars etched all over the dungeon. As he scanned the old, empty mountain, Yin Che's eyes were drawn to a lone figure, silhouetted against the dim light at the very top. His heart skipped a beat as he recognized the armored warrior, still frozen in a final, defiant pose. His greatsword was still stuck firmly in the ground. A system message confirmed the impossible. It was the body of Chao Wen, also famously known by his nickname, Chao Binbin. Yin Che could only whisper his friend's name. In utter disbelief, the other students and teachers soon arrived at the scene, just as stunned by the incredible sight. Yin Sha, her voice full of awe, identified the figure as the famous traitor Chao En. She admitted that, while she'd heard this was the place where he was killed by the hero Ding Kuan, she'd never expected the scene to look like this. The battlefield was a clear sign of a desperate last stand against countless monsters and people. She noted that the heroic, the defiant figure standing before them was utterly different from the statue back at the Modern History Memorial Hall, which depicted him being trampled underfoot. This, she declared, did not look like someone who could be so easily defeated. Yunke remained silent, his face a mask of deep grief and sadness, as he gazed upon the remains of his fallen friend. Chao Ji, his great-grandson, finally broke the silence. He told Yin Che that, while he probably wouldn't believe him, he now believed his great-grandfather might not have been a bad person after all. As Chao Ji stood before his great-grandfather's remains, he began to explain the truth he had uncovered. He recounted to Yin Che that he had spent his entire childhood poring over the historical records of his great-grandfather. But whenever he reached the parts detailing his experiences, the descriptions were always frustratingly vague. Despite this, he had managed to uncover some crucial details. He had discovered that his great-grandfather had a habit of venturing into dungeons that were far below his actual skill level. This led him to the paramount question: why would an S-rank professional, someone well over level 60, come to a low-level dungeon like this one? He then answered his own question with newfound certainty. It was because this dungeon was one of the few places that could spawn a wandering lord, a monstrous creature that could summon all the monsters in a dungeon and lead them into the outside world, unleashing a major disaster. He explained that back in those days, the government simply didn't have enough soldiers to defend against the constant threat of monsters emerging from dungeons. They had to rely on a few powerful and responsible profesionals to regularly clear out the most dangerous threats. His great-grandfather, he declared with pride, was one of those very heroes. He hadn't been a traitor at all. He had come to this dungeon to prevent a potential disaster before it even began. As Yun-che listened silently to this astonishing revelation, Chao Ji's confidence slowly started to fade. He admitted that everyone probably thought he was just making things up, and that even his own family believed. He was just looking for some mental comfort, twisting unclear historical texts to fit a story he desperately wanted to believe. Just as he was about to give up all hope, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. He looked up to see Yun-che, a kind, understanding smile on his face, who simply said, "I believe you." As Yun-sha and Yun-in looked on, with expressions of shock and admiration, Chaoga was completely overwhelmed, left speechless by Yun-che's simple, heartfelt statement of belief. A flood of memories then washed over Yun-che as he remembered his fallen friend and comrade, Chou Benben, whose heroic legacy had been so cruelly twisted. He recalled Chou Benben's youthful arrogance, how he would boast that his natural talent meant he didn't need a master, and would soon be better than Yun-che himself. But he also remembered the boy's terror, when he got in over his head, screaming for his master to save him from a swarm of monsters, only to then stubbornly deny that he needed saving. At all, his pride hurt. He remembered his friend's unique habit of working hard, in secret, only to then show off his new strength in front of others, and how he always chose the weakest shield bearer class, the sword guard, because no other shield type class was fast enough to keep up with Yun-che's reckless attacks. He remembered how he always seemed to find Chou Benben, even when he tried to sneak off on his own, to grind levels, and how his friend would always make excuses, claiming he just couldn't resist a good fight, insisting that saving people was just something he did. On the way, filled with a new sense of purpose and a burning desire for revenge, Yun-che looked at the remains of his friend. He declared that for Chou Benben's sake, he would settle the score with the Ding family, the ones who caused his friend suffering. After his death, back at the Ding family residence, Ding Shu is telling the story of the dungeon expedition. To his utterly disbelieving father and uncle, he passionately insists that every word he says is true. He claims Yun-che is simply that incredible, and they can totally just ask the teacher in charge if they don't believe his story. He explains he was initially barred from entering the dungeon himself due to his ridiculously low level. But he waited outside until the survivors finally emerged. The scene then flashes back to the students, pouring out of the dungeon, buzzing with excitement. They had all just witnessed the colossal wandering lord's defeat from a distance, completely awestruck by the person who had managed to slay a rare, hidden boss that was over level 40, a feat utterly beyond their wildest imagination. Ding Shu, listening in, confirmed the hero's name was Yun-che. He couldn't believe someone, even more powerful than the high-level Yun-in, had been hiding among the students. He wondered about Yun-che's true identity. Back in the present, after hearing his son's report, the third head, Dingai, is silent for a moment. He then rises from his seat and issues a chilling command. Gather the Ding family guards and follow him to the traitor's dungeon, the very place where Chao and met his end. His brother, Ding Yi, stops him, remembering a crucial detail from Ding Shu's earlier report about the intruders at their home. With a sinister look in his eyes, he tells his brother to bring the members of the Chao family along with them as well. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Yun-che examines one of the legendary skill books he had acquired from the Wandering Lord, the Golden Light Shield. Without a moment's hesitation, he offers the powerful book to Chao Ji, telling him he absolutely should learn it, since it has no level requirement. Yun-sha, who is watching them, is utterly shocked. She asks why he would so easily give away a legendary skill. Yun-che calmly explains that the skill is exclusively for shield bearers, making it completely useless for him. He then dropped a crucial detail, suggesting Chao Ji's great-grandfather, Chao In, likely used this very skill in his own time. Moved by this, Chao Ji accepted the ancient book. Yun-sha watched on, deep in thought. She then remarked that, while Chao Ji might not wield many powerful skills, she, Yun-sha, certainly had plenty to go around. she candidly admitted that, even with her own high-level abilities, she still felt she was far behind him. She brought up his apparent teleportation and his power to summon a massive legion of undead creatures. Her mention of the undead made Yunche's expression turn deadly serious. As his eyes began to glow, he suddenly recalled a critical detail about his power. His undead summons were created from souls he'd found in the mirror world. This led him to a profound realization. If other souls also journeyed to the mirror world after they perished, then it was possible his old friend, Chao Wen's soul, was waiting there as well. Following this sudden epiphany, a mix of nervous excitement crossed Yunche's face. A system message confirmed his mirror walk ability was finally ready again, granting him a full 30 minutes to explore the mirror world. He immediately wondered if he could seize this chance to find his old friend's soul. With a determined gaze, he activated the skill, his body enveloped in a familiar purple light as he stepped into the other dimension. Inside the strange, blue-green landscape of the mirror world, he found precisely what he was looking for. A powerful, ghostly figure in full armor, radiating a calm but strong presence. Yunche was overcome with emotion, whispering the cherished nickname of his fallen friend, Cho Ben Ben, confirming his friend's soul had indeed been waiting here all along. Back in the real world, time had passed, and Yun approached Yunsha, reminding her they needed to leave soon, as she had an important audience ceremony to attend. Yunsha, however, seemed reluctant to go, confessing they'd been there for a while. But the unfolding events were far more interesting. Her eyes then drifted to Yunche's last known spot, and she mused aloud to the others, wondering what on earth he could possibly be doing, and why he'd been gone for so very long. Little did they know about the dramatic reunion he was having in another dimension, deep inside the treacherous mirror world. Meanwhile, Yunche stood with a seriously grave expression. He spoke to the armored soul of his old friend, Cho Ben Ben, saying he couldn't believe they were able to meet again. He mentioned having so much he desperately wanted to say. However, their reunion was brutally cut short. He noted with a heavy pang of sadness that it was a crying shame his friend wouldn't be able to answer him, as the calm spirit was suddenly consumed by a dark, evil energy, twisting its very form into a monstrous, roaring undead creature. Yunche realized with a heavy heart that his friend had truly become an undead spirit, a being now driven by instinct instead of cherished memory. He admitted that he truly didn't want to fight him, but he had no other choice left. He launched himself into the air, dodging an attack, and getting ready for a truly difficult battle. As their intense battle began, Yunche's eyes glowed with potent purple energy as he focused intently on his opponent. As they fought, something utterly strange happened. Yunche found himself surrounded by floating crystal pieces, each one displaying a different scene. He recognized them as moments from Ben Ben's life and his past experiences. One piece in particular caught his keen attention, showing a clear memory of Ben Ben's final battle against the man known as the hero, Ding Kuwen. As he watched the memory of that fight, Yunche noticed something incredibly odd about Ding Kuwen's posture and fighting style, finding it strangely familiar. Suddenly, the entire mirrored landscape around them shattered like fragile glass. When the pieces settled, Yunche saw that the monstrous undead form had vanished, leaving only the calm, armored soul of Chao Ben Ben standing before him once more. He was left utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth had just happened. Still trapped within the perilous mirror world, Yunche hesitantly called out his friend's name once more, only for Chao En's once calm soul to burst forth again as a monstrous, roaring undead creature. It swung a shadowy, purple energy blade, and Yunche fiercely blocked its attack, a grave look on his face as the truth dawned. The two then plunged into a frantic battle, their purple, energy-filled strikes clashing with immense force. Yunche finally understood his friend was truly gone, with only raw fighting instincts left. In this corrupted form, seeing no point in fighting his friend's mere shell, he decided to retreat first. However, as he tried to leave, a system message popped up, declaring he couldn't exit the mirror world from his current spot. A wave of frustration washed over him. With no other choice, he accepted that he'd have to fight. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Chao Ji stood alone, a look of shocked determination on his face as he clenched his fist tightly. His solitude was shattered by the arrival of a large group, led by Ding Gu and Ding. One of them asked why Chao Ji was all alone, and wondered, aloud, if Yun Che had sensed their approach, and run away in fear. Ding Gu looked down at the boy with a smug grin, saying this was only half the fun. Chao Yi, trying to feign ignorance about the situation, asking Shu why he'd come, and if he was also there to level up. Ding Gu scoffed at the act, telling the little brat from a Chao family to stop pretending. He directly accused Chao Ji of being the one who helped Yun Che sneak into his house and steal their property. When Chao Ji tried to deny it, Ding Shu leaned in threateningly, asking if he thought he wouldn't recognize the sound of his screams. The chilling threat sent a shiver down Chao Ji's spine, his face turning pale with fear. With a cruel wave of his hand, he simply brushed the matter aside. Then, with a sinister smile, Ding Gai announced that none of that even mattered now, as he brought Chao Ji a very special gift. Chao Ji's face contorted in pure terror, as Ding Gai repeated his sinister promise, finally revealing his little gift. And Chao Ji's eyes sprang open in horror, as a group of weary-looking people were dragged forward by the Ding family's guards. It was his own family. He recognized them in disbelief, whispering the names of his grand-uncles, grand-aunts, and finally his own mother, who gazed back at him with a tired, defeated expression. Before he could even grasp the situation, one of his elderly relatives, his second grand-uncle, exploded with rage. He screamed at Xiao Ju, telling him to kneel and apologize to the hero's family. And to Ding Shu, Xiao Ju, looking down, started to say that he didn't want to live like this anymore. But his grand-uncle sharply cut him off, angrily demanding what he'd taught him about how to act in front of the Ding family, screaming at him to kneel once more. This was the last straw for Xiao Ju. He snapped, his voice filled with years of held back anger and shame, as he shouted back, asking if the Chao family were simply destined to be the Ding family's dogs for generations. His defiance shocked his family members, who looked on in horror. However, another one of his relatives, Zhao Li, stepped forward and strongly agreed with the old man, shouting that for the descendants of a terrible traitor, being dogs was more than good enough. The pressure on Chowder mounted, as another female relative tearfully asked if he was trying to get their whole family killed, begging him to think of his father. She reminded him of how hard his mother had worked to support the family ever since his father had gone mad, trying to make him feel guilty and give in. After a brief moment of silence, Chowder's attitude changed completely. He turned and pointed with passion, standing before his ancestors' skeletal remains. On the mountain, he declared to everyone that his great-grandfather, in truth, had journeyed to this very dungeon to avert an impending cataclysm. He adamantly claimed his ancestor was only defeated because he was ambushed by so many, which led to his heroic sacrifice. He explained he'd been gathering information about his great-grandfather for a long time, but always lacked the final, clear evidence. Now, with the scene of that final battle right before their eyes, he had the proof he needed, with a burning fire in his eyes. He proclaimed his ancestor was no traitor, and the official history was nothing but propaganda. He turned to his stunned family, telling them that if they made this truth public, they could finally clear their ancestor's name and escape their life of servitude. His voice rose with righteous anger as he declared the Ding family had no right to treat them this way, and their other relatives should never have died for such a despicable lie. His passionate speech was met not with denial, but with a burst of condescending laughter from Ding Gai, who found it childishly amusing. He then calmly walked forward, a smug look plastered on his face, and confirmed that everything Chao Ji had just said was, in fact, absolutely correct. He admitted that Chao Wen was indeed killed in an ambush and was not an evil man. Then, with a chilling lack of regret, he revealed the final, damning truth. His own grandfather, the celebrated hero Ding Cohen, was the one who had planned that ambush. To make his fortune, Chao Ji could only listen, stunned into silence, by the casual confession of the heinous crime that had ruined his family for generations. With a manic grin, Ding Gai leaned in close to the horrified Chao Ji and cruelly dismissed the truth, asking who even cared about it. He declared that the official story was all that truly mattered. Chao Wen was an imperial traitor. His villainy was undeniable. Spreading his arms wide before his armored guards, he mocked Chao Ju further, asking what it mattered if he drove his father mad or murdered his relatives, proclaiming that as descendants of traitors, they deserved their miserable fate. He then delivered the most devastating blow, pointing a cruel finger at the terrified Chao family. He revealed they had known the truth all along. He then challenged Chao Ju how else he thought the relatives he'd mentioned had truly died, implying they were silenced for knowing too much. With the mental torment now complete, Ding adjusted his tie with a sickeningly smug smile and gave a simple, chilling command for them to kneel. Immediately, and without a word of protest, the entire Chao family, including the elderly, fell to their knees in utter submission. Chao Ji's mother, now kneeling on the cold ground, pleaded with her son, whom she called Ji. She begged him to admit his wrongs and stop resisting, telling him it was utterly useless. With tears streaming down her face, she confessed her deepest fear. After his father went completely mad, she couldn't bear to lose her son as well. So, hearing his mother's heartbreaking plea, Choi stood utterly frozen, his body racked with despair and inner conflict, just as his spirit was about to break. A new, gentle voice cut through the tension. A woman with long, brown hair reached out a hand towards him, telling him not to listen to them. She looked at him with a kind, reassuring smile and told him that he was the best. The woman's words of encouragement seemed to vanish as Ding Su, his face covered in bandages from his last encounter with Yun Che, stepped forward with a cruel sneer. Annoyed bicho yes hesitation. He called him clueless and launched a vicious kick, shouting that he would force him to kneel. One way or another, but this time was different. To Ding Su's shock, Chao Ji's eyes glowed with power as he effortlessly blocked the kick with his forearm. Before Ding Su could react, Chao Ji grabbed his leg and with a powerful roar, pummeling him into the rocky ground, shattering it on impact. Standing tall amidst the shattered pieces, Chao Ji gazed at his fallen tormentor with newfound resolve, firmly declaring he would never kneel again. Breathing heavily with rage and humiliation, Ding Shu scrambled to his feet. He couldn't believe what was happening. He furiously summoned a massive, glowing crystal hammer, screaming that Chao Ji had somehow grown a backbone. Daring to fight back, he charged forward, vowing to remind him of his place as a mere punching bag. As the powerful hammer was about to crash down, Choi underwent a stunning transformation. In a flash of blinding light, he was suddenly clad in full plate armor, wielding a massive shield that appeared just in time to block Ding Shu's furious blow. With a deafening clang, the attack was completely halted, leaving Ding Shu gritting his teeth in disbelief. Now a formidable protector, Chao Yi, stood firmly between Ding Shu and his kneeling family, shielding them from harm. He glanced back at his mother, then turned his gaze back to his attacker, his voice ringing with conviction. With a powerful punch, he sent Ding Shu staggering back, shouting that they were not the descendants of a traitor, but the descendants of a true hero. Chao Ji's sudden show of strength left Ding Gu speechless, while Ding Shu stumbled back in complete disbelief. His mind spinning, he clutched his head, unable to understand how the boy he'd always bullied could suddenly become so much stronger. Blinded by pure rage, he charged again, screaming that Chao Ji was just a punching bag. he'd been beating up since they were children. He swung his weapon in a wide, powerful circle, furious that his old victim would dare to fight back. However, Chao Ji met the hit head-on, his armored body easily taking the impact and sending Ding Shu crashing to the ground once more. As his family watched in stunned silence, Chao Ji looked down at his defeated tormentor and declared with strong confidence, he was a completely different person now. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, an even more desperate battle was unfolding. Yunshe was locked in a brutal battle with Cho Ben's corrupted spirit. It was Ben In. He knew he was battling his friend at his peak, a warrior of truly immense power. The difference in their current strengths was vast. Yunshe realized that. If it weren't for the fact that Ben was a defensive class and currently mindless, he would have been defeated in an instant. However, Yunshe had one crucial advantage. He was the one who had taught Ben all of his fighting moves. He knew his friend's every weakness, like the back of his hand, which allowed him to predict and counter his moves. But even with this knowledge, the fight was incredibly difficult. The spirit's defense was that of a level 60+ warrior, and even with his blade of trickery fully powered up, Yunshe's attacks barely did any damage. Suddenly, the undead spirit unleashed a huge, explosive wave of golden energy. Yunshe instantly recognized the move. It was the legendary skill, Golden Light Shield, the very one he had given to Chao Ji just moments before. He braced himself, blocking the powerful attack, a look of grim determination on his face, as he realized just how much of a pain this fight was going to be. Back in the real world, a humiliated Ding Shu shrieked in fury and attacked Chao Ji with a powerful skill named Mountain-Shaking Wild Hammer. However, Chao Ji, now a strong tank, not only blocked the hit, but sent Ding Shu flying. With a powerful punch of his own, he then followed up with a sweeping shield bash that sent Ding Shu crashing to the ground. Watching this pathetic display, Dingus scoffed at his nephew, asking how he could possibly be losing to the little brat from a Chao family. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he announced he'd personally avenged Ding Shu's humiliation. He lunged at Xiao Ju, unleashing a powerful, energy-infused strike. But just as his fist was about to land, he was met with a blinding flash of golden light. He stared in utter disbelief as he realized Xiao Ji had just conjured a massive, crackling energy barrier. It was the legendary Golden Light Shield. Empowered by his new strength, Chao Ji taunted his attackers, labeling the so-called hero family as nothing but spineless cowards, who wouldn't even dare to fight him one-on-one. Meanwhile, in the perilous mirror world, Yunshe was confronting this very same legendary skill. The undead spirit of his friend was safeguarded by the identical bright Golden Shield, and Yunshe was unleashing a relentless series of purple energy slashes against it. He knew exactly how the skill functioned. As a legendary ability, the Golden Light Shield's defensive power wasn't solely dependent on the user's stats, as long as it wasn't struck by a single attack, exceeding double its endurance limit. It could withstand at least 10 direct hits. However, it possessed a critical weakness. It was a consumable skill. Even the slightest amount of damage would drain its energy, and Yunshe was exploiting this flaw, chipping away at its power with every strike. Back in the real world, the Golden Light Shield protecting Chao Ji finally shattered under the relentless assault from the Ding family. Warriors, Ding Yi scoffed, utterly unimpressed by the legendary skill. With a look of pure malevolence, he declared that it wouldn't have mattered, even if the trash Chao in himself had used it, holding the severely beaten Ding Shui in a headlock. Chao Ju shot back with newfound courage, claiming that if his great-grandfather were truly here, Ding Gai would be the one on his knees, begging for mercy. Enraged by this blatant defiance, Ding Gai unleashed a wave of powerful, red energy that sent everyone flying. He loomed over the armored Chao Ji, mocking his ancestor as a useless fool who died in a mere low-level dungeon. He continued his venomous rant, proclaiming that even if Chao In were present, he too would be brought to his knees. To make his point, he stomped his foot down, unleashing a powerful skill, a gravity shockwave, causing the very ground to erupt in a violent upheaval of rock and sheer force. The attack slammed into Chao Gu with brutal force, leaving him coughing up blood. Yet, miraculously, he stayed standing. Dingo watched on, a surprised smirk playing on his lips, commenting on how unbelievably tough the boy was. He then summoned a massive, glowing crystal axe, his expression turning utterly sadistic, as he mused aloud how Chao Ji would possibly stand, after he'd brutally chopped off his legs. As he raised the axe, poised to strike, Chao Ji's mother suddenly lunged in front of her son, desperately pleading with the third master to spare him, claiming he was merely young and foolish. She fell to her knees, offering herself in his stead, begging Dingai to do whatever he pleased with her instead. However, her desperate plea gave Dingo a new, cruel idea as a wicked smile spread across his face. As he looked from the mother to her son, he then delivered a horrific ultimatum to the bloodied, and cornered Chao Ji. If he refused to kneel, he would slaughter his mother right before his eyes. Losing his patience with the tense standoff, Dingai casually shrugged off his threat, claiming there were countless others to kill. As he swung his axe directly at Chao Ji's mother, a panicked Chao Ji screamed for him to wait, his resolve finally shattering as he prepared to yield. But before he could utter another word, the entire area was violently rocked by a massive explosion of dust and debris that erupted from the ground, completely obscuring everyone's vision. As the dust finally began to settle, the Ding family's guards and the Chao family were left staring in stunned silence at what had appeared before them, a towering, ghostly figure clad in full dark armor, radiating an intensely intimidating blue aura. Dingai, his axe still raised, could only stare in utter disbelief. Recognizing the impossible figure before him, he stammered out the name, Chao Yan. The revelation sent shockwaves rippling through the crowd. Chao Ji's mother stared, whispering, "Grandfather," in a mix of awe and terror. Meanwhile, the Ding family guards erupted into a panicked frenzy, questioning how a dead man could possibly be resurrected. One of the Chao family elders, however, recognized the ghostly form for what it truly was, identifying it as an undead. At that very moment, another figure emerged from the dust cloud, standing calmly beside the formidable undead warrior. It was Yun Che. He gazed at the stunned crowd with a cold, accusing glare, reminding them of how they'd all looked down on Shaowen just moments before. With a smirk of grim satisfaction, he declared that it was only natural for Chao Yan to crawl back from the depths of hell to settle the score with them all. The tall, ghostly form of the undead Chao Yan stood as a silent protector before the stunned crowd. After his initial shock, Dingai scoffed at what he thought was just a trick and angrily ordered his guards to attack. A squad of armored warriors rushed forward, with their weapons raised. However, they were met with a display of skill they couldn't comprehend. The undead hero moved smoothly, its sword and shield a blur, as it effortlessly blocked all their attacks at once. The Chao family elders watched in awe, one whispering in disbelief, asking if that incredible warrior was really Chao Yan. Chao Ju was also amazed, seeing the mastery in the parry, and how it stopped so many skill guards at once. From a distance, Ding Gu saw the undead was one of Yun Che's summons, like the small fry he summoned during the raid. On their home, seeing the spirit was only level 33, he sneered. He declared that even as the spirit of Chao Yan, it was still weak, and charged forward with his flaming axe to finish it himself. As Ding Gai's powerful blow came down, the undead warrior's weapon was coated in a strange, thick energy. To Ding Gai's complete surprise, his attack was perfectly parried, with enough force to send him stumbling back. Angry and embarrassed, a red aura exploded around him, as he called the parry a mere trick. Declaring skills were no match for raw power, he then unleashed a devastating charging skill, Boulder Bash, planning to utterly crush the undead warrior. But wait. Just as this colossal attack was about to strike, the undead, Chaoan once again conjured the bright golden light shield. The powerful charge slammed right into the formidable golden barrier, and Dinggu could only roar in sheer frustration as he was halted by the legendary skill once more from a safe distance. Yun Qi smirked, watching the intense standoff unfold. He taunted the struggling Dinggu, explaining that even as an undead, Ben was still an S-class spirit, and the legendary golden light shield alone was more than enough to keep him thoroughly occupied. Pushed back by the shield's immense power, a furious Dinggu quickly realized its weakness. He ordered all his men to attack at once, hoping to overwhelm the shield and drain its energy with sheer numbers. However, their attack was swiftly stopped by a new wave of summons. A group of skeletal warriors, glowing with a terrifying green aura, erupted from the ground, engaging the rest of the Ding family guards and preventing them from aiding their master. Annoyed by this unexpected delay, Dinggu quickly changed his plan, dismissing the summons as a mere nuisance. He activated his own power, donning a full set of formidable, glowing red armor, now boosted by a skill called Blazing Fury. He declared the summons didn't matter at all. He realized the true target was the summoner himself. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a powerful skill, Accumulated Pressure Punch, aimed directly at Yun Qi, knowing that if he could kill him, all the summoned creatures would vanish. With his eyes glowing with wicked intent, Dinggu charged forward, bragging about the high-level gear his grandfather had bestowed upon him. He was certain Yun Qi stood no chance. But just as his attack was about to land, it was met with a dazzling flash of purple light. A single, clean slice tore right through his attack. Dinggu was left completely stunned, unable to comprehend how Yun Qi was completely unharmed. But before he could even process what had happened, Yun Qi unleashed a furious rush of red energy slashes, a powerful skill called Tearing Claw that completely annihilated Dinggu's attack. Ding Ge could only stare on in utter disbelief, as his mighty skill simply vanished. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Yun Qi instantly materialized behind him in a flash, and ruthlessly stabbed him with his sword. As Ding Ge stumbled, reeling from the surprise attack, Yun Qi seized his opening and called out to his ghostly ally. The undead Xiao In responded instantly, its sword crackling with fierce, bright blue energy. In a perfectly synchronized move, Yun Qi leaped high into the air, using the undead's outstretched sword as his perfect launch pad to propel himself forward. With tremendous force, he shot towards the wounded Ding Ge and delivered a devastating spinning slash that sent the third master of the Ding family soaring, leaving him bleeding and cursing in pure rage. With his eyes glowing with icy cold focus, Yun Qi relentlessly continued his non-stop assault. He unleashed a furious rush of purple energy slashes that utterly overwhelmed Ding Ge. Yun Qi moved in with lightning-fast speed, his blade cleanly severing Ding Ge's arm. Ding Ge screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding stump, desperately calling for a priest to heal his grievous wound. In his panic, Yun Qi suddenly appeared right behind him. Ding Ge reacted purely on instinct, slamming his fist into the ground with all his might to unleash a powerful gravity impact shockwave, desperately trying to blast his attacker away. However, Yun Qi simply vanished and reappeared a short distance away, completely unharmed. With a chillingly superior smirk, he asked the terrified third master what was wrong, taunting him further, asking if he was scared. Cold sweat beaded on Ding Ge's forehead as he frantically scanned his surroundings, screaming again for a priest who clearly wasn't there. He then finally understood why they were gone. His elite guards were being mercilessly cut down, one, by Yunshe's relentless army of ghostly skeletons. It now pulsed with a terrifying green aura, signaling immense new power. Yunshe stood unfazed amidst his spectral army. A chillingly confident smirk played upon his lips. He taunted Dingai, asking if he truly believed. His undead were still as feeble as they were during the raid on his home. The system window then revealed the true source of their newfound strength. A reversed skill granted all his summons a massive 30% boost to both attack and defense. Plus, a damaging aura constantly sapped the life from nearby enemies. Yunshe declared that, with the incredible power of this legendary level skill, his army was now utterly insurmountable for the Ding family guards to ever hope of handling. His face contorted into a mask of pure terror. Dingai finally grasped the utter hopelessness of his situation. With his guards defeated and his own power utterly useless, he made a desperate last-ditch choice. Cursing under his breath, he spun around and fled. However, his escape was abruptly brought to a halt. The ground behind him violently ruptured. As the undead warrior, Shao En slammed its colossal sword into the earth, causing the very ground to quake violently. From a fractured earth, a prison of colossal, spectral blades erupted, completely encircling the terrified Dingai, trapping him within a shimmering cage of blue energy. There was no escape. Standing just outside the barrier was Yunshe, his hair now a luminous white, his aura pulsing with an immense, serene power. He calmly named the technique for the trapped man, the Sword Shield Absolute Array, a specialized skill of the Sword Guard class. He then added a chilling final warning, explaining that no one below S-Class had ever escaped it before, taunting the trapped man to try his luck. In a final, desperate act, Dingai raised his sole remaining gauntlet, which began to blaze with a wild, crimson energy. He screamed for Yunshe to stay back, revealing he held a void bomb, an S-Class relic of immense power from his grandfather. He threatened to detonate it, bragging that the resulting explosion would be more than enough to annihilate everyone present, considering their current levels and dwindling health. Yunshe Owever remained utterly unfazed. His expression was calm, almost bored, as he stared down the desperate man. With a single, chilling word, he called Ding Ji's bluff, daring him to go ahead and detonate it. The command caught Ding Ge completely off guard. He hesitated, screaming that Yunshe must have a death wish. He then tried to regain his composure, claiming that, with his own high health, he would survive the blast even if everyone else perished. But Yunshe had one final, devastating counterbluff. He calmly stated that it simply didn't matter, because even if the bomb somehow managed to kill the undead Shao En, he could just bring him back to life again. As Ding Ge sweat, ensnared in his own trap, Yunshe appeared behind him like a ghost, his voice cutting through the tense quiet. He continued what he was saying, telling the trapped man that while he might survive the bomb, Yunshe himself would remain completely unharmed by the blast. Before Ding Ge could even react to the unbelievable claim, Yunshe moved with astonishing speed, his glowing blade flashing, as it cleanly severed the man's remaining arm, the one clutching the powerful void bomb. The severed arm and its dangerous weapon fell uselessly to the ground with a heavy thud. With his enemy now completely unarmed and helpless, Yunshe, still glowing with immense, calm power, gave a single cold command, kneel, as if forced by an unseen power. The ground around Ding Ji's legs shattered and reformed, pinning him down and forcing his broken body to its knees. Watching this display of absolute power, Chao Ji, despite the blood on his face, couldn't help but smile with pride and relief. Nearby, the sad form of Ding Shu was seen, trapped in the ghostly sword cage, crying without stopping. Yunshe then walked up to the defeated third master, placing his foot firmly on his back. He looked down at the man who had caused so much pain, his glowing sword held ready. With a chillingly calm gaze, he questioned the defeated man, demanding what value he believed he still possessed after such a grueling battle. Yin Che then reviewed the items he'd acquired from Ding Ge. He observed a vast assortment of various goods, prominently featuring hundreds of life potions. Examining one of the elixirs, he noted it restored 100 health points over a mere 10 seconds. Yet he understood that even if Ding Ge had consumed these potions, the healing effect would have been far too sluggish to counteract the devastating damage. His demise was inevitable, no matter the circumstances. His theory was swiftly confirmed, as a new, spectral figure materialized beside him, the undead spirit of Ding Ge, shrouded in a menacing dark blue aura. Yun Che recalled that after striking him down, Ding Ji's soul had manifested in the mirror world. Seizing the opportune moment, he had successfully made him one of his loyal undead. A profound realization then dawned upon Yun Che. He could significantly expand his army of high-level undead by dispatching powerful human enemies nearby. Ding Shu's unconscious body still lay motionless on the ground, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. Meanwhile, the members of the Chao family stared at Yun Che, utterly bewildered. The second granduncle struggled to believe that someone so young could possess such immense power. He glanced at Cha Ju, who was consoling his mother, and it dawned on him. Yun Che was the one who helped Ajay, guiding him to grow stronger in both spirit and resolve. But soon, fear gripped Shaoli. With wide, panicked eyes, he desperately questioned what they would do now. He was terrified, certain, that the Ding family would exact terrible vengeance for the third master's demise. Another family member readily agreed, asserting that no matter the young man's strength, he would stand no chance. If the legendary hero Ding Kuan became involved, they reasoned that if the hero had been able to slay their powerful ancestor decades ago, he would undoubtedly be even mightier now. Yun Xia overheard their anxieties, and inwardly he couldn't help but concur. But he knew that once news of the incident spread, the time he had left to grow stronger would be limited. His time here would be incredibly short. With the hero's powerful image burned into his mind, he knew he had to level up fast, just to stand a chance against an opponent. Li Keding Kun. A system message suddenly appeared before him, catching him completely by surprise. He wondered if something had just leveled up. The system message that surprised Yun Che announced that his undead army had leveled up. He figured sending his scattered undead minions to fight monsters throughout the dungeon had worked perfectly given their current level and equipment. His undead army could now completely control this dungeon. However, he knew this dungeon was no longer enough for him to level up quickly. That's why he had sent his undead out, with a far more crucial goal in mind. His main goal was for them to track down the dungeon's real final boss, the Dungeon Lord. He knew this creature, a level 41 monster called the Giant Eye Demon, was vastly different from a hidden boss, like the Wandering Lord he'd faced earlier. The Dungeon Lord was the very heart of the entire dungeon. By defeating it, the dungeon would be finished, and the entire area would crumble and vanish. And this was all part of a larger, more urgent plan. From a distance, Yun Che observed the dungeon's entrance, still guarded by the teacher and the other students. He knew they must have seen Ding Gai lead the Chao family into the dungeon. If the Chao family were to leave on their own now, it would immediately raise suspicions. So, his only real option was to create a massive distraction by defeating the Dungeon Lord and causing the dungeon to collapse. The ensuing chaos would provide the perfect cover for the Chao family to make their escape without being questioned. This plan also offered another key benefit. Destroying the dungeon would prevent the Ding family from ever discovering how Ding Gai truly died, buying Yun Che a critical amount of valuable time. With his plan in motion, his powerful undead servant, Chao, fought and successfully vanquished the Dungeon Lord. The system confirmed his plan was a success. With just 2 messages, Yun Che leveled up once more. One message revealed the Dungeon Lord had been utterly defeated, and the dungeon was now officially cleared. As the dungeon began to pixelate and shatter around them, the Chao family members looked around in utter shock. Choli suddenly realized with growing alarm that their entire world was crumbling into dust. Suddenly, Yunxia appeared right before them, calmly explaining that he had just slain the dungeon lord. He then laid out the rest of his meticulous plan, telling them the dungeon's destruction would unleash chaos. This, plus Ding Ge's sudden disappearance from the scene, would severely hinder the Ding family's reaction time. He instructed them to use this confusion to make their escape, promising them they would be safe and sound. For a little while, however, he then gave them one final, grave instruction. He told them that if they were ever truly questioned and relentlessly pressured by the Ding family, they shouldn't hesitate to give him up and place all the blame squarely on his shoulders. As the world crumbled further into digital pieces, Yunxia began recalling his undead servants, a golden light coalescing in his outstretched hand. Just then, a sudden system message took him by surprise. It revealed that his hidden skill, Mirror World, had gained a whopping 5,000 experience points. The message explained that by slaying the dungeon lord, he had acquired a dungeon core spirit, which was then transformed into elements for his skill. Then, a crucial realization dawned on him. The only way to gain the experience needed to level up Mirror World was by defeating dungeon lords. He reflected on the massive power boost the last upgrade had granted him. With this new knowledge, a clear path forward suddenly opened. He realized with certainty that if he could level up this ultimate skill just one more time, he would swiftly close the immense power gap between himself and his ultimate target. The hero, Dinkuan. The scene then shifts to a private dungeon owned by a vastly wealthy individual. A guard, sporting a mustache and clad in full armor, stood diligently on patrol with his partner. He felt their heightened watchfulness was entirely unnecessary and questioned his partner. Did they really have to be so serious? He casually suggested they sneak off for a game of cards, claiming that no one would be foolish enough to break into a private dungeon. The moment he spoke, a shadowy figure, Yunxia, appeared silently behind him. With a flash of light, Yunxia fully entered the dungeon. The guard with the mustache suddenly froze, sensing a strange presence behind him, but quickly dismissed it as his imagination. From the shadows, Yunxia watched them, his plan already in motion. He knew that the guards, hired for these private dungeons, were, at most, level 30. To him, these so-called secure places were almost defenseless. A montage of his relentless campaign began. He thought about how close he was getting to his goal. One after another, he stormed through different private dungeons, a blur of motion leaving terrified guards in his wake. He was getting closer and closer to his true goal, the day he would finally be strong enough to kill Dinkuan. The thought filled him with a burning anger, his eyes glowing with hatred, as he reminded himself that he had to control his emotions. Until that moment came. To reach his goal, he began a systematic elimination of dungeon lords. He fought a huge, beast-like creature, telling himself to stay calm. As the system announced, he had leveled up and finished the dungeon. He moved on to another, facing down lizard-like monsters, his mind focused on the fact that calmness was the key to avoiding mistakes. He faced a huge, centaur-like demon, his determination strong. Finally, now wearing powerful new armor and surrounded by a storm of purple energy, he finished yet another dungeon, his power growing with each win. Yunxia's relentless attack on private dungeons had not gone unnoticed. Newspapers were filled with headlines about the mysterious mass clearing of many dungeons, causing widespread panic with each dungeon lord he defeated. His ultimate skill, Mirror World, just raked in another 5,000 experience points. It's all adding up fast. The media dubbed this unknown figure the Dungeon Vandal, and naturally the authorities launched a high-level investigation into the matter. In a hidden safe house, far from their old lives, the Chow family members anxiously read the news. Gaoli stared at the paper in utter disbelief, wondering if Yunxia was truly behind it all. The second grand uncle, his face etched with worry, suddenly realized the grim truth. He understood that the sudden clearing of so many dungeons would inevitably be connected back to the incident they were involved in. He then concluded that Yunxia was deliberately drawing the Ding family's attention straight to himself, all to create a massive distraction. A rush of emotion washed over the second grand uncle as he realized the immense sacrifice Yun Che was making. He was doing all of this for them to ensure their safe escape. The family reflected on their precarious new life. They were holed up in a highly secretive location, a journey of several days away from the clutches of the Ding family's influence, and they'd managed to vanish without a trace. A fragile feeling of hope began to blossom. Shaoli remained utterly amazed that Yun Che would sacrifice so much for them, while another male relative breathed a sigh of relief, believing they no longer had to live in constant terror and were, for a brief moment, finally safe. They allowed themselves to believe that they could finally break free from the Ding family's iron grip, but their hope was brutally shattered. Then, a massive explosion rocked their safe house. The very ground trembled violently beneath them as the dust and smoke slowly began to clear. A menacing silhouette appeared in the shifting rubble, his voice dripping with condescension, as he sneeringly asked if they truly thought they could escape them. The intruder then stepped into the revealing light, revealing himself to be none other than Ding Hao, the level 42 second head of the mighty Ding family. He sneered down at the utterly terrified family, questioning if they actually believed the Ding family, who would be foolish enough to pursue the criminal. He declared fiercely that, even if they weren't directly linked to the perpetrator, the mere act of daring to escape the Ding family's grasp was a grave crime in itself, and he had come to deliver a chilling greeting. His face twisted with raw fury, his eyes glowing crimson with malevolent intent. He then mocked them, asking if they had truly underestimated the immense power and far-reaching influence of the hero's family. A massive armored boot slammed down near the terrified family members. Ding Hao branded them delusional traitors. He then delivered his final, devastating news. They had already tracked down the so-called criminal. The scene cut to a huge, heavily guarded complex, the hero's dungeon, where Yun Sha and Yun Yin were seen watching from a distance. At that very moment, Yun Che, now level 42, stood at the entrance to that very dungeon. His arduous journey had led him here, and with a voice full of cold determination, he announced that he had come for Ding Kuan. As he prepared to enter, a final message appeared. His nonstop efforts had finally paid off. His hidden skill, Mirror World, had finally reached level 3. Having reached his goal, Yun Che stood with Yin Sha, looking at the heavily guarded hero's dungeon. From a distance, he knew the private dungeons he had been clearing were only in the level 30 range, and continuing to farm them was an inefficient way to level up. The problem was that all other high-level dungeons were, like this one, state-controlled and heavily guarded by the military, with a 2-kilometer perimeter that no one could get near. This was a major obstacle, as his Mirror World skill was limited. He knew that when he entered the parallel world, he could only explore within a 200-meter radius of where he entered, making it impossible to sneak past the expansive security area without being seen. Turning to the person he had arranged to meet, he realized he would have to rely on Yun Sha for help. Yun Sha, with a playful and knowing smirk, she had accurately guessed what he truly wanted. She then asked if he'd seriously drag her all the way out here, just so she could sneak him into the dungeon. Then, with a cheeky grin, she flat out told him it was impossible. She explained that no matter what intel he had on her, even she couldn't just waltz in without a proper access pass. Right on cue, Yinsheng presented her with 2 temporary access permits, the very same ones he had swiped from the formidable Ding family. He had clearly come prepared. Seeing this, Yinsha took the passes, but she wasn't done yet. She pointed out one crucial, inconvenient detail. A temporary pass absolutely required an official escort to avoid immediate investigation. Her expression then turned stone-cold serious, her eyes blazing with an intense glow. She pressed him for his true motivation. Why did he need to bypass the Ding family and sneak into this specific dungeon in such secrecy? Yin She began to explain, gesturing towards a distant mountain. He reminded her of exactly what she had witnessed back in the trader's dungeon. The heroic, desperate last stand of Chow-in. He argued that since Chow-in was clearly not the evil villain propaganda had painted him to be, it was highly likely that the entire story of the rebellion was also deeply suspicious and absolutely warranted further investigation. Yunsha was far from convinced by Yun-Che's explanation. With an utterly flat expression, she asked if he was honestly trying to treat her like a fool. She began to dismantle the problems with his flimsy story, pointing out that it made absolutely no sense for him, a complete stranger, to risk upsetting a powerful hero just for Chow-in. More importantly, she sharply reminded him that he had already broken into the Ding family's compound before the events in the trader's dungeon had even happened. She challenged him, asking if he was trying to claim he had somehow foreseen the truth about Chow-in and stolen the access passes ahead of time, just for this very moment. She then dropped another crucial piece of information. Not long ago, she revealed Ding Gu himself had entered that very same trader's dungeon, specifically to cause trouble for both Yun-Che and Chow-in. However, he had inexplicably gone missing shortly after, and hadn't been seen since. As she pieced everything together, Yunsha fixed him with a sharp, analytical gaze. She concluded his actions were undeniably not merely those of someone confronting a hero. Instead, he seemed to harbor a deep, personal hatred for the hero himself. Her gaze hardened as she spoke. A slow, dangerous realization dawned on her as she connected the final chilling dots. She registered his name, Yun-Che. Her eyes narrowed as she voiced her suspicion, asking if he was somehow related to the original traitor of the rebellion, who was also named Yun-Che. Yun-Che met her accusation with a playful, disarming smile. Instead of answering directly, he turned the question back on her, pointing out that her last name was also Yun. He asked if that meant she was also related to the famous traitor. The counter-question clearly made her nervous. She stammered, insisting that she hadn't done all the suspicious things that he had. Then, in a moment of frustration, she revealed a secret. Her last name wasn't actually Yun. She confessed that she had only changed her name to avoid being bothered. Yun-Che immediately seized on her confession playfully, pointing out that if her name wasn't real, how could she be so certain that his was? His tone then shifted, becoming more challenging. He reminded her that her attitude wasn't like someone asking for a favor, and questioned if she wasn't afraid that he might just reveal her own secret. Regaining her composure, Yunsha brandished the access pass with a cool, threatening smirk. She warned him that if she were to simply report him to the guards, he would be the one who was truly finished. The two stood in a tense, silent standoff, their secrets and threats hanging in the air between them. When Yunsha threatened to expose him, Yunke simply smiled, stating, with confidence, that he believed she wouldn't do it. This left her completely flustered and irritated. He then explained the deep reason for his trust, reminding her of her selfless actions back in the dungeon. He believed that someone like her, who would risk their own safety to protect fellow students, would never side with despicable people like the Ding family. To truly prove his point, he offered her the diary he had stolen from their home. He revealed that it contained undeniable evidence of the many evil deeds done by the corrupt descendants of the hero, Ding Kuan, who used their family's reputation to bully and harass countless innocent people. Yunsha took the diary, but remained utterly unimpressed, asking if that was truly his only reason. She brazenly claimed that, if he was counting on her sense of justice, he was dead wrong, as she didn't care about such trivial things. With a superior smile, she mocked him for being so naive as to place his life in someone else's hands so easily. She then shot him a sharp, personal question. Had he ever experienced betrayal before? Ashedon crossed Yun-Che's face as painful memories of his past life resurfaced, and he quietly acknowledged her poignant question about betrayal. Yunsha was genuinely surprised by his unexpected reaction. He went on to explain that whether he had been betrayed or not didn't matter at all. It wouldn't stop him from being able to trust people. He stated that his trust in her was far deeper than that. He believed her basic nature was fundamentally not evil. This unexpected sincerity left Yun Sha visibly flustered, muttering that he didn't seem like a good person. Himself, having made up her mind, she boldly challenged him. She told him that if he truly trusted her so much, he should follow her. She dared him to see if she would change her mind and betray him along the way. As Yun Che followed her without a single hesitation, a single bead of sweat trickled down her face. She was shocked deep inside, finding it hard to believe that, after everything she had been through, someone could still truly see her and trust her as a good person. Upon entering the magnificent, stepping into the hero's dungeon's vibrant purple halls, Yun Sha and the mysterious, cloaked Yun Che were instantly confronted by a vigilant guard. The guard recognized Yun Sha on sight and offered a respectful salute. He warmly welcomed Miss Yun Sha, explaining that the hero had been eagerly awaiting her for days, and she was free to go right in. However, the guard's friendly demeanor quickly shifted to suspicion. He pointed out that old master, Ding Dan, had just entered moments ago, and questioned why she hadn't arrived with him. His gaze then fell upon the cloaked figure beside her, asking if he was her personal guard. He quickly tried to explain himself, stating he wasn't doubting her in the slightest, but old Master Ding Dan had given very specific instructions. He had warned them that a number of temporary passes had recently been stolen from the family, so they needed to be extremely careful with all visitors. Yun Sha grew annoyed, confronting the guard directly and asking if this was an interrogation. The flustered guard immediately denied it. He then revealed the true reason for the heightened security. They had received an official notice from the authorities. The malicious criminal, who had been rampaging through private dungeons, was reportedly heading towards the hero's dungeon. Hearing this, Yun Sha shot a knowing, Amuzed Zmirk in Yun Che's direction, fully aware of the situation's rich irony. The guard continued his frantic explanation, insisting it was all just a routine procedure, all for her own safety. Yun Sha let out a quiet sigh and turned to Yun Che, whispering to him that the guard seemed very determined to investigate him. Faced with the guard's unwavering insistence, Yun Sha merely laughed and playfully draped her arm over the cloaked Yun Che, telling him to go ahead and let them check. She then leaned in towards the guard, her eyes glowing with undeniable authority, and condescendingly asked if he truly believed she wouldn't be able to recognize her own guard. She continued to mock him, implying she might be a fraud, and dared them to inspect her too. Utterly cowed by her show of status, the guard stammered, "I wouldn't dare." He quickly conceded that if Miss Yun Sha was so confident, then there's no doubt about it, and promptly waved them through. As they strode past the guards, Yun Chao let out a quiet, satisfied sigh. While passing through the dungeon's portal, she mused that Yun Chao's true identity must be even more significant than she had first imagined. Once they were safely inside, she turned to him and stated, "Based on the trust you placed in me, I fulfilled my promise and brought you in." She added that she wouldn't interfere with whatever he planned to do next. However, she made it clear her help ended there. Yun Sha simply thanked her. He then summoned a cloaked, skeletal undead minion and told her to take it and leave. He explained that by doing this, anything he did from that point on wouldn't be connected to her. Protecting her cover, Yun Che then vanished. Yun Sha seemed slightly impressed by his thinking, remarking, "He has some conscience after all." After she left, Yun Che immediately entered the mirror world. The familiar blue-tinted landscape shimmered around him. Now uncloaked, he looked at his system. A new, reverse skill displayed before him. With a look of grim satisfaction, he stated, "I can finally put my new power to use." The power from his newly upgraded Level 3 Mirror World skill. Yun Xia looked at the system window, showing his hidden skills. His ultimate skill, Mirror World, had reached Level 3. He decided to test his new power. Activating the Level 3 Mirror World, the system announced it was setting up a secret area. Inside this new dimension, Yun Che found himself facing ghostly copies of powerful monsters, some as high as Level 45. He finally grasped the new function of his skill, A level 3 mirror world could now flawlessly copy monsters found within the real world's dungeon. This meant he could now freely fight and train against these powerful copies. Yin-Che summoned his own undead minions to fight alongside him. He realized that with this incredible new ability, he could freely farm experience inside the mirror world without any risk of being found in reality. After some intense training, he left the parallel dimension and returned to the real world. A flurry of notifications immediately appeared, showing he was still gaining experience. He understood another key benefit of this upgrade. His undead army could remain inside the mirror world to continuously slay monsters and gain experience for him, even while he was back in the real world. With his undead army now leveling up for him, automatically they kept growing stronger. Yin-Che then turned his attention to his surroundings. Alongside the spirit of Chao, and he stood on a cliff looking over a vast, grand castle city built within the dungeon itself. He was genuinely surprised to find such a city in this secret area, and decided it was the perfect time to investigate. As they walked deeper through the woods, Yin-Che remembered the vital information he'd gathered from the Ding family's diary. He figured this city must be where his target, Ding Kuen, resided. He thought about how little he truly knew about the so-called hero. All he knew was that Ding Kuen had reached S-Class many decades ago and hadn't shown his true strength in public since. Even a high-ranking family member like Dingai did not know the hero's full power. Yin-Che knew that having more detailed information would give him a much greater chance of success in his quest for revenge. He found it strange, remembering that in his past life, he knew of every person who had reached S-Class rank. Yet Ding Kuen seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Hoping for a clue, he turned to the undead spirit of his old friend. He called him by his nickname, Ben Ben, and asked if he knew who Ding Kuen was. However, the spirit of Chao, and it could only tilt its head in pure confusion. Unable to answer, Yin-Che expressed his deep disappointment, wondering if his attempt to speak with his undead friend was still completely useless. He thought that when his SSS rank skill, Mirror World, reached level 3, the intelligence of all his undead minions had greatly improved. The improvement was most obvious in the spirit of Chao. Ben Ben, however, he concluded with growing frustration that his friend's soul had still not recovered enough to be able to speak properly. Looking out over the huge castle city within the dungeon, Yin-Che still held onto a small piece of hope. He thought that perhaps, if he continued to level up Mirror World, Ben Ben might eventually regain more of his consciousness. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall in the castle, Ding Dan walked down a grand staircase, reporting to his father. He was worried about his favorite Dingai, whom he called Third Brother, saying that he was still missing and they didn't know his whereabouts. He was speaking to a powerful figure, sitting on a grand throne, a man in intimidating full-plate armor, who was Ding Kuen, the famous hero of the empire. Ding Dan continued his report, expressing his furious anger that the criminal they were hunting had dared to come so close to their stronghold, the hero's dungeon. Ding Kuen rose from his throne as Ding Dan continued his desperate plea. He reasoned that, for someone to have quietly captured the powerful Dingai, that person must have also reached S-Class level. For security reasons, he begged his father, Ding Kuen, to personally step in and handle the threat. Instead of agreeing, Ding Kuen's response was swift and horrifically violent. In a blur, his hand, now a shadowy claw with a glowing red eye, pierced straight through his own son's chest. As the life faded from Ding Dan, the shadowy form of Ding Kuen clutched his son's body. He scoffed at him, utterly condescending, asking how a man so incredibly incompetent, who couldn't even keep track of his own child, dared to tell him what to do. Ding Dong gasped in utter disbelief, blood trickling from his lips. The armored figure of Ding Kuen glared down at him with pure disgust, remarking how utterly pathetic it was that Ding Dan had just barely met the requirements for S-Class. At his advanced age, yet still couldn't survive a single hit from him. He continued his chilling monologue, revealing that, and truth. The only reason he even bothered to keep a waist, like Ding Dan around at all, was simply to look after his grandson. Ding Yi. He further scolded the dying man, snarling that not only had he failed in that simple task by losing Dingu, but now he expected Ding Kun to clean up his mess. A look of absolute terror filled Ding Dan's blood-soaked face as he realized the horrifying truth about his father. Ding Kun then revealed a chilling secret, explaining that without Dingu, he had lost a precious blood relative. This loss, he declared, would cost him many years of his own life. The scene then shifts to the chaotic city streets, outside the formidable castle, where a cruel young man with slicked-back blonde hair, named Ding Yin, another descendant of the hero, laughed wildly while sitting atop a large, beaten man who served as his living throne. He cruelly encouraged the starving citizens below to viciously fight over mere scraps of food, a scene further worsened by vicious wolves, preying on them as they scrambled. A small child cried in terror as a wolf drew closer, and Ding Yan's voice echoed, taunting them all, warning that the food would soon be all gone if they didn't eat it quickly. A tall, hooded figure, a level 60 enforcer named Nancy, appeared silently behind Ding Yan and called him young master. Nancy pointed out that Ding Yan's pet, the poor man he was sitting on, hadn't eaten any meat in several days, and he uttered a sinister suggestion. From a distance, Yun Che and Chao in spirit bore witness to the horrific scene unfolding. Yun Che grimly mused that, compared to the sheer evil on display, the actions of the other Ding family branch he dealt with seemed almost tame. As Yun Che observed the cruelty below, a furious purple aura began to swirl around him. He pondered whether to intervene and reveal himself. However, his attention was abruptly drawn elsewhere. Beside him, the undead spirit of Chao Ben Ben erupted in a surge of blue and black energy, letting loose a furious roar. In fiery reaction to the injustice he was witnessing, Yunke gazed at his friend's spirit with a sorrowful expression, calling him by his familiar nickname. He thought that even in his current mindless state, his friend's innate desire to aid those in need remained as potent as ever. This triggered a memory, flashing back to their shared past. Yun Che recalled that, among all the children in the impoverished slums, where they'd grown up, Ben Ben and another boy named Lon Chien were always the kindest and strongest. He remembered finding them courageously standing up to a cruel slave driver. It was this very courage that led him to take them both in as his students to train them. His hope was that they would grow strong enough to aid others. In the future, the memory faded, and back in the present, Yun Che was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt. He blamed himself, thinking it was his fault. His friend was twisted into this undead form. Just then, the spirit of Chao Ben turned to him and managed to utter a broken, questioning name, Lon Chien. Yun Che was utterly stunned by this flicker of returning consciousness. He grabbed his friend's spirit, desperately, asking if his mind had truly returned, if he could talk. But the spirit only managed to utter another broken word. Ding, uttered suddenly. Chao's spirit exploded, unleashing a massive surge of blue energy. He struggled mightily, but a horrifying truth finally clicked into place. He declared it. Lan Qian is Ding Kun. The revelation struck Yun Che like a physical blow. The scene cuts back to the throne room, where the armored figure of Ding Kun stood. He loomed over the body of his son, Ding Dun. After wiping the blood from his gauntlet, he uttered the name Yun Che in his shadowy, menacing voice. He wondered aloud if someone was intentionally using a name so similar to his old enemies purely to provoke him. A grim, knowing look appeared on his face as he mused on how many years it had been since he last heard that name. With a sinister, confident smile, he addressed his old master, who wasn't even there. He declared he would see for himself who dared to pretend to be his dear master, thus revealing his true identity as Lan Qian. Meanwhile, on the city streets, the cruel Ding Yin taunts his huge, orc-like pets, mocking them for being so well-behaved. He tells them he knows they must be starving, letting out a crazy laugh. He points to the terrified and injured citizens scattered around the plaza. A scene of violence he's clearly responsible for. A small, crying child kneels next to a fallen man, too scared to move, with a look of pure madness. Ding Yin declares that since these people are just toys, his pets should devour them all. He gives the command, and one of the giant orcs lunges directly toward the helpless child. But before the creature can strike, a bright flash of purple light explodes. In an instant, the orc is sliced to pieces by a series of impossibly fast, precise slashes. Yun Che lands smoothly, his back to the chaos, his body crackling with a powerful purple aura. His face is cold with fury, his eyes glowing intensely. He thinks the name Lan Qian in total disbelief. He cannot understand how his former student could possibly be the same person as Ding Kuan, the monster who caused this horrible scene. His arrival doesn't go unnoticed. Enforcer Nancy steps forward, demanding to know his identity, while Ding Yang watches on in shock. Nancy laughs, calling Yun Fool for daring to enter the hero's territory. But Yun Che is lost in his own angry thoughts, his eyes burning with purple fire. He silently screams, wondering how the Lan Qian he knew could possibly raise such a disgusting person. Like Ding Yang, this brings back another memory, a flashback to a simpler time. A younger Yun Che stands before his two young students, Lan Qian and Xiao Benben. He explains to them that, because of the great power of class users, the old era of knights is over. However, he tells them that as a knight's son himself, there are still values he wants to teach them. He promises them that with his help, their strength will grow, far beyond that of normal class users. As he speaks, the young Lan Qian looks up at him with bright, admiring eyes, clearly inspired by his master's words. The story flashes back again to a younger Yun Che teaching his two students, the bright-eyed Lan Qian and Xiao Benben. He explains that if they want to keep learning from him, they must remember a few key things. The first, he says, is humility. The lesson is shown next to a memory of the two boys harvesting a field, with Lan Qian playfully bragging that he's faster than Benben. Yin Che reminds them to remember that they are no different from others and must treat everyone with kindness and respect. This is followed by a scene where the boys are being paid by an old man for their work. Benben complains that the pay is too low, accusing the man of cheating them. The calmer Lan Qian quickly tries to stop him, telling him not to make their master angry. But Yun Che silences Benben with a sharp command. After the lesson in humility, the younger Yun Che gives his students a book, explaining it's an extra reward. He tells them to remember this feeling of being rewarded for their work and never succumb to arrogance. The scene then snaps back to the present-day battle. Yun Che unleashes a furious storm of purple energy. His powerful slash is so immense, it utterly shatters Nancy's arcane shield skill, leaving the enforcer wounded and absolutely stunned by his opponent's raw power. Yun Che watches with chilling focus. Nancy, utterly enraged, screams that his equipment was legendary, grade level 30 gear. Even his prized protective necklace was obliterated. Behind him, Ding Yin, seething with fury, points at Yun Che, calling him a filthy commoner, and vows to show him the true power of someone from a higher class. Unfazed, Yun Che charges forward, ready to meet the challenge. This triggers yet another flashback, focusing on his second principle, compassion. The memory shows him and the two boys in a ruined city, offering food and aid to a starving, helpless man. Yun Che explains they must be kind to the weak and always use a good heart to fight against violence. This is followed by a scene of the two boys bravely fighting off a large man, defending the weak. The final memory focuses on Lan Qian. Yun Che stands behind him as they look down at a captured criminal. He tells Lan Qian that since he himself was rescued from the same slaver group, he should understand the helplessness of the weak and thus make a fair judgment. As Yun Che charges, he swings his glowing purple sword in a wide, powerful slice aimed directly at Ding Yin and his enforcer. However, The attack passes through them as if they were ghosts. They dissolve into black smoke. And the real Ding Yin and Nancy reappear, a short distance away, surrounded by terrified citizens. Ding Yin mockingly comments on how pleased Yun Che must be to have merely slashed one of their illusions. The plaza then floods, with dozens of identical copies of Ding Yin and Nancy, completely surrounding Yun Che. The real Ding Yin leans casually on his enforcer's shoulder and cruelly offers Yun Che the chance to slash even more of them. If he's enjoying it so much, Yun Che remains completely calm. Ding Yang continues his cruel taunts, observing Yun Che's perpetually angry expression. He then cruelly guesses if that anger is for the helpless citizens, and then wonders with sickening joy if a family member is among them. He issues a twisted challenge, daring Yun Che to try and slash them again. He wonders what Yun Che's expression will be when he finds out that, in his rage to cut down the illusions, he had actually killed innocent people instead. As this cruel mind game plays out, Yun Che begins to power up his blade of trickery, his sword crackling with furious purple energy. As his attack power dramatically increases, a split-screen view shows Yun Che's unique advantage. Through his mirror world skill, he can see both the real world and the parallel one. At the same time, he sees the real, terrified citizens and the true location of his enemies, separate from the many fakes scattered across the plaza. With his improved senses, Yun Che ignores the bait. He rushes forward, his eyes glowing with fierce purple light. His glowing sword swings in a wide, powerful arc that carves past the fakes and squarely hits the real Ding Yang and Nancy. They are left completely stunned, unable to comprehend how he saw through their illusion. The story flashes back to Yun Che's third and final principle for his students, courage. The memory shows a young Lan Qian and a young Chao Ben Ben standing bravely against a large group of fearsome monsters. Yun Che explains that one must be fearless. He taught them that in the battle against the dangers of dungeons, there is absolutely no room for fear. One must fight for what is right. The memory shows the two boys fighting hard, wounded but refusing to give up. After the battle, the younger Yun Che finally appears. An angry Ben Ben confronts him, shouting that they were almost killed, while Lan Qian expresses his relief that it's over. The younger Yun Che smiles, telling his students not to worry, as he was always nearby, watching over them. Faced with Yun Che's amazing power, Ding Yin immediately panics. He grudgingly admits his opponent's power. Then, in a stunning display of cowardice, he orders his enforcer, Nancy, to drop her illusions and become a human shield to buy him escape time. As he flees, he screams a threat over his shoulder, warning Nancy that if anything befalls him, his grandfather will surely end her. And left to face Yun Che alone, a truly terrified Nancy desperately attempts to cast a powerful spell, summoning a human delusion swamp. He complains that as a caster, he's at a huge disadvantage without his illusion magic. Just as he's about to cast, Yun Che vanishes from sight. Nancy looks around in a panic, wondering where he went, but it's too late. Yun Che instantly reappears directly behind him, and with a single, clean swing of his sword, he cuts him down. The defeated enforcer desperately begs for his life, claiming he isn't a member of the Ding family, and is just a hired mercenary. He pleads with Yun Che to go after the escaping Ding Yin instead. Yun Che ignores his pleas and delivers the final blow without a word. Meanwhile, Ding Yin's escape is abruptly stopped by the ghostly, large figure of the undead Chao In, who blocks his path. Terrified, Ding Yin immediately tries to use his family name as a shield, demanding to know what this thing is, and reminding it he's the grandson of a hero. He then threatens the spirit, promising to make its entire family suffer a terrible death if it dares to touch him. But before the spirit can act, Yun Che appears, summoning a huge, shadowy creature that looms over the terrified Ding Yin. As Ding Yin screams in terror, a system window appears before him, showing a list of all his equipped items. His robe, skill books, potions, and belt being forcefully taken from his inventory. He can only watch in horror. What exactly did Yin Che do to him? This scene unfolds against the backdrop of his ultimate principles, the very ones Yun Che instilled in his students, a stark contrast to the absolute evil he now confronts. The fifth principle, honesty. The sixth, justice. The seventh, honor. And the eighth, the ultimate principle, soul. The colossal shadowy creature, summoned by Yun Che, unleashes its assault, immediately conjuring a volley of dark, blue energy, swords that erupt from the earth, raining down devastation upon the city below. Its target, Ding Yin, now lies utterly lifeless on the ground, his reign of terror brought to a swift, brutal close. Standing on a bridge, gazing down at the horrific scene, Yun Che stares at the impaled bodies of innocent citizens, grimly skewered on spikes. His mind drifts to his former student, Lan Xian, contemplating with bitter resentment how he had not only utterly abandoned every principle taught, but also ruthlessly betrayed both him and Xiao Ben. His sorrow then twists into pure, unadulterated rage as he considers the atrocities Lan Xian has allowed his own family to commit. He silently screams the agonizing question, why did this all happen? A voice shatters his thoughts, asking, why what? The shadowy, armored figure of Dinkuan, who is Lan Xian, suddenly materializes behind him. Before Yun Che can even register the presence, Dinkuan delivers a devastating punch to his back, mockingly, commenting on how much fun he seems to be having. In his secret place, the sheer force of the blow sends Yun Che crashing violently into the castle walls, erupting in a massive explosion of rock and dust. Buried deep within the rubble, Yun Che immediately starts to heal himself, rapidly casting a series of mending spells. Simultaneously, he assesses his newly acquired potent equipment. He now wears the spider pearl necklace, the distant roar robe, the nether serpent's pants, the nether cave belt, and the nether cave pottery boots. All the while, his blade of trickery continues to amplify his attack power. Bloodied, but utterly resolute, he pulls himself from the wreckage. His mind still reels with that haunting question for his old student, Lan Xian, why? The shadowy figure of his former student, now fully identified by the system as the Level 71 S-Class Berserker Lan Xian, also known as Ding Kuan, walks towards him through the destruction. Instead of facing him directly, Yun Che uses a new plan, throwing a volley of shiny, mirror-like shards toward his enemy. Binkin easily blocks the objects, confused by what they are, and asking if they are mirrors. The shards are a distraction, and Yun Che uses them as portals, appearing instantly behind his former students. With his enemy caught off guard, Yun Che brings his glowing purple sword down in a powerful strike, his voice filled with the pain and rage of a decades-old betrayal, as he screams the question that has been bothering him. Why did you betray us? The strong blow from Yun Che's surprise attack shattered a piece of Dinkuan's armor. Dinkuan, touching his damaged helmet, grinned and noted that for someone to break his armor, their speed and attack power must be unusually high. Yun Che's eyes glowed with an intense purple light, filled with rage and pain. Clenching his fist, he screamed Lanchan's name, confirming it was his former student. He desperately asked why he chose to betray them. Years ago, unimpressed, Lanchan questioned the word betrayal. As he summoned a huge, pixelated greatsword, he thought to himself that this intruder knew his old name, and was also using the name Yun Che. He wrongly assumed Yun Che was an assassin sent by an old enemy. With a wild grin, Lan Xian charged forward, unleashing a powerful swing with his sword that sent a wave of red energy across the area. After Yun Che dodged the attack, Lan Xian appeared behind him, mockingly, asking if he was trying to impersonate his old master, calling it a bad joke, ignoring the taunt. Yun Che struck again, screaming his question about the betrayal once more, but Lan Xian easily blocked the attack. With a look of pure disgust, Lan Xian dismissed him, declaring him merely a tool and all talk pointless. He immediately retaliated, with a powerful swing of his own. The sheer force of their weapons clashing shattered the ground, carving out a massive crater and forcing both fighters to leap back. As the dust settled, the undead spirit of Chao materialized at Yun Che's side. With a grim look, Yun Che challenged his old student, asking what he planned to do about their other friend. Filled with unbridled rage, the ghost of Chao charged forward, roaring Lan Qian's name. Lan Qian looked on, in shock at the ghostly form of his old friend. In a flash, he appeared before Chao and spirit, grabbing him by the neck with a furious roar. He then slammed the spirit's head into the ground, demanding to know how he was still alive. As Lan Qian raised his fist to strike again, Chao and spirit summoned a golden barrier to protect itself. But Lan Qian shattered it with a single devastating punch. As the barrier broke, Lan Qian realized the shocking truth. He understood. His former friend was now truly an undead spirit. He noted that while Chao was revived, he didn't seem to possess much intelligence. As he was distracted, Yun Che swung his sword at him from behind. But Lan Qian swiftly blocked the surprise attack. Suddenly, 3 new figures appeared on the castle walls above. A man called out to Lan Qian, calling him father and asking why he had come out. The 3 men, all level 60, claimed they could have easily handled the intruder themselves. Annoyed, Lan Qian sharply told them to get lost. Yun Che then summoned his own help, calling the undead spirits of Nan, Shi, and Dingai to fight alongside Chao In, ordering them to keep the 3 men busy. Lan Qian's eyes widened in utter shock as he recognized one of the new spirits. "Is that my third nephew?" he gasped. He looked closely at the undead Dingai and confirmed that his nephew was indeed dead. He muttered, "My blood relative." A fleeting moment of sadness crossed his face. However, his sadness quickly twisted into a sinister, evil grin as he looked at Yun Che with new interest. He said that he was starting to find him interesting. He charged forward again, noting Yun Che's ability to revive another person. As an undead as Yun Che barely dodged a swipe from his former student's claws, Lan Qian stood over him, his form growing more monstrous, and his eyes glowing with a mad light. He called Yun Che master desperately, pleading with him to prove that he was who he said he was, with a look of pure insanity. He screamed that Yun Che must be his beloved master, bloodied but determined. Yun Che looked at him with cold fury. He thought back to the person Lan Qian used to be, someone who would help others, even when he was a suffering prisoner. As his blade of trickery continued to drain his magic, to increase its power, Yun Che swung his glowing purple sword, screaming in frustration, wondering how his student could have become so crazy and twisted. Lan Qian managed to block the powerful blow. Lan Qian responded with a crazed shout, blaming everything on his dear master. Angered by this, Yun Che grabbed him, firing back with furious questions. He demanded to know what nonsense he was talking, reminding him that Yun Che had saved him from slavery and gave him power. He asked if Lan Qian had forgotten everything he was taught, but was met with only hysterical laughter. Suddenly, Lan Qian's laughter turned to pure rage, as he screamed the real reason for his anger, questioning why Yun Che took so long to rescue him in the first place. As they clashed again, his twisted thinking was revealed in a painful flashback to his past, where he lay beaten by a slaver. He questioned why he had to suffer so much. Before being rescued, he then ranted about his life. After questioning why, as the student of a mere knight's son, he was expected to live a comfortable life, where everyone was polite. A memory showed townspeople greeting the younger Yun Che with respect. Lan Qian seethed, demanding why Chao Ben, who'd never endured such horrors, was allowed to enjoy the same respected life. His profound jealousy erupted then, as he demanded why Ben was always superior. He raged at Yun Che, accusing him of favoring Ben simply because his past was untainted. Finally, he spat out the question that seemed to gnaw at him the most, demanding to know why Yun Che had him change his class to a berserker. He argued with twisted logic that because he was shy and fearful, he should have been made a guardian knight. With stronger defenses, not a reckless attacker. Stunned in his silence for a moment, Yunque finally responded. He questioned when he'd ever shown favoritism to Romadin l'Ancien, that he had always wanted to become braver and stronger, and that was the reason for his choice. Lan Xian furiously rejected this, screaming that it was all because Yun Che preferred people like Ben Ben. He insisted that he also tried his best to act brave, but then his tone shifted to mocking laughter. He questioned if his efforts made Yun Che favor him more. Then he accused his former master of looking down on him from the beginning because of his past as a slave, telling him to stop pretending. This accusation finally shattered Yun Che's calm, his eyes glowing with pure rage. He roared back, asking about compassion and humility, angrily dismissing all the knightly values he had tried to teach. Lan Xian shot back, asking if any of those values could help him live a better life. He cynically pointed out that the respect Yun Che got was only due to his own power. He sneered that, unlike Ben Ben, who was fooled by Yun Che, he would never waste time or chances for leveling up, just to save people. With a look of disgust, he again asked Yun Che how he could dare to speak of betrayal. Lan Xian's confession became a proud declaration. He declared that since Yun Che could choose Ben Ben, he was free to make his own choice. He revealed that good old brother Luo Wei offered him far greater status. Along with immense power, he maniacally told Yun Che to witness the consequences of their divergent paths, contrasting Ben Ben's descendants with his own. He cackled with cruel satisfaction, boasting that Ben Ben's family could only ever serve as slaves, beneath his own formidable Ding family. He then mocked Yun Che's current miserable state, and with a flourish, gestured to a towering golden statue of a powerful figure, telling him to simply gaze upon the lofty status Luo Wei now commanded. As Yun que stood silently, absolutely fuming, his body crackling with a massive, furious purple aura, Lan Xian delivered his final and biting taunt. Who do you think made the right choice in the end? In response, the immense purple energy around Yun Che surged violently, his blood-streaked face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He finally snapped, screaming at Lan Xian and branding him a heartless, ungrateful bastard, fueled by his incandescent rage. Yun Che leaped into the air and unleashed a volley of glowing, razor-sharp mirror shards at his former student. He then unleashed a blindingly fast and complex assault, teleporting rapidly between the shards, to strike from multiple angles all at once. A relentless storm of purple energy slashes overwhelmed Lan Xian, who desperately tried to fend off the onslaught, but the sheer force was too much. Lan Xian's once strong armor began to crack and shatter under the continuous, devastating blows, completely breaking apart. After delivering the devastating attack, Yun Che landed, looking down at his hand. He spoke with cold, final judgment, agreeing with his former student on one single point. He truly couldn't compare to Ben Ben. With a look of utter disgust, he delivered his final, crushing insult, declaring that Lan Xian wasn't even worthy of being compared to one of Ben Ben's toes. Lying defeated on the ground in his shattered armor, Lan Xian suddenly started to laugh wildly. Then, a system window appeared. He declared the conditions for his skill. Berserker's brand had been met. Enveloped in a furious red aura, his scar body now bared, he sprang to his feet, laughing like a madman, screaming that Yun Che had finally admitted he had a favorite. A new system notification revealed his incredible power boost. His attack power had skyrocketed by 300%, and his speed by a staggering 200%. The skill's description explained, the lower his health, the more his power and speed would surge. Now in a full rampage state, he roared that Yun Che had confirmed his bias towards Ben Ben, calling him a hypocrite as he dashed forward with blinding speed. The system added that the Berserker exclusive Rampage skill drastically boosted strength and speed, but lowered intelligence and defense. Yin Che was utterly stunned by his former students' new speed. Lan Xian moved so fast that Yin Che had to retreat into the mirror world just to survive Lan Xian's powerful strike. Instead, the attack sliced through a mirror shard instead of him. The force of the missed attack was so great that it carved a massive trench through the battlefield, slicing the castle itself in half. As Yin Che reappeared from another shard in the rubble, Lan Xian correctly deduced that he was using the mirrors to teleport and dodge his attacks. To counter this, he activated another berserker skill, Furious Blood Rain, mocking Yin Che for being helpless without his tricks. A storm of sharp, blood-red projectiles rained down from the sky, shattering the ground. Lan Xian challenged him to a direct fight, sarcastically, reminding him that knights were supposed to be brave. Caught in the downpour, Yin Che began taking constant damage. Meanwhile, Lan Xian strode through his own damaging aura, while he also took minor damage. Each hit activated his berserker's brand, continuously increasing his attack power and speed. Even more convinced he was right, he sneered that Yin Che only preached about virtue. Once he was safe, labeling him a spoiled noble who had never truly known suffering and thus understood absolutely nothing. Lan Xian charged forward once more, screaming that anyone who hadn't endured his pain had no right to speak of compassion. As Lan Xian swung with incredible force, Yin Che barely managed to dodge the powerful blow. Lan Xian suddenly mat lialit, right in front of shocked Yin Che, mocking his former master's ideals as nothing more than childish games. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a massive wave of crimson energy, laughing at the naive idea that friends and students would stay loyal forever. The brutal attack landed, and the sheer force of the blow shattered the ground beneath them, forced to his knees and trapped within the damaging aura of the furious blood rain. Yin Che could only endure the continuous hits, as his health rapidly plummeted. Lan Xian laughed at Yin Che's pathetic state, taunting him about how weak he was without his mirrors. With his magic almost depleted, Yin Che had to chug a healing potion, barely managing to counter the relentless damage he was taking. Lan Xian slowly moved closer, gloating that even if he didn't attack, Yin Che could only struggle to survive the blood rain's continuous damage. Seizing a fleeting moment, Yin Che lunged forward in a desperate counterattack, but Lan Xian easily blocked it, remarking that his master hadn't been so fragile in the past. With a cruel sneer, he declared that this was the price of being naive, and that Yin Che should thank him for the lesson. In a swift move, Yin Che summoned a small, ghostly dagger and tried to stab him up close. However, Lan Xian easily caught the blade, continuing his twisted lecture by saying that only by being betrayed could one truly grow up. He began his own counterattack, mocking Yin Che about how terrible it must feel to fall from such a high position. Yin Che managed to block the strike, but as their blades locked, Lan Xian delivered his final, crushing taunts, gloating about how Luo Wei had become a respected king, beloved by his people, while Yin Che himself was branded a traitor, detested by all. Straining with all his might, Yun Ke struggled to hold back Lan Xian's immense power. With a final, taunting question, asking if he felt jealous, Lan Xian effortlessly overpowered his former master, sending him crashing into the rocks, buried in rubble, and still taking damage from the furious blood rain. Yin Che's health plummeted to a critical level. As Lan Xian laughed wildly, the victor approached, declaring that Yin Che's life was about to end, and his only way to survive was now in his hands. With a twisted, cruel look, Lan Xian made an offer. If Yin Che admitted he was wrong and knelt to beg for forgiveness, he might be allowed to live as his pet. However, this offer had one key condition. He must reveal the secret of how he could bring the dead back to life. In the darkness, seemingly beaten, Yin Che quietly admitted, "I was wrong." As he spoke, he summoned a new pair of daggers, the ghostly daggers. He clarified his statement, declaring that his mistake had been saving Lan Xian from the slavers all those years ago. As a powerful golden aura began to surge around him, he continued, stating that his second mistake had been trusting heartless people like him. Suddenly, a system message flashed, announcing that Yun Che had leveled up. Lan Xian looked on in shock, realizing that his opponent's status had been fully restored. Yun Che continued listing his past mistakes. He had been wrong to believe that he could win people over by setting a good example, and wrong to think that good people couldn't turn evil. But all this time, his undead minions had been continuously farming experience for him, deep within the treacherous mirror world, delivering the crucial final push to level up. At a formidable level 46, his health and mana were maxed out. He declared his gravest mistake had been blindly adhering to the outdated Knight's Code. He unleashed a flurry of devastatingly powerful buffing skills channeled through his formidable new daggers, including Aura of Swiftness and the menacing Evil Possession. His entire appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. His hair instantly shifted to a chilling, ghostly white, and he was engulfed in a potent, spectral blue aura, and his attack power absolutely skyrocketed. He roared that virtues were utterly useless when facing utter scum like them. With a gaze now filled with cold, ruthless determination, he resolved that the only thing required was to eliminate them by any and all means necessary. Fully powered up, Yun Che charged ahead with relentless fury, his new ghostly daggers crackling wildly with raw energy, and collided with Lan Xian in a brutal head-on confrontation. A fierce, high-speed battle erupted between them. Their powerful strikes clashed in a blinding storm of blue and red energy that ripped and tore across the ruined landscape. Lan Xian cackled wildly, utterly thrilled by the brutal fight, screaming that this was how a real battle should be. However, after effortlessly blocking one of Yun Che's strikes, he began to mercilessly mock his former master. He'd thought Yun Che had learned a brand new, dual-wielding class, but now he saw he was merely clumsily holding two daggers. He harshly scolded him, stating that using an unfamiliar fighting style in a real battle was absolute suicide, and that Yun Che seemed to have completely forgotten the lessons he'd once taught him as a memory of his own. Past suffering flashed through his mind. Lan Xian swung his weapon, but Yun Che vanished in an instant before the blow could land. Lan Xian was left utterly confused by his opponent's sudden disappearance, but only for a fleeting moment. Yun Che instantly reappeared right behind him and plunged a dagger deep into his back, causing him to violently spit up blood. Enraged and racked with pain, Lan Xian spun around, desperate to counterattack. But Yun Che once again vanished into thin air. He screamed in utter frustration, demanding to know how such a feat was even possible. As all his mirrors shattered, he frantically searched until his eyes landed on a pool of his own blood, spilled on the ground. There, he saw a reflection and grasped the horrifying truth. Yun Che didn't need just mirrors. He could use any reflective surface, even blood, to teleport. Absolutely furious at being tricked, Lan Xian unleashed a devastating ability, causing tendrils of blood to erupt from the ground and engulf the entire area. He conceded that Yun Che had found a loophole, but declared that with this new move, he'd have nowhere left to run. Activating his ultimate skill, Blood Frenzy, he confidently declared that now there was nothing left for his master to use for reflection. But just as he finished his boast, a shadowy blade pierced straight through his chest. From behind, he turned in utter disbelief to see the ghostly form of his other former friend, the undead Chao An, standing right behind him. He weakly questioned how he had gotten there, and how they could have performed a sneak attack. Across the battlefield, Yun Ke, now back in his original appearance, calmly recalled his undead minions. He stated that there was no need to follow the Knight's Code. When dealing with someone like him, the battle was already over. Surrounded by the ghostly flames of his undead army, Yun Che stood over Lan Xian's fallen body. With a look of absolute, cold hatred, he delivered his final sentence, declaring he only wanted one thing: for Lan Xian to die. Even with a deadly wound, Lan Xian remained defiant. He called the undead spirit of Chao Ben Ben a loser from 60 years ago, who was no match for him now, and easily sliced the spirit in half. He screamed that the more he was hurt, the stronger he got, thanks to his berserker skills. But Yun-Che instantly appeared and stabbed him again, in his powered-up form. Yun-Che coldly told his former student that he knew all his weaknesses. Enraged, Lan Xian cursed at him. But Yun-Che calmly explained the two main weaknesses of the berserker class. The first, he said, was low defense. As Lan Xian swung wildly, Yun-Che teleported away, and the undead spirit of Ding Ji took his place, swinging its axe at the berserker. Lan Xian furiously turned and sliced the new enemy in half. Yun-Che explained that the berserker class needs a lot of points in attack and speed, which leaves little for defense. To prove his point, a volley of energy arrows from another undead archer hit Lan Xian in the back. Now surrounded by a growing army of Yun-Che's minions, he learned the hard truth of his build. Yun-Che explained that, with the defense-lowering effects of his own skills, even low-level skeletons could now hurt him. With a furious roar, Lan Xian used a powerful whirlwind slash, cutting down the minions right around him. He boasted that he just needed to clear out these low-level spirits, but as the dust settled, he saw Yun-Che and more undead on the cliffs above. Yun-Chao then revealed the second major weakness, a lack of wide area attacks. He explained that besides the basic whirlwind slash and some straight energy slashes, Lan Xian had no way to deal with a large, spread-out army. The final, inescapable trap was revealed as a huge army of undead spirits appeared from the shadows. Behind Yun-Che, he told his former student that his mana regenerated fast, enough to keep an endless army of undead, making it impossible for Lan Xian to ever kill them all. Refusing to accept his weakness, Lan Xian furiously declared that he did have a wide-range attack and used his furious blood rain again. But Yun-Che was ready and calmly summoned huge, ghostly shield from the ground to protect his army. He then revealed his former student's biggest weakness, having no one he could truly count on. Yun-Che reminded him of the past, explaining that he and Xiao Ben used to work together covering each other's weaknesses. He pointed out the sad irony that the shield that once protected him, Ben was now the sword trying to strike him down. He reasoned that, as someone who gained power through betrayal, it was only natural that no one would ever truly get close to him. As the ghostly form of Chaoan appeared behind the traitor, Yun-Che asked if this lonely, bitter life was what he had really wanted. Enraged, Lan Xian rejected the idea of friendship and trust, swinging his weapon wildly as Yun-Che dodged. He screamed that, while he had enjoyed 60 years of absolute power, Yun-Che had been nothing but a dead man. He insisted that he was the one who had been right, and that he didn't need allies to prove his point. He moved back toward the city, calling for his family members, Ding Jian, Ding Cheng, and Ding Chun, to come out and fight for him. He landed with a proud look, boasting that he didn't need allies, because his own family would be his army. In a flash, Yun-Che appeared right behind him, calmly questioning his confidence. Before Lan Xian could react, Yun-Che swung his blade in a clean, quick move, cutting off his former student's arm at the shoulder. Chun screamed in pain and disbelief as his 3 family members watched from the rooftops, in stunned horror, calling out to their father. A wave of pure panic hit Ding John as he stuttered, unable to believe that his seemingly unbeatable father was being so completely defeated. Wounded and desperate, Lan Xian screamed at his 3 sons, ordering them to hold Yun-Che back and heal him right away. But his family members were frozen in terror. Ding Chun stuttered, asking how they could possibly fight someone that even their powerful father couldn't be. This hesitation sent Lan Xian into a blind rage. Cursing them, he declared he would do it himself, and leaped towards them in a horrible act of cruelty. He grabbed his son Ding Shun by the throat. The terrified young man could only cry out, asking his father what he was doing. With a face twisted by madness, Lanshan screamed that everything his children had was given to them by him. He revealed the monstrous truth behind his family, asking what purpose they served, other than to make sure he was healthy and live a long life. As he spoke, he began to drain his son's life force. Enraged that he would dare to refuse him, he then threatened his other two sons, who watched in frozen horror. He ordered them to hold Yunche back, or he would drain them next. Before they could react, a volley of mirror shards appeared from thin air, blocking their path from these portals. Yunche's entire undead army appeared, completely surrounding the traitor and his terrified family. The group of spirits swarmed them in a chaotic, overwhelming attack, attacking from all sides. Lan Xian screamed in pain as he was torn apart by the endless wave of energy and blades in a final desperate act. He used a massive explosive swing of his weapon, creating a huge crater and sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. When the dust finally settled, Lan Xian was left standing, alone in the ruined landscape. Breathing heavily, he looked around the now empty battlefield, wondering where everyone had gone. A bloodied Yunche, still in his powered-up form, looked down on his exhausted former student with a smirk, asking if his energy was finally running out. He then revealed his final, most cruel act of revenge. Behind him, the newly resurrected, undead spirits of Lan Xian's own sons, Ding Jian, Ding Chun, and Ding Chang rose from the shadows. Yunche coldly remarked that despite his youthful look, Lan Xian was still just an old man on the inside, and mockingly told him to enjoy his family happiness. A wave of absolute terror and despair washed over Lanshan as he realized that his own children had been turned into undead puppets. Utterly broken, he let out a choked sound and made a desperate attempt to run away. Yunche chased after him, calmly asking if he truly believed he could escape now. Lanshan's desperate escape was immediately cut short. He was surrounded and relentlessly attacked by the ghostly blue slashes of his own undead sons, as he was torn apart by the ones he once called family. His mind completely broke. He muttered the word comrades, then master, and finally, with blood pouring from his lips, children. Yinxia appeared before him one last time, as Lan Xian's fingers were cut off. In the brutal attack, his former master told him with cold finality that he could have had it all: loyalty, family, and honor. With that, Lan Xian finally collapsed, his body and spirit completely shattered. Yin Xiao looked down, his face a cold, emotionless mask surrounded by his entire undead army. He stood over the fallen body of the man who had betrayed him. He told him that, where he could have had love and loyalty, he now only had the hatred of those he sacrificed. With his final words, Yunche told him to face the dead end that he himself had chosen. The story goes back more than 60 years, to a time when Yunche was in a workshop with his two young students. He spoke to both Chao Ben and Lan Xian, congratulating them on successfully changing their class and reaching the S rank. He told them that, as their master, he had gifts for them. Yinshu explained that he had sent all the best materials he had saved over the years to a master craftsman. With great luck, he was able to have 2 weapons of mythic quality made. He gave a huge great sword to an impressed Lan Xian, telling him it was the best weapon he could use at his level and that its style was similar to what he already used, so he should be able to handle it easily. Lan Xian excitedly swung the new sword and sincerely thanked his master. Yunshu then turned to Chao Ben, giving him a large fancy shield. He explained that the shield was a perfect fit for his new class, and that with his fighting talent, he would surely master it quickly. Chao Ben hugged the shield, seeming to mumble that it was a waste of money, but clearly loved the gift. After a moment, a confused Chao Ben asked Lan Xian what he was staring at. Lan Xian pointed at Yunche's own sword, asking why his master had never changed his weapon, and wondering if it was old. Yunche held his sword and declared that it was one he would never need to replace, revealing it was the flowing cloud sword. He went on to explain that he had once risked everything, spending many years collecting the best secret treasures, and finally snuck into an SSS rank secret realm to make this ultimate weapon. In an ancient furnace even then, he noted it was only a first version. The sword was of unique quality, a level above even mythic, and was on a kind, he explained, that it had a special way of being awakened. It could change like a flowing cloud into any weapon form its user wanted. The real condition for it to take its final form was for the user to form a bond with it through experience. After fighting with it for many years, it had learned to change according to his will and match his strength. Lan Xian was completely amazed by this. Yun Che then offered the incredible sword to him, asking if he would like to try it. Overjoyed, Lan Xian excitedly asked if he really could. As Lan Xian grabbed the handle of the flowing cloud sword, the scene flashes back to the past. After a great battle, a man in full plate armor, Lan Xian stood over the dying body of Yun Che, whom he had just stabbed with the same sword. Lan Xian thought that the scene had to be cleaned up to look like a fierce rebellion for the king. With a crazy laugh, Lan Xian celebrated that he had finally gotten the one-of-a-kind, unique quality weapon, as he claimed it. The holy sword began to change shape, becoming twisted by a dark power. The scene shifts back to the present. Upward up Yunke, his hair glowing with a white energy, stared forward with serious determination. He began to walk forward, thinking about his past life. He remembered that when he faced dangers on the front lines, he never hesitated even when the path was hard. He believed he could overcome any problem. He grabbed the twisted, flowing cloud sword from the ground, its blade now burning with a fiery aura. As the sword began to change shape in his hand, he thought that all his struggles had been for one simple goal: to live a peaceful life with his friends. But now, holding the weapon, he saw that their greed had badly damaged his beloved flowing cloud sword. Yun Sha then pointed the broken blade at the defeated and bleeding Lan Xian, who finally admitted that he was wrong. Yun Che told him that he never cared for the fake title of hero. Terrified, Lan Xian begged for his life. In response, Yun Che transformed the sword into a huge, heavy scythe. He looked down at his former student and asked if it was for this power that he betrayed him, and most importantly, Bitri Cho Ben Ben Desprit. Lan Xian reached out, asking if his former master did not want to know the truth of what happened. Yun Che ignored his plea, telling him only to face the dead and that he himself had chosen with a final, quick move. He swung the great scythe and cut off Lan Xian's head, whose last words about the truth were cut short, standing as a dark silhouette. Yun Che made a final chilling statement, saying that everything Lan Xian knew, he would come to know as well. After the battle, Yun Che sat on a throne, looking down at the newly formed undead spirit of Ding Kuan, who was once Lan Xian. The spirit, now tied to him, spoke in broken sentences, revealing a shocking truth. He was just bait used by Luo Wei. Hearing this, a look of cold determination crossed Yun Che's face. He realized his path of revenge had only just started. The undead spirit of Lan Xian held up a proof of advancement, a rare item, and seemed to promise that for this revenge, that it would become stronger. The story then explains the power system of the world. Because of the strict control over dungeons, ordinary people like miners might only reach level 30 in their whole lives. Even talented people who join official groups and get promoted can, at best, reach level 60. This is because level 60 is a huge barrier. Class advancement only by meeting certain conditions can a person's class evolve, which unlocks better equipment, stats, and special skills. Only those who complete this advancement can break the level 60 barrier. As Yun Che looked at the proof of advancement he had taken from Lan Xian, he remembered how important this item was for the process. These proofs are incredibly rare. Even in his past life, when dungeons were open to everyone, only 1 in 10,000 people managed to advance. In the current time, the government controls them completely, making them even harder for ordinary people to get. Yun Xiao thought about the fact that within the entire hero family, Only Lanshan himself had a proof of advancement, meaning none of his family were able to advance their class. The power difference between someone before and after advancement is huge. Lanshan, for example, advanced from a simple warrior to a berserker, learning powerful special skills like Berserker's brand, and increasing his strength several times. Looking at the kneeling spirit of his once very powerful enemy, Yunche knew that if it weren't for his unique SSS rank skill, Mirror World, he would have had no chance of beating Lan Xian. Yunche considered his next move, having seen the huge power boost that class advancement gave to Lan Xian. He thought about what would happen if he, with the powerful base of his SSS rank skill, Mirror World also went through the process. He activated the proof of advancement. He had gotten his mind racing with the possibilities. As he wondered just how strong he could become, the system began the advancement process, scanning his stats and confirming that he met the requirements to advance. It then showed him 3 possible advanced classes for a chanter war dancer, bard and forest musician, asking him to pick one to begin the advancement quest. Yunche reached out, his decision already made. He had long ago decided on his path. He would choose the war dancer, a very rare advancement that only a few chanters could get, and the only one that had powerful attack skills with strong determination. He made his choice, however, just as he selected his new class. An unexpected message from his own unique skill appeared. The Mirror World system asked him a shocking question. Did he want to reverse the war dancer class? Yunche was left completely stunned, realizing with disbelief that his ability could even reverse the nature of an entire class. Yunche explains the class system. The 8 basic classes branch out into many advanced options, while most focus on certain strengths. There are exceptions called hidden classes. These hidden classes are much stronger, but their quests are incredibly hard to finish. Yunche focused on a hidden advancement. For the chanter class, the war dancer, this class is very difficult because it needs high speed and spirit, stats most chanters ignore. The quest also requires a very rare item called a slaughter blood core. This crystal is formed from the energy of mass slaughter, making it almost impossible for a support class with no attack skills to get. Because of this, few ever succeed, even though it's the only chanter path. With attack skills, Yunche decided to choose this path, but his Mirror World skill stepped in. Just as it reversed his skills, it reversed the class itself. The war dancer was changed into a new, unknown class, the peace dancer. The system said, true peace requires absolute martial protection, making these dancers able to use both healing songs and destructive ones. But the requirements were also reversed and increased. Instead of the slaughter blood core, the quest now needed 5 life saplings. Yunche was stunned by how absurd the request was. He tried to understand the logic, realizing that a life sapling is a legendary treasure that can create endless potions that fully restore health. A single one would be fought over by top professionals because it could replace a healer. To need 5 of them seemed impossible, but Yunche knew that such a high cost meant the peace dancer class would be incredibly powerful. He wondered how to find them. Thinking about his skill's recent upgrade, he entered the Mirror World and found that the level 3 upgrade was more than just a map expansion. Standing before him was a huge ORC chieftain copy. A dungeon lord, he realized that the Mirror World now created copies of dungeon lords, giving him the perfect targets to farm the legendary items he needed. In the Mirror World, Yunche summoned the undead spirit of Ding Kuan. He noticed that this spirit seemed more aware than the others he had summoned. Before having leveled up twice, Yunche thought about his abilities, realizing that, since he could even reverse class advancements, his skills still had a lot of potential behind him. The huge orc chieftain copy roared, but Yunche just turned his back, saying it was time to leave the Mirror World. He ordered the undead spirit of Ding Kuan to attack. The single powerful sword slash. The spirit cut the huge dungeon lord in half. A series of system messages confirmed Yunche's victory. He gained 2 more levels, got a piece of legendary equipment called the Great Fong Necklace and finished the dungeon clear. Opening his status window, he saw that he had reached level 50, and his stats were now high enough to meet the hard requirements for his planned class advancement. Meanwhile, in the real world, the massive energy structure of the hero's dungeon began to become unstable and fade away. The guards at the entrance noticed and stared in shock. Panic started as they questioned why the dungeon was suddenly disappearing and what had happened to the hero inside, especially since they had been ordered not to enter. The captain ordered the guards to ignore their old orders and follow him inside. As the structure crumbled among the debris, they made a horrible discovery: the lifeless body of Ding Jian. The guards shouted in disbelief that a member of the hero's family had been killed. The news of the event spread quickly across the empire. Newspapers filled the sky over the city, carrying the shocking headline of the death of the hero. Citizens watching the news in their homes were stunned and terrified, unable to believe that the powerful hero family had been killed and that the hero himself was dead. In a military command center, an officer stood before a screen, showing the only evidence they had: a blurry image of Yin Che's back, with his white hair and cape. He announced that a wanted order had been issued and ordered his troops to use all their power to hunt down the criminal. High on his dark throne, the Supreme King Luo Wei sat in the shadows. He said casually that little Lancian had died. He looked at a holographic screen, showing an image of Yin Che, sitting in the ruins of the dungeon. Luo Wei asked his subordinate what had been found, noting that even though the army was stationed outside, they only found out about the event after it was over, in a wasteland filled with corpses. A hooded subordinate sat on a pile of defeated S-class fighters. He reported to the king that none of the officers guarding Ding Kuan knew what had happened. He handed a book of records to someone, explaining that he had his men check the entry and exit logs and the security bureau's information. The subordinate revealed that the current suspects were Yin Sha and Yin Che. Hearing the name, the king smirked. He remarked that Yin Che was a name that brought back old memories. The subordinate declared that he would handle the matter. The scene moved to the academy, where the campus was filled with rumors. Students walked through the plaza, asking if others had heard about what happened. At the hero's secret realm, a group of male students discussed the news, saying it had been crazy for the last 2 days, wondering who was bold enough to attack a hero. Yin Sha and Yin Yin walked past the gossiping crowd. The students around them were angry, questioning how a hero could be killed, and calling the person responsible a national traitor, demanding to know what the army was doing. Yin Sha looked very stressed and nervous. She realized with horror that the man she helped had actually gone through with it and killed Ding Kuan directly. Sweat dripped down her face as she realized how serious her situation was. She understood that by helping him enter the hero's secret realm, she was now an accomplice in a hero's murder. She debated whether she should report this to the authorities. However, she comforted herself with the thought that, after doing something so huge, she would probably never see him again in her life. Yin Cho walked through the school grounds and walked past Yin Sha. She froze, looking completely terrified to see him, while Yin Che stared at her with a cold, intense silence. His mind began to put the pieces together about his new class requirements. He thought about the life saplings he needed, knowing that such items were incredibly rare. He figured that only someone of a very high rank or status would have them. He looked at Yin Sha, realizing that her behavior and resources showed she was from a noble family. He remembered a conversation he had with the undead spirit of Ding Kuan back in the mirror world. He had asked the spirit if it knew Yin Sha's true identity, noting that the spirit had seemed desperate to see her. Before the spirit had revealed the shocking truth, her name was actually Luo Sha, and she was the granddaughter of the Supreme King. Luo way back in the present. A dark, murderous aura grew around Yin Che. As he stood behind her, he glared at her, thinking that he never expected this. He realized that the girl, standing right in front of him, was the granddaughter of his sworn enemy. Yunxie arrived at the school campus. As he walked, he passed Yunxia, who looked at him with pure terror. Yunxia, however, was cold and emotionless, ignoring her. Suddenly, a group of students saw him and rushed over, shouting his name with excitement. The students gathered around him, asking if he had been resting, because he was tired from defeating the Wandering Lord. They thanked him deeply, telling him that because of him, they had survived the dungeon, and they praised his strength. They were very happy to see him back, and said that the school wanted to give him a reward. However, one of the male students warned Yunxie to be careful, mentioning that the Ding family might come looking for him. He explained that the third head of the Ding family, Ding Yi, had mysteriously disappeared inside the hero's dungeon, and the family was searching everywhere for him. The student worried that, because Yunxie had shown such great strength, he might be targeted for questioning. Yunxie smiled with confidence and told them not to worry, assuring them that the truth would be revealed. Internally, however, he was thinking about the newspaper headlines, about the destruction of private dungeons, and the death of the hero. He thought about his situation, realizing that the Ding family only suspected him of stealing a pass based on his voice, but they had no real proof he was the killer. The student continued saying that the dungeon destroyer was being chased by the police and would likely be caught soon. He figured that Yunxie was safe because no one would believe a student could kill a hero. Yunxie's thoughts turned to the strong police presence on the streets. He remembered his escape, how he had to use his undead minions to create chaotic distractions just to avoid the constant chase, and returned to the school looking at his classmates. He decided his best plan was to blend in. He concluded that hiding as a student was the safest way to avoid exposing himself. While he learned more about this new time, the mood at the school was angry and confused. A male student shouted, blaming the dungeon destroyer for the trouble they were in. He complained that if it weren't for this criminal, neither the students nor Yunxie would be suspected, arguing that the Ding family were victims too. Other students agreed, expressing their shock that a hero had actually died. One student screamed that the killer was unforgivably evil, insisting that no matter how bad things were, one should never attack a hero. Yunxie turned away, listening to them defend the man he killed. He realized that the image of Ding Kuan as a hero, created by Luo Wei's propaganda, was deeply set in their minds since childhood. He understood that even though he had killed the man, changing how the public saw him would be very difficult. However, the story started to change. As rumors spread among another group of students, they gathered together, whispering about things they heard from relatives about the hero's dungeon. While some said the rumors were fake, a female student took out a phone, claiming to have a video. The students gathered around the screen, shocked by what they saw. The video, secretly filmed when a hero's dungeon disappeared, showed a horrible scene. It showed a pit filled with the broken bodies of people who had been enslaved and tortured by the Ding family. For a long time, this new information caused a split. While some were horrified by the cruelty, others refused to believe it, shouting that it was fake news and a smear campaign by people with hidden motives to ruin the hero's name. Yunxie stayed silent, watching the chaos. Suddenly, a voice cut through the arguments. Luo Sha stepped forward and declared that the video was absolutely true. She told the crowd that she had been invited to the hero's dungeon not long ago with a confident pose. She told them that what they saw in the video was only a small part of the truth. As she played with her hair, she added that the Ding family's dark deeds were actually a well-known secret. Among the upper class, Yunxia looked at her, truly surprised that she had stepped in to help change public opinion. The students were confused to hear Yunxia supporting the rumors. One student stuttered, asking if what she said was really true, while the others looked on in disbelief. Yunxie stared at her, watching her get involved. Suddenly, Yunxia grabbed Yunxia's hand and pulled him away, telling him to follow her. The group of students was left completely shocked, their eyes wide, as they watched the two run off together. They arrived at a quiet corner of the school. Yinsha asked why he had returned, wondering if he wasn't afraid of the security bureau looking into him. She reminded him that he hadn't just caused trouble, but had killed a hero, meaning the consequences would be serious. Looking down nervously, she asked the question that was on her mind. Wasn't he afraid that she would turn him in? Yinsha looked at her calmly. He repeated what he had told her before. He believed that she was not a bad person deep down. Hearing this, Yinsha blushed, clearly flustered by his trust. She turned away, trying to calm down. She remarked that, considering the evil deeds of the hero family, it was actually better that they were dead. She then turned back to him with a fake angry look, pointing out that he now owed her another favor. Yinsha looked at her with a slight smile, assuring her that he remembered everything she said. His mind full of questions about her real reasons. He couldn't understand why the granddaughter of Luo Wei would help him enter the hero's dungeon. He wondered if she truly hated what the Ding family did, or what her connection was to the Supreme King. A dark thought crossed his mind, as he thought that tricking and using her might be the only way to eventually kill Luo Wei. However, he pushed those thoughts aside for now, and told her they should focus on their current goal. He asked her if she knew what a life sapling was. As they walked through the hallway, Luo Sha replied casually that she did, describing it as the item that makes life essence. Yinsha stopped in front of the headmaster's office, revealing that the old headmaster had the items he needed. Yinsha activated his skill and entered the mirror world. Inside the ghostly copy of the office, he watched the headmaster sitting at his desk. He explained that the old man had collected a rare world tree sapling and treated it like a great treasure. Yinsha knew that the headmaster had bought almost all available life saplings just to water and feed this precious tree. As he approached the center of the room, he saw the SS rank's secret treasure, the world tree sapling copy, surrounded by many life sapling copies. Yinsha se ais widened in genuine surprise, shocked to find so many of the rare items he needed, all in one place. Yinsha tried to use force to get the items, hitting the protective barrier with his sword, but a strong shock wave pushed him back. He realized everything was sealed behind a complex magic circle made by the school's principal. Inside the barrier, he could see the world tree sapling copy and the life nursery copy he needed. He hadn't expected the security to be active, even inside the mirror world. Yinsha looked at the glowing blue and red magical lines. Although he was a master of formations in his past life, he saw that this one was different, because it mixed magic with machinery. From the current time, he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't break the formation, even if he tried to force it. The delicate items inside would be destroyed. Deciding to forget the saplings for now, Yinsha took other items from the room, picking up copies of a robe, boots, and a book called Formations and Machinery. As he walked out, he realized that the owner of this office, the principal, was much stronger than Lanchian, and he would need to be careful. Yinsha made a plan he knew. There were only two ways to get the life nursery. Either wait for the principal to open the seal himself, or learn about this era's technology to crack the code. He chose the second option, and went straight to the school library. He grabbed books on general knowledge and machinery, knowing that building a solid foundation was important before he could challenge his enemies. He sat at a desk and tried to take apart modern devices he had copied, like a smartphone, but found the mechanics confusing. He read that his enemy, Luo Wei, was the one behind this technological growth, which made him wonder where those ideas came from. Yinshu spent his time studying late into the night, learning how monocores were used as power sources, and trying to understand how they worked. Although he began to understand the basics, he found that the way machines and dungeon items work together was complex, bringing up more questions than answers. He realized the knowledge was unclear, and he would need to read many more books to fully understand this new world. Yinshu walked into the school library deep in thought. He figured that the most important information about this era's technology and history wouldn't be in the popular, censored books. Instead, he needed to find unpopular or rare copies that might have the truth. However, he knew that looking through mountains of useless books to find one gem would take a long time. Suddenly he noticed someone sitting high up on the library shelves, lit by a light. He squinted and was surprised to see it was Yun Yun. He found it strange to see her alone, as she was almost always with Yin Sha. Knowing she was the guard for Luo Wei's granddaughter, he immediately became suspicious, wondering if she was looking for something secret. In the library, however, as he looked closer, he saw the cover of the book she was reading. Complete collection of world-classic fairy tales. This unexpected choice for a serious guard surprised him. Yun Yun noticed him looking and looked down at him with her usual cold, sharp eyes, but moments later, realizing she had been caught reading fairy tales, she became clearly flustered and defensive. Yun Xia, finding the situation funny, asked if he wasn't welcome. Yun Yun, still holding her book tightly and looking embarrassed, didn't answer right away. Yun Ke explained that he just wanted to grab a book from that section. When she asked him which one he was looking for, he gave a charming smile and admitted that he wasn't sure yet either, leaving her in silent, awkward confusion. Continuing their conversation in the library, Yun Che said he was looking for books on how dungeon products and mechanical things work. To his surprise, Yun Yun immediately found a book on the topic and handed it down to him. The usually cold and serious guard looked flustered. Looking away, Yun Che thanked her and walked away to find a place to read. Yun Yun, after a moment, went back to her own book. He then asked her if there were any books on mobile communication, but she stayed silent and didn't answer his question. The next day, Yun Che returned to the library. Yun Yun, who was in the same spot, handed him another book, probably the one he had asked about the day before. In return for her help, Yun Che offered her a box sandwich, telling her it was quite tasty. Yun Yun sharply refused the offer, but Yun Che decided to leave the food for her anyway, placing it on a nearby ledge. As he walked away, he thought about their interaction, thinking to himself that, even though she was cold and distant, he felt a strange and unexplainable connection to her. A quiet routine started between Yun Che and Yun Yin. In the library each day, he would continue his research, and each day he would leave a sandwich for her, which she never mentioned, but was gone the next time he arrived. One day, Yun Che was looking for a book on mana engines. He saw Yun Yin in her usual spot, and thought to himself that she must be taking the chance for some quiet reading while Yun Sha was resting. He went up to her, saying that since he didn't know the library well, he would probably be slow and noisy while searching. Yun Yin was surprised, admitting to herself that she didn't expect him to be so considerate. Yun Che, on the other hand, saw this as a chance if he could get to know her. He might learn more about Luo Wei and Luo Sha. And this pattern continued. He would bring her books and food, and they would study in a comfortable silence. To break the silence, he once asked her the meaning of a sentence in his book, and she simply said she didn't know. He then asked her a more specific question, wanting to know about the formation connection system. She explained what it literally meant, and he followed up by asking if she could help him find books on that subject. She didn't answer right away. They sat reading in the warm light of the library, a quiet understanding between them. After a moment of silence, Yin Yin finally spoke. She asked him why he didn't just ask his little follower, meaning Chao Ji, the descendant of a trader. Yun Che simply looked at her with a confident smirk, telling her that Chao Ji would be back soon. The scene changes to the inner residence of the Ding family, where Ding Hao and Ding Yi were talking about a serious matter. Ding Hao was furious as he looked at a photo they had received. It showed his son Ding Shu. Tied up and gagged, he expressed his anger that they were being threatened with his son's life, asking what the kidnappers wanted, since they had only sent one photo and made no contact for days. Ding Hao, watching from his chair, calmly asked if Ding Hao thought Yun Che was behind the kidnapping. Ding Hao thought about it. Remembering that Yun Che was connected to Chou Ju, he wondered if this was revenge for the Chao family members they had captured. The thought then led him to a more terrifying question. If Yun Che was capable of this, was he also the one who had killed their grandfather? The hero, he began to panic, questioning if a mere student could be so strong, and growing angry that the police hadn't arrested him, yet feeling they had been ignored despite their status. He declared that they were the hero family, and that even with their grandfather's death, their power and influence were still the same. Just then a guard in armor rushed in, interrupting them, with news that Chao Ji had returned to school. Meanwhile, at the school, Chao Ji was standing alone by a fountain, holding a large sign that read "Topple the traitors." Other students watched from a distance, confused by his actions. They identified him as the Chao family member and wondered why he was causing trouble, especially after the hero's death. They repeated their belief that while there were rumors, his ancestor Chao was still a confirmed traitor. Chao Ji passionately argued his case. To the people watching, he claimed that when the valiant dungeon disappeared, someone must have seen the final battlefield. He declared that even if they didn't see it themselves, he had a video as proof from a balcony above. Yun Che and Yun In watched the scene in the courtyard. Yun Ke thought about how the truth had been hidden for years, with the hero being wronged and called a traitor. But he saw that there were always people like Chao Ji who would keep seeking the truth. Down below, Chao Ji made his final powerful statement, shouting that he now had enough evidence to prove his great-grandfather, Chao Tun, was not a traitor, but a true hero watching his friend's courageous stand. Yun Che thought to himself that perhaps this world was about to change, all because of Chao Ji's persistence.